from their a la carte menu if they don't fit your taste. You could choose a Velveeta cheese block minus the noodles for $3.70, jalapeno squeezed cheese for $3.35, or if you're feeling extra ravenous, you could pick a rib steak meal for only $9.95. The prices you would imagine are quite fair. In fact, if you're visiting for a while, you could even purchase New Balance sneakers for $54.60, or perhaps hemorrhoid cream for $4.30. The meal service is, interestingly enough, fully booked every single service, every single day, no reservations required. In fact, attendance is almost mandatory. It currently has a 2.2 out of 5-star rating on Yelp, and that is the establishment, the Brooklyn Metropolitan Detention Center, otherwise known as MDC. Some inmates, they just call it hell on earth. This place houses 1,600 inmates. It is New York City's primary federal detention center. They did have a previous one that was just as big. It was called Manhattan's Metropolitan Correctional Center, but that one closed a little bit after Jeffrey Epstein died.
They shut the whole thing down?
They shut it down, and now it's mainly the Brooklyn Metropolitan Detention Center.
Is that related to the death?
Yes.
That's crazy.
And people have been complaining about both facilities for a really long time. People say it's, quote, pure hell, probably the worst federal detention center in the country. Ghislaine Maxwell's attorney claimed Ghislaine's time at MDC, she was underfed. There were pieces of plastic melted into her food. She had to drink contaminated water. She ended up losing her hair. But worse than that, the entire place is crawling with roaches and rodents. You could just smell the stench of overflowing toilets wherever you go. Another attorney stated, the worst part is there's no real outdoor space because it's in the middle of Brooklyn. It's just a place to warehouse human beings. Another states, you're subject to a strip search at any given time. You're gonna take off all your clothes. The guards will come in. They're gonna check your mouth. They're gonna tell you to turn around, bend over, and spread your butt cheeks, cough. And then you gotta turn back around, lift your private areas, and squat down. I mean, this prison is disgusting. There's no way, it's a human rights violation. There's rats living through everything. The guest list for this human warehouse is actually quite long. You have Ghislaine Maxwell, Jeffrey Epstein's right-hand woman, R. Kelly, Keith Raniere, this is the NXIVM cult leader, Sam Bankman-Fried, billionaire crypto fraud, and now Sean Diddy Combs. But it seems Diddy's been trying to get out. He's applied for bail twice, and now he's on his third attempt. And there are serious concerns by netizens and conspiracy theories online that Diddy is going to, just like Jeffrey Epstein, mysteriously pass in prison because very, very powerful people around him will not want him talking. We would like to thank today's sponsors who have made it possible for Rotten Mango to support Arizona's anti-trafficking network. They work constantly to bring solutions to the illegal and human trafficking network in the States. This episode's partnerships have also made it possible to support Rotten Mango's growing team, and we'd also like to thank you guys for your continued support as we work on our mission to be worthy advocates. As always, full show notes are available at rottenmangopodcast.com. Big disclaimer, this is a currently ongoing and developing case as we speak. There have been no court verdicts yet, so unfortunately, I must legally state that these are all the current accusations and allegations. People are innocent until proven guilty, legally speaking. Also, with all of the other celebrities that are going to be listed in today's video, there has not been any statement from the authorities that any of them are even remotely being looked into, interrogated, interviewed as a person of interest or a suspect or an accomplice or even as a victim. So please keep that in mind. These are purely just internet discourse, netizen theories. Some statements have been shortened for time, and all the theories and speculations mentioned are netizen opinions that can be found publicly available online. All reporting for this episode is also taken from information that is readily available online, so please do your own research, form your own opinions. I'm not here to convince you of anyone's guilt nor innocence. Some potentially triggering themes involved heavy use of illicit substances, DV, workplace and gang violence, SA, and trafficking. In part 1, we did a deep dive on Diddy and Cassie's lawsuit, as well as covering the freak-off allegations and the supposed Illuminati connection. In part 2, we did a deep dive on Diddy's yacht parties and the mysterious death of his ex-girlfriend and the mother of his children, Kim Porter. Part 3, we talked about the 13 mysterious people who have died around Diddy, including the hip-hop legends Tupac and Biggie. This is part 4. This is going to be hopefully the last part until the trial. We're going to be going over the current ongoing allegations, the new lawsuits, and all the celebrities that have been listed on the so-called Diddy list. So with that being said, let's get started. They say predicting the future is a gift. I mean, maybe you have a time machine, maybe you're gifted with clairvoyant abilities, or maybe you're just South Park, the cartoon. South Park has this near mystical reputation of predicting the future with unsettling accuracy. It's weird. Some people think maybe it's just logical thinking. Maybe they're just predicting things that are in the realm of possibility. Or maybe it's just a coincidence. It's not that deep. Others think South Park needs to be studied by the government. You decide. In the show South Park, there's an episode where Satan is planning his own sweet 16th birthday party at this hotel. And every little thing that he keeps suggesting, the party planners are like, oh yeah, Diddy had a party here last year and he already did that. A huge chocolate fondue fountain, Diddy did that last year. A donut machine, Diddy did do it. Full ice cream bar, Diddy did it. To which in the bit, Satan himself says, I don't want to do it if Diddy did it. Damn it, what didn't Diddy do?
Diddy did it.
Damn it, what didn't Diddy do?
When was this episode? Do you know? Like, what year was it?
Oh, I think it was like in 2016. Naturally, netizens could not get enough of this. The top comments being, even Satan doesn't want to do what Diddy did. But others say, well, no, the meaning is a bit deeper than that. One comment reads, I like how it's implied that Diddy has done the same things that Satan himself has done or what Satan has thought about doing. LMAO.
Or even things that Satan doesn't want to do.
Yeah. Others have pointed to a Simpsons episode that depicts what appears to be a white party hosted by Diddy. The episode is called The Great Fatsby, where Homer Simpson goes to this massive party thrown in a Gatsby-esque mansion. They're looking for the host, where some of the partygoers, including other A-list celebrities, say that he might not even exist, the host of the party. Others say, oh no, he's upstairs in his office. I mean, the whole massive staircase is lined with platinum plaques for songs. And when they walk into the party, someone who netizens claim looks like Diddy is standing in the balcony, staring out at the party from the top. This character tells Homer and Mr. Burns that nobody crashes his party. He snaps his fingers, security detail with assault rifles, like the ones that were found in Diddy's home, and guns pop out, and eventually the situation is resolved. Because, again, the character whom netizens believe to be a depiction of Diddy finds out that Homer's friend is this ruthless billionaire that everybody despises, but him, he loves him for being a ruthless monster, and he pulls him in for a hug. So people are saying these cartoons are predicting all of these things. All the parties, all of Diddy's crimes, did they predict it? Do you know how much an original copy of the Declaration of Independence is?
I didn't know that could be for sale.
There was one for sale. It's technically considered priceless, but technically, if you want to get really technical with it, there have been rare copy prints that sold for $8 million in auctions, like this one, owned by Norman Lear. Of the 200 copies of the Declaration of Independence, only 25 are still known to be in existence today, and Diddy is walking around a white party with a copy, an encased, closed, protected copy in his hands. It's a loan from Norman Lear. He said no one would ever expect a young black man to be coming to a party with the Declaration of Independence, but I got it, and it's coming with me, and I promise not to spill any champagne on it. This is how crazy his white parties are. Diddy's white parties were the it parties to be at. What kind of other celebrity party has a copy of the Declaration of Independence? I can not even name a single one that I have never been invited to, but who knows? There would be these flaming torches outside the estate, burning all day, all night. Diddy says about the origins of the white parties. You know, I just had the craziest mix of guests. Some of my boys from Harlem, Leonardo DiCaprio after he had just finished the Titanic. I had socialites there and relatives from down south. There were 200 people sitting out there just having a down-home cookout. Diddy allegedly actually called himself the Great Gatsby, which I feel like at this point, after Burning Sun, Don't you know? Great Gatsby does not have a happy ending. Maybe not the best way to predict your own future. According to one insider who states they went to his parties, she said Diddy hired these young women to stand on pedestals on either side of the entrance, just dressed like angels, just standing there. She said it was very Gatsby-esque, maybe crazier. There were synchronized swimmers on the outside. There were topless women parading around in angel wings. But then there would also be group orgies, group sports taking place in the bathrooms with pills being passed around like little appetizers. People said when Diddy winked at you and said, come to the VIP section, you knew you were going to have a really good night.
What?
He's known to just be a party legend. Diddy was known for saying things like, you think I'm going to stay in the VIP section? I created the fucking VIP section. Fuck the VIP. I want to touch the people. I want to feel alive.
What does that mean?
He wants to go into the club where everybody's dancing. He doesn't want to stay around in the VIP section.
Yeah, okay.
He's a master marketer. In one MTV skit about his parties, one person says,
Diddy once threw a party on a jet flying around the world. Now, it started on a Tuesday and somehow ended on the previous Sunday. I don't know how he did that.
They're flying through time zones, right?
Yeah.
Is that what they're saying?
Yeah.
Okay.
Other comments, it's hard to say which is more off the hook. A Diddy party or a Diddy after party or a Diddy after party, which is basically just a pre-party for the next Diddy party. There is a picture of Diddy from an old Miami party where he's standing next to a table, and on that table there's this woman laying nude on the table, just covered in food. She's the centerpiece, if you will. He's eating a chocolate-covered strawberry off of her, and people think it's just a little unsettling now. Because, you know, it's all fun and games until you are his private chef. His private chef's name is Cindy. Cindy starts working for Diddy in 2015 at his LA compound, which, you know, this TikToks that's like, I'm a personal chef to a billionaire. Here's a day in my life, right? It sounds all fun until you realize that she's working from 9 a.m. until midnight or sometimes even till 2 a.m. in a lawsuit filed way back in 2017. So not even with the recent lawsuits and allegations. This is in 2017. Cindy says she was working every Saturday and Sunday for Diddy and only getting paid $150 per day. Eventually, he enjoys her cooking so much, he bumps her up from 2 days to 6 days per week, but she's still working 9 in the morning till midnight, getting paid $150 per day. That's $10 an hour. The minimum wage now in the state of California is $16 an hour. So albeit this is in 2024, but still. Aside from the pay, Cindy says in more professional legal words through her attorney in the lawsuit that this was pretty freaking miserable. She was traumatized working for Diddy. The lawsuit she files alleges in very professional terms, but for ease to digest, I will paint the picture. Cindy would be cooking in the kitchen, oftentimes in the night, when Diddy would tell her to come serve food to him and his guests in the various areas of his mansion. She would walk in with the food because that's her job, right? And sometimes it was just so clear that they had all gotten done participating in sexual activities. Or sometimes they would be in the midst engaging in group sexual activities while she's just forced to serve food, set the table, if you will. Other times she would walk in to, quote, deliver the food. And when she would walk into Diddy's room, she alleges it's so clear that he just got done having intimate relations. He would just be fully butt naked. She's uncomfortable. You can tell that she's uncomfortable. He could tell that she was uncomfortable, but he would allegedly ask her along the lines of, are you attracted to all of this? Do you like my naked body? In another occasion, Cindy is in the kitchen preparing the meals when a male house guest, one of Diddy's friends, walks in. She looks up, he's butt naked. He had just engaged in sexual activity with another guest of Diddy's, and he's just standing there around naked, asking her to look at him. Look at him down there, and, quote, admire his genitals.
Is this person named?
No. Cindy is mortified. She immediately files a complaint with her supervisor, another employee of Diddy's. Cindy complained frequently because, first of all, she never signed up to be constantly exposed to sexual activity and talking about genitals. Her capacity as a professional chef, and she's not working on like a explicit set where she knows what she's getting into. This is just somebody's home. This is not what she's been expecting. It seems like the only benefit for working for Diddy is that he did this very interesting thing where he liked throwing away a bunch of stuff because he's a billionaire. Sometimes the stuff he's throwing away wouldn't even be broken or damaged. In fact, they're nice things, they're expensive things. The house staff knew that if Diddy didn't really want it, technically they were free to take it before it's trashed. So I guess there's like a special bucket where they go through the trash and they're like, why is he trashing this? Well, one day the housekeeper comes up to Cindy and is like, hey, these are a few things that Diddy is throwing away. Do you want something? She picks something, and within a few days, she's terminated for theft. Cindy believes, she alleges in her lawsuit, that she was set up. They were sick of her complaining about the sexual harassment and about her pay, which she rightfully complained about. They were sick of her complaining about all of that she rightfully complained about. So they effectively set her up so that they could terminate her. In the lawsuit, she claims she was constantly subjected to unwarranted harassing conduct, verbal harassment, demeaning comments, slurs, visual harassment, and unwanted sexual advances. So no, it doesn't seem like the parties were just all a big ball for everyone. In a separate lawsuit filed by a John Doe, the allegations state that he was invited to one of the infamous white parties in the Hamptons. He actually includes a picture of himself with Diddy. His face is blurred out, but he was just 16 years old. He had a mutual connection to Diddy. He didn't feel like this is something you could turn down. I mean, this is his chance to break it into the industry. The lawsuit includes a supposed picture of Diddy and John Doe at the white party. Interestingly enough, the lawsuit alleges that Diddy took an interest into John Doe, which gets him very excited. They move to a quiet area where John Doe is going off telling him how he's such a big fan. I have these dreams of becoming a star as well, and like the way that you've just done it is so admirable. To which Diddy smiles and allegedly tells him, you have the potential, you have the look, you know? It's stated, alleged, that Diddy told him that he has the ability to transform him or anybody else into a star. Which John Doe gets excited. I mean, it's a pleasant conversation. And again, the lawsuit alleges Diddy abruptly tells John Doe he needs to drop his pants. The lawsuit states, John Doe, caught completely off guard, confusingly asked Combs to repeat himself. Combs made himself clear. He instructed John Doe to drop his pants and expose his penis so that Combs could inspect it, explaining it was the rite of passage and the route to becoming a star and also a way to prove himself. Quote, don't you want to break into the business? John Doe immediately felt uncomfortable, froze, and did not know what to do. Combs remained calm and stood in front of him and stretched out his hand in a cupped position. Out of fear and anxiety and the imbalanced power dynamic between himself and Combs, John Doe then dropped his pants and exposed his penis as Combs previously instructed. Combs moved closer and grabbed John Doe's penis and genitals with his hand. He firmly cupped and held onto John Doe's private parts for an extended period of time. During this time, Combs moved his hand in such a fashion to manipulate John Doe's genitals, squeezing and feeling them. John Doe was only 16 years old. That is what the lawsuit states. In another separate lawsuit filed by another John Doe, the allegations in his lawsuit include that in 2006, he was working for this security firm called Mass Security, where he would work at nightclubs or events for private events as security. He got this last-minute job at Diddy's East Hampton mansion for this annual white party, and the lawsuit alleges that prior to the party commencing, Diddy pushed John Doe into a van and viciously sodomized him. And while John Doe kept pleading for help, Diddy allegedly responded, "You'll be all right. You'll be all right."
Are these part of the 120
Yes.
lawsuits? So these are the individual stories.
Yes. So Tony Busby, the attorney from Houston, has been filing, well, he states that he has about 120 lawsuits that are going to be filed against Diddy. He filed 6 and then 7. And by the time that you're hearing this on YouTube, probably more. Yeah, so he's doing them in batches. And now there is this very interesting thing where 120 is a very large number. So a lot of people are wondering, out of those 120, there must be people whose stories are not as valid, right? And I don't think it's ever right to question victim stories. And I will say that Tony Busby has stated that he has 100 people vetting potential clients and also about 30 lawyers looking at the evidence and the stories of each case. So they're trying to fact check a lot of these clients. They're not just trying to take any case. They're not taking anyone who's calling them like, oh, that Diddy thing on the news, I'm part of it. So just to keep in mind, because I know a lot of people that are either on Diddy's side or tend to question victims are like, 120, there's no way. Which again, I'm not stating that these lawsuits are true. I mean, these are civil lawsuits. There's no way for me to know. I wasn't there, right? And neither was Tony Busby, but I'm just stating he is very thoroughly fact-checking them from what I can see. Well, I don't know if fact-checking is the right word, legally speaking, trying to verify them as much as he can. One John Doe alleges that he was drugged and essayed the night that Diddy was awarded the Lifetime Achievement Award at the BET Awards, the time that he shouted out Cassie after 4 years after their breakup. He said that he was essayed after that at an after party. So many netizens, they're hoping with all these new lawsuits coming out that the most of the party goers, all the other celebrities that attended Diddy's parties did not see these things, that they only saw the fun aspects. Because one frequent party goer says once Diddy got high or drunk, he would turn violent and loud. He would take his anger out on people. An unnamed alleged victim told the Daily Mail, so take it as you will. She alleged that she was at a party with Diddy once. He allegedly had this little medicine bag of drugs that he carried around with him. She said there was this one time when he came down from his room and I was shocked because he looked animalistic. I didn't even recognize him. His veins were popping and the way that his body was contorting in a way, it was frightening. It just scared me. Being around him was like being around Jekyll and Hyde. There was some woman in the pool, sometimes already naked. And I thought, oh, maybe they party too much. So she's kind of insinuating that they're passed out almost, maybe in the shallower end or like hanging onto the side of the pool or like they're in the cabanas around the pool. And she says, but no, there were times when the girls wouldn't wake up at all and they would just leave them there lounging by the pool. She claims if she ever asked Diddy's staff about it, like, hey, guys, are you guys seeing this? Is she okay? They would just tell her, she's okay. She's just drunk and hungover. That's what she claims. They said that, they would just say this anytime a girl didn't move at one of Diddy's parties. And Tony Busby, the Houston-based attorney I was telling you about that's representing the 120 potential clients that are in the process of suing Diddy, he says, if you were attending one of these parties, if you will, and you attended before, or you knew what was going to happen, that is, you knew that a particular drug was being used in drinks that were causing people to be coerced and taken advantage of, and you were in the room, or you participated, or you watched it happen and didn't say anything, or you helped cover it up, in my view, you have a problem.
You can't hide skeletons in the closet forever. I would expect there are many people out there right now who are desperately searching their memories as they delete their texts and data.
So does that mean every celebrity in connection with Diddy helped cover it up? Not exactly. There are a few camps of netizens. Some that believe, obviously, people who just went to a white party, you don't know what they know because these white parties, everybody was going to them. There's just no way that every single person in Hollywood knew what Diddy was doing. But then some people are saying, well, if they were close friends of Diddy and were constantly hanging out with Diddy, they probably knew something. They probably at least knew that he was violent towards women. There's no way that they didn't know anything. That's crazy. When all of his staff and even people that have only seen him a few times have come out to allege these stories, could it be that they don't know anything? That's a netizen opinion. Or there's a group of people that are like, let's not even point any fingers. We don't know what they know. But I will say, for as long as Diddy has been around, there have been people in the industry that have been waiting for this moment. People that don't love Brother Love. In fact, they hate Sean Love Combs with a fire-burning passion. In 2005, a book was written titled Confessions of a Video Vixen by Kareen Steffens. Kareen is a well-known figure in the industry. She was well-known to appear in a lot of music videos. And it says that she first went to Diddy's parties in Miami. It was, quote, fucking intense. She claims that there were women walking around topless, champagne being passed out, drugs being passed around on the inside. She claims you choose your pill, take your champagne, and that's the vibe for the night. It was intense. Like, the drug usage is just so casual. In it, Kareen alleges that when she first met Diddy in 2001, this is around the time that he and J-Lo break up. She says, quote, in retrospect, I realized that I was given to him as a gift by another executive. She claims that she was with Ja Rule and Irv Gotti when Diddy told them, quote, send her to my house. She alleges in her memoir, and that was it. I got the order to go to his house, and that was the first time he and I spent time. She describes herself as being a, quote, party favor, or at least that's what she said it felt like to her. Now, there were no explosive allegations in her book. She claims about her sexual encounter with Diddy as being consensual, but they didn't have full intercourse. It's unclear how far they went, but it just wasn't sex. She writes in her book, after the experience, he said, you're one of the best. I said to him, same, when in actuality, he was average. Our sexual encounter was pretty straightforward, nothing out of the ordinary. Later, she goes with a friend to Diddy's massive party that he's hosting, and I guess Diddy didn't personally invite her. He didn't know she was coming. The minute Diddy sees her, she alleges, he pulls her to the side, allegedly asking her, we're cool, right? I mean, we're friends, right? She says, quote, I was confused by the line of questioning, but assured him we were in fact cool. He allegedly tells her, I'm saying though, you know I have kids and a mother and people who love me, and I can't afford for anything to get out. I don't want them to get upset. She claims, yeah, she's confused, but reassured him she has nothing but respect for him and his family. But that doesn't appear to be good enough because she states Diddy pulls her friend, the one that she came with, to the side. They're gone for about 45 minutes in the midst of this little party. And he gets back, grabs Corinne by the arm, starts dragging her out of there. And is like, what did you do to that man? What did you do to Diddy?
What?
She's so confused. He tells her that Diddy allegedly told him to be careful around Corinne. Do not let her into his home. She's like, why would he say that? Why can't I be in your house? Like, what do you mean? And he said, Diddy told me, quote, she'll have you on video with fingers in your booty.
What?
Corinne states that the both of them were so confused, shocked, and eventually they broke out into hysterical laughter on the front lawn of Diddy's Miami mansion because how ridiculous that comment is. What do you mean? What does that even mean? She does clarify that she was not one of Diddy's victims, but she also writes in the book, this is obviously condensed, but at Diddy's, I was received with open arms by him and his entire staff. Everyone in the home was devoted to Diddy and catered to all of his needs, and for the afternoon to all of mine. I began to understand the hype around Diddy, why he was a pop culture icon. He's got that star quality, that's something that draws people to him and makes them want to be in his space and take part in his world. I was no different. By the end of the afternoon of meeting him, I'd become easily enamored.
Okay, so what was that whole encounter about? So he saw her showed up at the party. He freaked out, pulled the guy away to tell the guy to not trust this woman. And what's the reasoning, intention? Like, what's going on here?
Some netizens have deciphered, because the book is a little bit confusingly written, has deciphered this as evidence that he might have been into some activities that we're not privy to, which I don't think is that big of a deal as long as it's consensual with adults. Some people are pointing to the fact that
okay, so
yes,
they're saying that they did certain activities that Diddy does not want anybody to know.
Yes.
The fact that she showed up again, now he's like, oh, who are you telling people about this?
Yes.
And he's freaking out about that.
and he's trying to discredit her and isolate her, is the allegation. I mean, I don't even know if this conversation actually took place, right? But I'm just letting you know what's out there. She said that she would eventually snap out of it, but there were still a few people around Diddy that were not enamored by Diddy. He has some lifelong haters, one of them being Miss Wendy Williams. Before Wendy Williams was the Wendy Williams, controversial talk show host, she was just getting started as a radio personality. She was signed with Hot 97, one of the coveted spots at the time. One would argue that she was a yapper on this show. Others would say, you have not seen yapping until you saw her on Hot 97. It was crazier back then. I don't know if defamation laws were looser back then, but Wendy would go to work and just ready to start some shit. One of her targets back then was Diddy. It does not appear that she intentionally targeted him, but she did state that she had obtained a very interesting photograph that allegedly showed Diddy and another man in a compromising position, which, you know, maybe Diddy likes men. Okay, I will say the conversation of Diddy liking men, I don't think it matters. I understand why some people might use it to confirm some of the allegations in the lawsuits, because some of the victims suing him are obviously men. So it's like confirmation. Other than that, I don't think his sexuality plays a role in this at all. And I do think that what she did today would be very controversial. If that picture is true, why would you out a public figure, or anyone for that matter? But it gets wilder. Around the same time, she states that she has this infamous photo of Suge Knight from Death Row Records with Diddy's son, Justin. Remember the whole East Coast can't even take care of their own? That hadn't been released yet. So she's like, I have it and I could post it on my blog. The story is that Wendy was gonna release all of it, and Diddy is pretty much sick of her at this point, is the allegation. According to outspoken Gene Deal, the former bodyguard to Diddy, he states that by this point, because of the success of Bad Boy Records, Diddy's label, quote, motherfuckers didn't breathe hard if Diddy didn't want them to. Diddy allegedly calls up the executives that own Hot 97 to either get Wendy off the air. One allegation states that he even says something along the lines of, if I'm in New York City and I hear that voice on the radio, you're never gonna have another artist song Nothing from me. Which Hot 97 would lose a lot of business if they can't air Diddy's record label songs. Within a few days, Wendy, one of the biggest hosts on the station, is suddenly in Philadelphia. She's not in New York City anymore as a host. She's a host on a radio show in Philadelphia.
They fired her or let her go?
It seems like it, if this is all true. A lot of netizens agree, yeah, threatening to release a photo like that of someone doing intimate things is pretty horrendous. Potentially outing someone is also horrendous. But some netizens would point out, given everything that's happening right now, nobody feels sympathy for Diddy. And on top of that, they question why someone at his level would have such a big reaction to a photo if it weren't real. That's what they're saying. But I do want to add, Gene Deal, the bodyguard, says the photo is not what you think it is. His version of events is that they were all on vacation and these girls were taking photos nonstop. And on this trip, one of the guys decided it'd be hilarious to pull down Diddy's pants to expose all of his privates. So as he's like bending down to expose all of his privates and pull down his pants, Diddy's private parts, I guess, whip out and the picture gets taken so it looks like another man is about to perform something on him. But he says it just wasn't true. It was like a prank. But he claims that's the picture that was allegedly sent to Wendy Williams with a whole story of how Diddy is into men. Regardless, Wendy Williams gets dropped in New York City. She's got to go to Philly. The long-standing animosity between the two is pretty strong. Wendy alleges that Diddy would send a bunch of girls to try and jump her outside her radio station.
Once upon a time, there was a music mogul who sent his all-girl group to beat my ass in front of the radio station.
She alleges that Diddy, quote, single-handedly tried to sabotage her career. She writes in her book, "The hell he put me through, I will never forget it. But I don't hate him." But later, during her talk show, she was one of the few that extensively talked about the power dynamic between Diddy and Cassie, saying things like, "My thing is, when you date a mogul, it's really difficult to avoid them. Even if you use your head, you never know when they're gonna pop up on the scene. Like, they could find out what hotel you're staying at. They could just pop in, pop out. They have too much power in this world."
Wait, I'm so sorry. What is she referring to, though?
Cassie and Diddy, so when they would constantly break up and get back together, and Diddy would publicly reach out to Cassie through social media to try and win her back during their on and off relationship. A lot of other people were debating whether or not that's romantic, but Wendy says, "I suggest don't use social media, though, to reach out. This was a grand overture from Diddy. I don't believe he really wants her back or wants her. I believe he probably treated her at some particular point like a possession. If you really care, then you would reach out privately, not publicly." There were these comments here and there that indicated that they never really resolved things until 2017. Diddy makes an appearance on the Wendy Williams show. And people think it is so awkward. The whole thing feels tense. They're both trying to dance around each other. Not really, but like figuratively during the entire interview. I don't think netizens are reading into it. I was watching it, and I've been watching lots of Diddy interviews on Ellen DeGeneres' show, Conan O'Brien, Jimmy Kimmel. He does not seem relaxed or happy around Wendy Williams. He keeps having these moments where he's smiling, but his smile drops so quickly. It's like he keeps dropping his smiling mask.
But why did he go on there?
Nobody knows. One part that's been going very viral on social media is Wendy Williams is bringing up her son. She says, "And let me tell you something, as a mother of a now 16-year-old boy," Diddy interrupts her, "who I met backstage. He's a great young man."
Who I met backstage,
He did?
he's a great young man.
Oh, thank you.
Wendy Williams looks so uncomfortable. She briefly thanks him, but looks like she loses her train of thought. She spaces out and stutters a bit. Diddy is just staring into the depths of her soul during this. Many netizens have since commented that it felt like Diddy was trying to tell her, like, "That's a threat, play nice. I just met your son." Another netizen comments, "The way she hesitated, you just know that she wanted to say, 'You stay away from my son,' but realized that she was on air." It is a very unsettling moment. But there is someone who might hate Diddy more than Wendy Williams, and that is 50 Cent. If anybody is going to be a hater of Diddy, it is going to be 50 Cent. This man, talented in his own right, obviously, but like he could make a full-blown career out of hating Diddy. He has been saying for years now that he freaking hates Diddy. In 2006, he released a diss track called The Bomb, where he insinuates that Diddy had something to do with Biggie's murder. The lyrics read, "Who shot Biggie Smalls? We don't get him. They're gonna kill us all. Man, Puffy know who hit that guy." He's always said Diddy was someone who was just a businessman that liked to take advantage of creatives. 50 Cent said, I don't have any interest in doing things like that. I actually fall under the creative side. So I just didn't take to hanging out with him like that. He said that he thought Diddy was strange. In an interview once, he said, he has to take me shopping. I thought that was the weirdest shit in the world because that might be something that a man says to a woman. And I'm just like, nah, I'm not with this weird energy or weird shit coming off the way he was just moving. Like from that, I wasn't comfortable around him.
No, but me and you, we ain't party. Like, we need to party. What is he talking about?
Incense is going off.
When people say that to me, I get a little uncomfortable.
In response, Diddy went to the Breakfast Club podcast and he was asked,
and he said you did the same thing to him. You asked him to take him shopping.
Yeah, I thought he needed some clothes.
In another concert, 50 Cent said, that's why I don't go to no puffy parties.
Nigga hug you from the front and the back at the same time. Look, if you into that, I'm fine with it. To each his own. I'm just saying this shit, my motherfucking kind of party.
In another segment, he says, I've been talking to a therapist to try and help me with the shit I've been saying, you know? Some crazy shit on my mind. Maybe I said some shit about Puffy because he got Tupac killed. So he's always leaving these little weird hints of things. I mean, the two of them...
He's like not even leaving hints. He's straight up calling him a murder, right?
Yeah, twice for Tupac and Biggie.
Right.
Yeah.
Wow.
Now, the two of them, they started off more so as industry competitors. They had competing alcohol brands, but somehow it escalated into them just dissing each other publicly. 50 Cent allegedly called him a bloodsucker, saying things like, I guess that means I'm not invited to the white parties in the Hamptons. And to describe Puffy in one word, it would be bitch.
He said that.
Yes.
50 said that.
Yes.
Okay.
He also stated that Diddy is not an artist. He just takes records and sings them. He's not really an artist. Quote, he's the guy that stands next to the guy. He's the guy standing next to Biggie. He's a party promoter. He's a producer. He's a businessman, a lot of other things, but he's not an artist. To which Diddy cryptically responds, I love my people. Let's stop the hate, man. Congratulate. Hate is for suckers. If you hating, you're a sucker. And you're ashy, and your breath is stinky, and you know who I'm talking about, you hating ass crap. But interestingly enough, 50 Cent's mother of his child gets listed in a lawsuit by Lil Rod.
Wait, 50 cents?
The mother of his child gets listed in passing in a lawsuit, not as a defendant, but it is alleged that she was having intimate relations with people at Diddy's house. Which, side note, later on The Breakfast Show, later in 2018, the podcast host brings up 50 Cent and Diddy. Diddy says, I don't have no beef with 50.
Hey, yo, I don't have no beef with
I don't know why.
With 50. He loves me. I mean, y'all can't see.
No, we can't see.
Y'all can't see that he loves me.
But see,
you really, hold on, you really think that's hate? You know he loves me.
I don't think he like you.
You know he loves me.
I don't think he like you.
Okay.
That's Diddy's response. Okay. He continues, you know, when he does that, it's like funny to me. I don't really take it personally. I know he has a different sense of humor and he's just not in my life. We don't have to ever cross paths, and I will never say nothing negative about him, you know, because that's just not me. But no, Diddy, he really, really does not like you. Anytime there would be any negative news about Diddy, 50 Cent would turn his Instagram page into a multifaceted hate page towards Diddy for years now. Even when Keefe D was arrested for killing Tupac and Diddy was named by him, 50 Cent posted, damn, so Tupac got lined by Brother Love? LOL, time to lawyer up. Shit might get sticky.
Telling who? Diddy to lawyer it up?
Yes. And now we have come full circle with Christian Combs, Diddy's son. After Diddy's homes were raided by the feds, he released that diss track. And he was actually listed in a lawsuit. He's been accused of SA, but he released that diss track called Pick a Side, in which he takes a shot at 50 Cent, saying all that gossip shit is whack when all they had was 50 Cent, who put the city on the map. Stop lying. So he's basically saying 50 Cent is acting like he put the city on the map. Don't lie to yourself. 50 Cent then posted and deleted on Instagram, I feel so threatened by the things Christian is saying on his record. I'm afraid for my life. Please don't hurt me, guys. He's being sarcastic. He has since taken it down, but he is currently working on a series about Diddy with Netflix.
Oh, that's right.
Yes.
Is there any more information on that? Is it just
He did joke that he was going to title it Did He Do It?
that's all we know?
Yeah.
Okay.
Videos have been going viral of celebrities trying to warn us about Diddy, like all these clips of 50 Cent saying all these things. There's no way to know for certain if these celebrities knew what was going on or were trying to warn the public or if it's all just a coincidence, but let's go through some of these warnings. Again, these could have been coincidental comments, jokes, or maybe they don't even realize what was going behind closed doors. But because this episode is more so internet discourse, we have to go through them. Brandon T. Jackson, a comedian and actor, made a claim earlier this year before Diddy's arrest, but perhaps someone was trying to warn him. I don't know. He said Denzel Washington gave him some sage Hollywood advice. You leave 30 minutes before the devil get there for all the parties in Hollywood. Which, to be fair, he could have been referring to anyone, or perhaps metaphorically to the devil. But Brandon said he always noticed Denzel Washington left before the devil gets there. Anytime he sees Denzel Washington leave a party, it would be a signal to him to leave the party.
Did he mention Diddy at all in this conversation?
The conversation seems to have Diddy implied throughout the other parts of the episode. And there's actually an interesting story from years ago. In 2003, Denzel Washington confronted Diddy at one of his parties. Sources allege that they got into a heated discussion about something, and allegedly Denzel stormed out while shouting, "You don't respect anybody." Which nobody knows if this actually happened or why, but it's a very interesting thought. We're going to come back to Denzel Washington in a little bit because there is a very vocal alleged victim of Diddy's parties. Well, I guess I could just summarize it here. Allison Carter, she has stated, she's kind of insinuated that Denzel Washington is also involved, but I don't know. There's a lot. There's a lot there, but just keep that in mind. Earlier in 2024, before Diddy's arrest, Cat Williams went on a talk show to say all these big dick deviants is all catching hell in 2024. It's up for all of them. It don't matter if you Diddy or whoever you is, all lies will be exposed. The truth is the light.
It don't matter if you Diddy or whoever you is, all lies will be exposed. That's all.
Cat Williams claimed he was blackballed from the industry because he's been in the game for so long and he has been gathering information, intel. He knows everybody's secrets and they all know that he knows. He claims,
now I've had to turn down $50 million 4 times just to protect my integrity and that virgin hole I was telling you about. Right.
Because P. Diddy be wanting to party and you gotta tell him no.
Oh, that's where this line came from.
Yes.
Ah.
Some would even argue that Diddy warned us. For a Vibe cover called Puff Daddy, It'll Never Be Over, Diddy ominously tells the reporter about this vision he has in his mind. And this vision is just always in his brain. He says it's like a picture out of one of those old movies where a man has been wrongly accused and the whole town is gathered to watch him get hanged. This man is up on a platform with his legs dangling in midair, only instead of choking, he refuses to die. Days go by and he's still hanging in. The townspeople are throwing rocks at him, but he won't give in. Finally, they cut him down. That guy is Sean Puffy Combs himself. They cut him down and he just walks away. He starts yelling, "I raise out of the coffin. It will never, 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 never be over. Never, motherfuckers, never."
What's the context behind that?
Oh, I think he's just talking about how people are trying to take him down.
And when was this? Was this years ago?
A long time ago, when he was still going by Puffy.
I see.
In one interview with Ellen, Diddy is sitting there and they're both discussing the incident where Chris Brown beat Rihanna and was charged with felony assault, guys, where Ellen says, "I don't want any girl watching this," which, by the way, I do want to clarify, Ellen DeGeneres has... She's got her own issues, so this is not me being like, oh, Ellen DeGeneres said this. No, okay? She says, "I don't want any girl watching this to think it's okay to go back to a guy who hit her." Diddy responds, and he seems angry. I don't think it's right for anybody to hit anybody at the end of the day. I don't think it's right. I think we all have to be honest with ourselves as adults, though. And people that have been in relationships, and we know that sometimes these relationships get ugly. And sometimes it doesn't come out into the forefront, like this one has come out. There's a lot of stones being thrown, and we don't know exactly what's going on. These are two young individuals, and we need to pray for them. We need to give them certain support.
It was a dark time for them, and I was there more as a support. That was it.
Wow. Knowing what happened closed doors,
yeah.
Then you listen to this, you know exactly what he's trying to say.
Yeah. When any news comes out about violence against women and to see certain men respond in this way, it's always very alarming. I always take notice of it. because it's just, that's not a normal response. That's bizarre. Immediately afterwards, it's tense and he's staring like he's about to, I don't know, but then he gets up and tries to lighten the mood or do damage control or hide his seething anger, I don't know, by asking, can we dance? It is incredibly bizarre.
So even Ellen was like, I don't know what to say now.
Yes, because I don't think she was expecting that. I think she was expecting him to be like, yeah, I don't think girls should go back to people who hit them, because that is a very standard general response. But he's very close friends with Chris Brown. In fact, he even states that he was the one trying to get Rihanna and Chris Brown to stay in his house together after the assault to work things out. Imagine trying to force a victim to be in the same place as her assaulter.
That's freaking crazy.
What is there to work out? You're a felon. Okay,
He said that on TV or?
Yes, he
about
told
Rihanna
Ellen about it.
Oh, whoa.
One netizen comment reads, "It's crazy that we're discussing violence against women and Diddy wants to dance right after. It's disturbing. He truly is a twisted individual." Another writes, "The psychopathic look he gave at the very end before he asked to dance is very telling." Others just comment, "Spoken like a true abuser." There is a resurfaced video where Diddy is playing a game where he's given a card. He has to fill in the blank, and the statement on there, the card reads, "When I die, I want my last words to be." Diddy thinks about it, and he responds,
I did it.
he means, I did it. You know, I made it. I made it, right? But obviously, social media thought it was crazy, a little ominous, and they're having a field day with this one, writing, "Well, there's a confession right there. This didn't age well. You sure did, and that's why you're in jail, buddy." To which Diddy's representatives have stated, "It's disappointing to see the media and social commentators twist moments into something they were not by taking video clips and photos out of context and attempting to link them to a false narrative. Implying inappropriate behavior is completely ridiculous." In another interview with Conan O'Brien starts off by saying, "You're legendary for the parties you throw. You throw a great party. I'm a legend, baby, for a whole bunch of things." And he starts barking at the crowd. A killer party. What's the ingredient for a killer party?
Women, beautiful women, of course. Beautiful men for the ladies, of course.
Conan says, "Wouldn't it be better if there weren't beautiful men there, though? If there were just a lot of beautiful women and then just the guy?" No. There's enough ladies to go around. You have to make the ladies, give the ladies what they need too, you know? Take care of your woman. Take care of the ladies, okay? Gotcha, that's good. Can't force the situation. You can't force a square peg into a round hole. Conan says, "That's the story of my life. What about celebrities? You have a lot of celebrities there? Listen, I'm giving you the menu, okay? Let's just take things slow, okay? And you need the ladies, you need the booze, you need some water. For watering the plants."
A lot of ladies drink water at parties. They just, so if you don't have what they need, they're going to leave. Got to keep them there. You need locks on the doors.
He said lock the doors?
Yes, this is being pulled up in hindsight because there's a video of Diddy and Young Miami, his then on and off girlfriend of the City Girls, right? There is a video where he takes Young Miami into a room inside the house and there's like a deadbolt from inside. It's very weird. On an interior door. Yeah, so it's just people are like, we don't know what the purpose of that deadbolt is, but it's definitely weird.
Right.
It's definitely not a normal thing. It's not even like a safe code so that certain people,
Yeah, even say that as a joke
is weird.
It's freaking weird.
And scary, yeah. And Conan O'Brien says, "Okay, this is sounding kind of dangerous now. It's a little kinky, but rock with me. Just check it out. You need a lot of heat." Heat? You mean physically? The place has to be hot? Yeah, you don't need air conditioning. Why is that? Heat affects the alcohol, and it also affects, everybody gets a little more comfortable and loose, builds up a nice little sweat.
What?
That just sounds disgusting. Depends on the way you look at it. So you're saying it starts getting sexy, is that what you're saying? Yeah, sexy. New word for you. Let me finish. You just need music, and then you need me, of course. Comments on the video now read, "Self-snitching, a national pastime." In a separate interview with Conan O'Brien, Conan randomly brings up, let me ask you something. I don't know if it's just a made-up myth or if this is true, that anytime you go into a hotel, you don't check in the way everybody else does. You send someone ahead to prepare the hotel room for you.
It's called preparing the sexy.
Which, if you guys know, in the lawsuits with the freak-offs, it said that he would send his assistants to get ready all the freak-off supplies, allegedly.
That's candles. I like candlelight.
Which in Cassie's lawsuit, it's alleged that he would fix the candle lighting, like he's producing his own video while he's filming these acts. He says, I like tuberose, so that's a scent that I'm attracted to. You know, I like lilies, I like white orchids, I like roses, things of that nature. You know, I'm into baths. You know, I like my bath at the right temperature. So, you know, it's just little things that I personally like.
You have to make sure you go through the proper measures to make sure that your sexy is there when you arrive.
People think that he's talking about freak-offs. People are having a field day with these old clips, digging up old clips. There's another one where Diddy talks about his legendary parties, and he says, they won't give me a permit to the parties, man. They don't want me to throw the parties no more. But we ain't gonna stop. We're gonna keep having fun. You're gonna keep hearing about my parties. They're going to be shutting them down, probably be arresting me, doing all types of crazy things just because we want to have a good time.
You're gonna hear about my parties. They're gonna be shutting them down. They're gonna probably be arresting me, doing all types of crazy things just because we want to have a good time.
When I first started researching the Diddy case, there were 12 lawsuits that were filed against Diddy and the federal indictment that was unsealed. Very quickly, another dozen lawsuits were filed, and probably more by the time that you're watching this. But we are just going to go through some of the new revelations, new allegations from the newly filed lawsuits. There have been longstanding allegations that he would put date drugs into the alcoholic beverages at his party. There have been lots of people that have been coming online to allege he had a section for drinks that only girls would drink, and then a section for the artists, for the label makers, for the people that are not allegedly going to be drugged. So he had drug drinks and non-laced drinks. That is the allegation. One lawsuit even further alleges that it would be in the champagne glasses that they would hand out at parties. Specific mixed drinks like lemon drops would be laced with drugs, because primarily these are drinks that more women tend to gravitate towards. Or maybe specifically, other people would be told, allegedly, hey, don't drink the lemon drops at this party. One lawsuit alleges it's not even just about the drinks that are circulating at the party. Multiple lawsuits have alleged that when you walk into his party, you would have to sign an NDA. Now, this part is not, it's a little gray area for sure, okay? But you would have to sign an NDA. And once you walk in, they would make you take a shot. They're like, you sign the NDA, and this shot is a prerequisite to coming into the party. And some believe that those shots specifically, some were laced, some were not. So it's like, maybe it's a pre-approved, these are the types of people I want to be drugged, allegedly. I wouldn't know how it works in the back end, but I'm just saying it is very weird because it's not Diddy himself that we're giving these shots out. Others allege that even the baby oil was laced, and that's why there were 1,000 bottles of the baby oil in his house, because it just doesn't make sense to have 1,000 bottles of baby oil. Yes, Americans buy in bulk, but 1,000 bottles of baby oil just, that doesn't even make any sense. And then you have Gene Deal, the former bodyguard, saying that's weird. You have other people like the Jonathan Odie. I don't know how credible he is, the man that was arrested at a Trump hotel shooting back then. He said that they were transporting liquid cocaine. He's definitely more of a conspiracy theorist, but still, there have been long-standing allegations. One lawsuit reads, quote, dousing victims in lotions or similar body oils also laced with GHB so that the drug would be absorbed through the victim's skin and make it easier to take advantage of, exploit, and assault him or her.
What's GHB?
The date rape drug. One lawsuit alleges that he would also say things like, this is what it takes for you to be famous. What are you willing to be a star for? Perform insert act or else. Other lawsuits claim he would say things like, when else do you get to drink with a millionaire? One of the more shocking lawsuits filed as of recently is Jane Doe, who alleges that she was 13 years old when she was assaulted by Diddy. These are the allegations set forth in her lawsuit. And again, allegations until they're proven true in the court of law. The lawsuit alleges that during the 2000 VMA Awards, this is the year that Diddy and his then girlfriend at the time, Jennifer Lopez, went wearing that iconic green Versace dress. The plaintiff, Jane Doe, claims her friend dropped her off at the Radio City Music Hall so that she could try to get into the VMAs. So she's just a fan. She's just a fan of the VMAs. She wants to go. She claims that she was outside when she saw a ton of artists and famous people arriving. She didn't have a ticket, but she really wanted to get in. So she went and tried to talk to the limo drivers that were outside. One of the alleged drivers worked for Diddy. This is the allegation. And he allegedly told her, hey, Diddy likes younger girls, and quote, you fit what he's looking for. He allegedly invites her to an after party. So not the VMAs, I can't get you in there, but you can get into the after party. She claims once she got inside this large white house where the after party was being hosted, she was asked by two men to sign an NDA. They allegedly told her that she was not allowed to talk about what happened at this party. She gave them her name, signed a form, did not receive a copy. Jane Doe claims she saw a lot of celebrities at the party in which she was offered later a reddish yellow drink, which tasted kind of like orange juice, cranberry juice, but something bitter in there. And after one drink, she allegedly starts feeling very woozy, lightheaded. She wants to lay down. She alleges she tries to look for an empty room to lie down, but sooner or later, she claims Diddy, along with a male celebrity and another female celebrity, entered the room. Diddy allegedly approached Jane Doe with this crazed look in his eyes, grabbed her, and started screaming, "Are you ready to party?" She alleges that she was essayed by Diddy while the other male celebrity and the female celebrity watched. Then the male celebrity essayed her while Diddy and the female celebrity watched.
Were they all named or no?
No. Male celebrity A, female celebrity B. Okay, let's be fair. Money does make the world go round at times, and sometimes victims don't have access to things like therapy because they don't have the resources for that. So in these lawsuits, I don't like to bring up the topic of money because then it becomes this whole, oh, victims want money, victims want money. I mean, what else could Diddy give them other than an apology? That would hurt him, right? He can't, there's no eye for an eye in this country. Like, it doesn't make sense. So it's stated that potentially it's a technique where you don't list the celebrity, but you file this lawsuit and you go to that celebrity privately and say, I haven't listed you yet, but if you don't want to settle privately, I could list you. Like, I could name you.
Yeah,
and I could file a lawsuit against you as well. So I guess we'll have to wait and see. Now, in one lawsuit, John Doe alleges he attended a party around October 2021. So this is very recent. He states there were several well-known artists in attendance, and he claims that he was drugged and gang essayed. In a separate lawsuit, another Jane Doe alleges that after Diddy essayed her, he threatened her, "You better not tell anyone about this or you will disappear." A few establishments were also listed in a few of the new lawsuits, Macy's, the department store, being one of them. In one lawsuit, John Doe alleges that in 2008, he was working for one of the more popular streetwear clothing brands called Echo Clothing. This is around the time when Diddy was trying to take Sean John to the next level. They were Sean John's competitors. One day, the lawsuit alleges Diddy comes into Macy's flagship store in Manhattan with 3 of his bodyguards. He allegedly stomps his way over to the stockroom, pistol whips the defendant, and forces him to perform orally while shouting, "I will kill you" at him. Allegedly, while essaying him, Diddy is accused of pulling his hair while making derogatory comments like, "You like that, white boy?" The lawsuit continues that after the assault, Combs proceeded to gather Sean John merchandise from the stockroom, leaves the stockroom, and headed out to the Macy's retail floor, where he began passing out merchandise to an adoring crowd as if nothing happened. The lawsuit further alleges that John Doe went to Macy's security to report the assault. He was allegedly told by somebody that someone will come speak with you about what happened, but it never happened. Nobody came to speak with him, and he alleges, quote, shortly thereafter, Macy's stopped letting John Doe into the flagship Herald Square store. He further alleges that the CEO of Macy's pressured Echo executives to fire John Doe because Macy's had just signed a multi-million-dollar deal with Sean John Clothing.
This is crazy.
Marriott International has also been named in one of the lawsuits as a defendant. The lawsuit states that Marriott management was well aware of Diddy's activities, and management and other personnel, quote, looked the other way, essentially alleging that Diddy was able to commit sexual violence through use of Marriott's premises, hotel staff, and employees who were all allegedly profiting from such activities committed by Diddy. One lawsuit reads, Combs manipulated both men and women to participate in highly orchestrated performances of sexual activity with both commercial workers and unsuspecting partygoers. In some cases, these were individuals who were contractors or vendors. In other cases, they were random individuals pulled from a hotel lobby or show or off the street. And in one of the more recent alleged cases of abuse, according to a lawsuit, John Doe claims to be a businessman from LA. He attended a launch party for a new Ciroc product. According to the allegations listed, John Doe claims that he was invited since he already had this established working relationship with Diddy. John Doe works in LA, specializing in renting out luxury cars and jewelry. So he's invited personally by Diddy, is the allegation, which he thought this is a great way to network and market his business to other high-profile clientele. So of course he goes. Now, according to the allegations, Diddy asks John to come into his private office which isn't crazy because John's thinking, okay, we're going to talk some business. But instead, he claims Diddy was drunk, acting strange, and was moving closer and closer to John while taking off his pants. He alleges he walks up to John and allegedly grabs John's genitals through his pants, quote, squeezing them in a rough and tumble manner. The lawsuit further alleges the situation escalated until another individual, professional athlete A, unnamed, professional athlete A, entered the office and intervened, which ended the Combs assault on plaintiff of John Doe. There's another lawsuit filed by a John Doe, a personal trainer who claims he was assaulted by Diddy as well in 2022. The lawsuit alleges that John was invited to a party held by Diddy because he was impressed by his personal training and might want to feature him in a video. The personal trainer was allegedly greeted at the door where he signed an NDA, and upon entering, he claimed that he was given this alcoholic beverage that he had to drink as, quote, another condition to gain entry into the party. Once inside, the allegations further continue. John saw a ton of other celebrities there, which was overwhelming. He started feeling dizzy or disoriented, weak, which was weird because he only had one alcoholic beverage. He felt drugged. The lawsuit alleges that he was guided into one of these smaller rooms where, quote, he observed approximately a dozen individuals, including several well-known figures who were engaging in group activities. The lawsuit reads, at this moment of realizing his significant impairment, Combs approached plaintiff, John, and removed his pants and began performing non-consensual oral sex onto him. Combs then directed John to perform oral sex on another individual in the room known as Celebrity A. Due to the haze of the drug he had been clandestinely served, John Doe could not resist Combs' coercion and ordering. He felt trapped inside of his body, unable to control it and understand what was happening around him. As a result, John Doe was forced to perform non-consensual oral sex onto Celebrity A. After Celebrity A finished, this individual spit into plaintiff's mouth. The lawsuit further alleges, while in and out of consciousness, individuals at the party forced plaintiff into sexual acts with both men and women, and, quote, these individuals, including Combs, essentially passed plaintiff's drugged body around like a party favor for their sexual enjoyment. When plaintiff finally regained consciousness, he found himself outside of his apartment, disoriented, without a shirt and without his phone. Plaintiff is unaware who took him back to the apartment or how he got there. He alleges that this happened on the night of the BET Awards, 2022.
Was that another one that was mentioned earlier?
This is the further.
The same.
Yes, but
same
more
person?
detail. Yes.
Same person, okay.
In another allegation filed in a lawsuit, Jane Doe claims she was invited to a party in December of 2022. She claims she noticed all of Diddy's employees at the house party pushing drugs onto the guests, the staff. She alleges she only drank a single glass of wine, where the allegation is she felt trapped inside of her body, and then Diddy allegedly essayed her. The lawsuit reads, plaintiff discovered blood on her legs from her vaginal area and bruising on her hip. She also found deep imprints on her arms and wrists, suggesting that she had been tied with ropes. Additionally, she felt significant pain and soreness in her vaginal region. Do you know who Aaron Hall is? He's a huge R&B singer from back in the day. He was listed as one of the defendants in one of the lawsuits. Liza Gardner alleges in her lawsuit that Diddy and Aaron Hall had taken her and her friend back to Aaron Hall's apartment for a party. This was way back then. And Liza remembers being offered more drinks and coerced into having intimate relations with Diddy. She alleges that after Diddy was done, she just laid in the bed, shocked and traumatized. As soon as she's trying to get dressed, Aaron Hall allegedly barges into the room, pins her down, and forces her to have intimate relations with him. When he finally leaves her alone, she claims she quickly got dressed, ran out of there, and her friend was also allegedly essayed by the two. She said that they swapped rooms. So while Diddy was allegedly essaying Liza, Aaron Hall was with her friend, and then they, quote, swapped and they switched. Liza thought perhaps the nightmare was over, but a few days later, she states that her door to the apartment slams open, Diddy runs in and allegedly starts choking her until she passes out. She said that he was scared that the girls were going to tell his girlfriend at the time what happened. Not the police, but the girlfriend.
Which was?
I believe not someone famous at the time.
Okay.
Aaron Hall, the R&B singer, he hasn't responded to the allegations, but an old interview of his has been popping back up. It's pretty bad. Some netizens feel as if he has admitted right then and there, but it's up for you to decide. A lot of people remember him being one of the smoothest, more romantic R&B singers back in the day, but turns out he likes to brag about being a pimp. Quote, pimp, because his grandfather was a pimp. He also states in an interview, girls with the, quote, fresh out the pussy shit think they can get a man like Aaron Hall. I'm historical dick. They f with me, it's a big dick. everybody know my son's mother.
What?
Furthermore, he states that the mother of his son is a puppy because he impregnated her when she was 16 years old. He refers to her as a puppy because she was a minor, and he was in his 30s at the time. He states, I didn't know she was a puppy. Sometimes when I see a puppy on the field when I'm dog training, I think it's a year or two old, and it'd be like 8 months, so I don't know. So when I saw her, everybody was trying to get at her, so I took her.
I didn't know she was a puppy, you know what I mean? That's right. She was tall, she was big, blonde hair, bone with the black pant leather. I was like, I'm getting that.
The whole interview is a bizarre telling on himself rant. He continues, if you can't handle my dick, you ain't getting my last name. So I've been single for 50 years. If a bitch touch my dick and say my dick is small, then she's a lying bitch. He goes on to rant about how everyone he knows how he fucks. That's his words, quote, fucks. And how large his, quote, dick is. Even Puffy and Jodeci have seen him fuck. They know. That's his claim.
Like, you speak to Jodeci or Puffy or any of them niggas, they been at my house. They all see me. They all know I'm a big nigga.
Yeah.
He was 50 years old?
At this interview?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I think he's like 60 now. And he's like screaming these things. It's very scary. He admits in the podcast, I can say to you that I've smacked a lot of bitches and gone off on a lot of bitches, but it's because I've never been raised or had my mother cook me any meals. So he's saying it's his mom's fault that he beats women? He says when you're with a girl, you don't go nowhere unless we say go somewhere. I just personally feel like he should not be allowed alone with any woman or child or really any other sane human being within like a 1 mile radius of him. He also states if he goes into a studio and a guy is arguing with a girl, then he goes off on that girl without even knowing what's going on because he doesn't want his friend to be perceived as weak.
That's crazy.
That is like the most weakest, insecure video I've ever seen in my entire life. I mean, it's not necessarily an admission of guilt per se, but a lot of netizens have read in between the lines, or rather the lack thereof, and the comments read, let them talk long enough and they will tell on themselves. Just hearing him speak, I believe every word that woman has said. Diddy's attorneys have responded. No matter how many lawsuits are filed, it won't change the fact that Mr. Combs has never sexually assaulted or trafficked anyone. We live in a world where anyone can file a lawsuit for any reason and without any proof. Which, side note, I mean, yeah, but technically, what about the indictment? Fortunately, a fair and impartial judicial process exists to find the truth, and Mr. Combs is confident he will prevail against these and other baseless claims in court. Tony Busby claims there are plans in the works to sue several other celebrities who allegedly helped Diddy cover up the essay at his parties. In fact, Tony hints at the fact that a few A-list celebrities have already settled with victims in private. He says, because it's in the best interest of the victims, we attempt to resolve these matters without the filing of a public lawsuit. And we have done that already. We've done that with a handful of individuals, many of which you've heard of before, and we will continue to do that.
Who is this Tony Busby?
He's a fascinating attorney. He has some interesting political views. He has parked a tank outside of his house. He's a larger than life character that I would say, if he were not representing victims, people would not really like this man very much.
I see.
I think that he's involved in a lot of high profile lawsuits. I know that he is like suing the NFL right now or something like that, something to do with sports. He's going up against a huge sports team or something.
I see.
Some people think that he's an ambulance chaser. Some people think, I mean, technically he could file as many lawsuits as he wants with enough due diligence and he can get all the good press he wants. So we don't know, right? He states that people are going to be very shocked at the names that will come out during the course of this investigation. He states the youngest of his clients was 9 years old at the time of the alleged assault. He states that that young boy was taken from an audition in New York City with Bad Boy Records. They were allegedly sexually abused by Diddy and several others in the studio on the promise of getting him a record deal. So in regards to the new lawsuits filed, it appears in response to attorney Tony Busby, Diddy's attorneys have called the barrage of lawsuits a, quote, clear attempt to garner publicity. Mr. Combs and his legal team have full confidence in the facts, their legal defense, and the integrity of the judicial process. In court, the truth will prevail. That Mr. Combs has never essayed anyone, adult or minor, man or woman. In response, Diddy's legal team have made some filings of their own. One, to identify the anonymous victims that have filed lawsuits against Diddy. The filing states, requests that the court direct the government to identify its alleged victims so that Mr. Combs can prepare for trial, stating that due to the high-profile nature of the case, quote, this has had a pervasive ripple effect, resulting in a torrent of allegations by unidentified complaints spanning from false to outright absurd. Counsel for these accusers, alluding to Tony Busby, recently convened a press conference prior to filing at which he claimed to represent 120 accusers making outrageous and deeply prejudicial allegations, including violent essay and sexual abuse of minors. These accusations came on the heels of more than a dozen lawsuits previously filed and currently pending, several of which have already been discredited, but only after irreparably damaging Mr. Combs' character and reputation. These swirling accusations have created a hysterical media circus that, if left unchecked, will irreparably deprive Mr. Combs of a fair trial, and if they haven't already. Side note, Tony Busby does state that they vet all the allegations, like I said. He stated to the New York Times that they have more than 100 screeners and 30 lawyers working on each allegation to vet it. And then I'm sure once they get vetted, Tony Busby and his attorneys that write these lawsuits, that file them, they're vetting once more. Mm-hmm. That's not me defending him or saying it must be true then. I'm just giving you both sides because it seems many netizens are wondering about the validity of so many lawsuits. Side note, a judge presiding over one of the cases where, if you remember from part 2, Jane Doe filed a lawsuit alleging she was gang essayed by Diddy and Harvey Pierre, then president of Bad Boy Records. She was flown on the private jet from Michigan. Yes, the judge granted Diddy's team motion to reveal her identity if she wants to continue pressing charges. The judge states, the court recognizes that public disclosure of Doe's identity could have a significant impact on her, particularly given the graphic and disturbing allegations in this case. They acknowledge that, but the court points to previous cases, stating, indeed, similar motions to proceed anonymously in sexual assault lawsuits involving public figures, including Kevin Spacey and Harvey Weinstein, were likewise denied. For those reasons, and as further detailed, the court denies plaintiff's motion to remain anonymous. I guess we will just have to wait and see if the others face the same situation. Diddy's attorneys have also asked the judge to impose a gag order of sorts. So this gag order seems more so towards the victims or the alleged victims and their legal representatives. They state, as the court is aware, Mr. Combs has been the target of an unending stream of allegations by prospective witnesses and their counsel in the press. These prospective witnesses and their lawyers have made numerous inflammatory extrajudicial statements aimed at assassinating Mr. Combs' character in the press. They have a whole list of articles as examples, one even being from Cassie's lawsuit, where after Diddy apologizes, if you will, for the hotel video, the hotel assault video being leaked, her attorney responds more or less that when Cassie and other victims came forward, he denied everything and suggested that everyone was looking for a payday. But now look, he's only compelled to apologize once his repeated denials were proven false, shows his pathetic desperation, and no one will be swayed by his disingenuous words. That is what Cassie's attorney said, which they're stating that it's prejudicial for an attorney to say that. Yeah, stating several of these lawyers have made shockingly prejudicial and false allegations of sexual assault and abuse of minors, the details of which need not be repeated. In another part of this filing, it reads, these statements undoubtedly threaten Mr. Combs' right to a fair trial, and no other remedies exist. This court should exercise its discretion in issuing an order requiring all potential witnesses and their counsel to refrain from making extrajudicial statements that have a likelihood to interfere with Mr. Combs' trial. Which a lot of people have a lot to say about Diddy's legal team. They are technically the dream team, if you will. The lineup of lawyers he has is out of this world. He has Mark Angafilo. He actually repped Keith Raniere, the leader of the NXIVM cult. That's what it's called. That was also charged with racketeering and sex trafficking. Keith Raniere was sentenced to 120 years in prison, so there's that. They have Anthony Rico, who most notably represented the secretary for Osama bin Laden, the World Trade Center bomber. Yeah, and then we have Alexandra Shapiro. She's particularly well known in high-profile white-collar criminal cases. She was a clerk for Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg, rest in peace. She repped Sam Bankman-Fried, the crypto FTX crypto fraud billionaire. Then we have Tenny Rose Garagos. She's the daughter of another famous attorney, Mark Garagos, who's actually representing the Menendez brothers in their fight to be released. So this is like a dream team. He's also repping the ketamine queen that's involved in Matthew Perry's overdose death case. He's known as like a Hollywood attorney. He's previously repped Chris Brown in the Rihanna assault case, as well as Michael Jackson in the CA allegations.
So all the big names.
Yes. I mean, truly the legal dream team. And they're coming in strong to his defense, which some people think is great. Others are like, this strategy is very strange. Because prior to Diddy's arrest back in December of 2023, Diddy took to Twitter to write, "Enough is enough. For the last couple of weeks, I've sat silently and watched people try to assassinate my character, destroy my reputation and my legacy. Sickening allegations have been made against me by individuals looking for a quick payday. Let me be absolutely clear. I did not do any of the awful things being alleged. I will fight for my name, my family, and my truth." Sean Diddy Combs. So obviously a lot has changed in the past year. Diddy is now in prison with many more lawsuits headed his way, but it appears that he is adamant to fight this out. And I don't know if it's just him pushing his attorneys or if it's attorneys advising him. Some people think the attorneys are advising him to fight this out in trial because they make a lot more money if he does versus if he were to plead guilty. Some people are saying, why would he plead guilty when nobody likes him. He's never going to make a comeback. And even if he pleads guilty, likely he'll get nothing less than life in prison.
Wow.
The attorneys have made some very controversial statements, though. They emphasize, yes, Diddy is not a perfect person. He has used drugs in the past. He has been in, quote, toxic relationships. People hate that. People hate that. But they continue. But he's committed to getting therapy and treatment for things that he needs therapy and treatment for. Again, very vague. They argue the evidence in this case is extremely problematic. His attorneys are trying to dispute the trafficking charge by stating that these people are, quote, they're coming into this man's bedroom. Is it trafficking? Not if everybody wants to be there. The attorneys also state that any sort of comparison with Diddy and R. Kelly or Diddy and Epstein doesn't make sense at all. Quote, this is different. These were consenting adults. There's evidence not of trafficking, but of being caught being unfaithful. He was in a 10-year loving relationship through dark periods. Again, alluding to Cassie's relationship with Diddy as a 10-year loving relationship with dark periods. Diddy's attorneys continue, Diddy has referenced the hotel footage as a human story of love, hurt, and heartbreak, which I have to say, I am human. I have also endured love, hurt, and heartbreak. I have never, not a single time in my life, in this little brain of mine, thought to beat someone up. To repackage domestic violence as love is honestly as unhinged as it humanly gets. They continue to state he came to New York to basically engage the court system and start the case. And it will start today, and he's going to plead not guilty. He's going to fight this with all of his energy and all of his might and all the full confidence of his lawyers. He is dealing with this head on the way he has dealt with every challenge in his life, which is such an interesting moment for a motivational insert. One of his attorneys, Anthony Rico, states that Diddy is going to make the best of a difficult situation. Dr. King.
What does that mean?
Martin Luther King.
Whoa.
Dr. King called it the law of unintended consequences. Sometimes the more you push a person down, the stronger they get. Recently, Diddy's attorneys have accused the U.S. government of leaking evidence to the media, including the hotel footage with Cassie. His attorneys state that they demand an evidentiary hearing to investigate, quote, government misconduct in connection with the leaks. They state that the alleged government leaks, quote, have led to damaging, highly prejudicial pretrial publicity that can only taint the jury pool and deprive Mr. Combs of a right to a fair trial. They state the hotel video is the most egregious example of the alleged misconduct by the government, stating one of a long and documented history of leaks and false statements made with one purpose: to savage Mr. Combs' reputation prior to trial. The leaks have resulted in damaging and highly prejudicial media coverage, particularly sensationalizing the investigation and involvement of Mr. Combs' family. Along with that, the attorneys have requested government agencies, including the Department of Homeland Security, the one that raided his homes, to reveal emails, documents, records related to the alleged leaks, place a gag order that bar government personnel from disclosing case evidence or investigative material or even making statements, really, prior to the upcoming trial.
They are so scared.
Yeah,
They're like, please don't say no more.
Don't let them see anymore.
Yeah.
The prosecutors firmly denies such accusations. And a lot of people who have worked with the feds or have worked as a federal agent prior, they say the feds don't play with stuff like this. Like, the feds are the last people to leak stuff. I mean, maybe you could talk about your local sheriff's office. You could talk about state government. The feds do not play, because when the feds bring a case against someone, they're not jeopardizing anything. They're here to win. Like, these feds do not play. They're not going to do something like leak a video so that the whole trial can get thrown out. They're not dumb.
I see.
Is what a lot of people who have worked with the feds say. The prosecutors also firmly deny the accusation. They state the government was not in possession of the video before its publication by CNN. There is thus no factual basis for the defendant's claim that the government leaked the video to CNN, essentially arguing, how can you leak something that you don't have? On top of that, the prosecutors are, this is like a bit of an exaggeration, but they're like coming from the man who's doing a full interview with TMZ, because the defense attorneys are saying the prosecutors keep making statements to the public and it's not making our client look good. It's like interfering with his right to a fair trial. And the prosecutors are like, Mark, didn't you just do a full interview with TMZ? They argue he basically accused the government of running a racist prosecution, which, okay, Mark stated, I think these are the statements that the prosecutors are alluding to. He stated, we are disappointed with the decision to pursue what we believe is an unjust prosecution of Mr. Combs by the U.S. Attorney's Office. Sean Diddy Combs is a music icon, self-made entrepreneur, loving family man, and proven philanthropist who has spent the last 30 years building an empire, adoring his children, and working to uplift the Black community. To his credit, Mr. Combs has been nothing but cooperative with the investigation, and he voluntarily relocated to New York last week in anticipation of these charges. Please reserve your judgment. These are the acts of an innocent man with nothing to hide, and he looks forward to clearing his name in court. He also tries to dispute the trafficking charges. It's a shakedown of a successful Black man, and they state that the federal agents are investigating him for sexual misconduct as, quote, a last vestige because Diddy's businesses are fine and he pays taxes. Yeah. So the prosecutors are like, you accused us of being racist. We didn't leak anything. So
that is a crazy, like, I wonder if they didn't leak it, then who did?
Yeah.
And how much like pools and how many like powers or whatever is being, I don't know. It's really fascinating.
Yeah, there's so much going on. Side note, it seems like there could be a lot of strategies at play for accusing the government of leaking the video. One, it could get thrown out as evidence in the trial. So the jury could potentially not be shown the footage of him beating Cassie. However, I feel like there's going to be lots of other evidence that they will be seeing. Two, the lawyers could argue that this compromised his right to a fair trial and alleged prosecutorial misconduct, which would be a violation of Diddy's rights, which could potentially help it with a change of venue to be outside of New York or other accommodations. Like they could call for an evidentiary hearing, which the judge may grant to the defense to investigate the alleged leak, which could delay the proceedings, but potentially it would reveal more information to the defense attorneys about what the prosecutors are building their case on. Because they get some privy information like emails and communications between the prosecutors. Or in extreme, highly unlikely in this case, it could lead to a dismissal of the charges entirely, which is very highly unlikely in this case. Or it could just be a public play. Accuse the government of leaks, just cast a shadow of doubt on the integrity of the government, on the integrity of the judicial system. Just plant a seed in people's minds. It could be any of those.
Right.
It appears a lot of things are going to come to light during the trial. For example, Howard University had awarded Diddy with an honorary degree in 2014. But with all the new allegations, they have unanimously voted to rescind the degree. So they're like, we take it back. They state Mr. Combs' behavior, as captured in a recently released video, is so fundamentally incompatible with Howard University's core values and beliefs that he is deemed no longer worthy to hold the institution's highest honor.
What university?
Howard. Which is actually where he went.
Right.
Yes, and what's so interesting is that Diddy did actually attend Howard, and in a Rolling Stone interview, they found a bunch of his former colleagues and peers, and they said that they could see his controlling and abusive side since way back when they were college kids. He was well known on campus before he was known as Diddy. They said that he was just the guy that threw insane college parties. He would drive a convertible around and pass out flyers to his parties. They were iconic. But some women at Howard knew to stay away from him. They would warn each other. One woman said Diddy would caress her back and kept asking her to meet his friends. Another woman essentially states, I didn't even go to his parties, but he tried to cut me in line in the cafeteria. And I said, that's not acceptable behavior. And he just, quote, flew off the handle. But the most alarming was a few interviewed said they were in the same class as Diddy and one of Diddy's girlfriends. And they just remember that he was pretty aggressive and violent with her. That they would see him beat his girlfriend. They alleged that he would beat his girlfriend in college. They remember hearing him screaming outside the dorms in a, quote, belligerent manner. And once the dorm mates were told, Puff is out there crazy, he's just like beating his girlfriend. So if he was acting like that in college, in front of all of his college classmates, people say, I mean, he's a narcissist. He thinks he can explain. He actually wants a trial at this point. Another just writes, given his level of arrogance, he would probably enjoy a trial and watch everyone go down with him. I think he wants to see these victims cross-examined, especially Cassie, because it can be very traumatizing.
But you say like the whole thing right now is going to be private, right? The trial.
The trial it's in federal court. So federal cases, they don't allow in cameras and they allow in a very select group of press. And family and the public. So like you would have to either queue in line. Sometimes you would have to get press badges to get in. Like this one I think is going to be highly regulated. It's not going to be live streamed on, anywhere. Yeah. It's going to be a very, very intense trial. Federal prosecutors are known to be absolutely ruthless. Typically, I mean, take that as you will. And they've made statements that they might not even be done with Diddy on these charges alone. Additionally, there's conversations that there might be further weapons and drug charges tacked on to the long list of accusations and charges that Diddy will be facing in court. Because you remember there were the assault rifles found in his Miami home? They were found with the serial numbers defaced, which you're not supposed to do. It is illegal in most jurisdictions because it makes it really hard to trace the weapon's origin and ownership history. Why would you not want that traced? Also, the fact that the rifles are disassembled, experts say, strongly suggests deliberate attempts to evade detection and law enforcement, which could be viewed as evidence of criminal intent. It seems like Diddy's attorneys suggested that it belonged to Diddy's security detail, but the prosecutors hit back. I don't dispute that Mr. Combs has used armed security, but it is incredulous that armed security in a professional security company would have defaced AR-15s and store them in pieces in the defendant's personal closet. That is just absurd. It's also said the defendant, Diddy, tested positive for ecstasy and or other drugs. The prosecutors state they may file and bring a superseding indictment, meaning more potential charges, once all the data from the seized devices are extracted, which has been reported, like I said, 100 devices with 90 terabytes of data on there. 90 terabytes is a lot of data. Now, just to be clear, there could be years and years of music. There could be all of the security footage from his home that just was never reset or replaced or deleted. There's no indication that 90 terabytes of data is all nefarious, but just to give you an idea of how much is on there, that's about 18,000 movies. 22 and a half full-length movies or about 45 hours of video content or 18 million songs.
Wow.
It's a lot of data.
It's a lot to sort through too.
Yeah. The DA's office have stated in regards to Diddy's case.
Now, I want to be clear about two things. First, this office is determined to investigate and prosecute anyone who engages in sex trafficking, no matter how powerful or wealthy or famous you may be. No one should doubt our commitment on that. A year ago, Sean Combs stood in Times Square and was handed a key to New York City. Today, he's been indicted and will face justice in the Southern District of New York. Second, we are not done. This investigation is ongoing, and I encourage anyone with information about this case to come forward and to do it quickly.
And I would not doubt them. This is the Southern District of New York. They are widely regarded as one of the most aggressive federal prosecutors' offices in the entire nation. All the attorneys in that office are typically highly respected in the legal community. I don't know about loved, but highly respected, highly feared. They're known to be winners. They don't come to play. Yeah. One of the most intelligent people I know is a polyglot, aka she knows multiple languages fluently. She even dreams in each language whenever she travels to that specific country. It's like a super cool secret superpower or a cool party trick, and you would never guess just by looking at her, which is all the more impressive. I grew up learning Korean, but I am nowhere near close to being fully bilingual, nor can I sit down and read a book in full Korean either, unless it's like a children's book. But my family friend who's a polyglot, she reads, writes, and can even tell the difference between accents in each language she speaks. She grew up speaking English and French, and now she's completely fluent in those plus Chinese, Spanish, and she knows a little bit of Arabic for religious reasons. So with Rosetta Stone, you can become bilingual, trilingual, or even 25 lingual because Rosetta Stone offers 25 different language learning programs. Rosetta Stone is the most trusted language learning program available on desktop or an app in case you're actively traveling around that country. The app is the way to go, and it truly immerses you in that language that you want to learn. If you're looking to brush up on a childhood language like me with Korean, or starting from scratch like I am with Chinese, or looking to advance your vocabulary and more, Rosetta Stone is the most affordable, best option for long-term retention and fast language acquisition. One of the only ways my family friend is able to stay fluent in all 4 languages is because she has the ability to travel to each country for work. However, that's definitely not the majority of us, and take it from her, Rosetta Stone is the best alternative option. The programs immerse you in so many ways, and even if you can't travel or converse with native speakers in person, Rosetta Stone has built-in true accent feature that gives you feedback on your pronunciation, like a personal trainer for your specific accent. And remember how I said that with Rosetta Stone you can be bilingual, trilingual, even 25 lingual? Well, now with Rosetta Stone's lifetime membership, you get access to all 25 language courses for the rest of your life. Spanish, French, Italian, German, Korean, Chinese, Dutch, Arabic, Polish, and so on. Don't put off learning that language. There is no better time than right now to get started. Rotten Mango listeners can get Rosetta Stone's lifetime membership for 50% off. Visit rosettastone.com/rotten. That's 50% off unlimited access to 25 language courses for the rest of your life. Redeem your 50% off at rosettastone.com/rotten today. It's almost the holiday season, and one of the most fulfilling gifts we've ever given was with the help of Shopify. A couple years back, my husband, my sister-in-law, and I were able to surprise my grandfather, well, my husband's grandfather, with a storefront for his paintings. He had been this classical Chinese painter for basically his entire life. He shelved his professional dreams for his family, and with the help of my husband, his other granddaughter, and a lot of help from Shopify's global commerce program, we were able to turn his hobby into a full-blown business and surprise him with all the profits, which honestly, he was just so astonished to even make $1 from his artwork. To him, he felt like a true artist. It was a fulfillment of a lifelong dream, and it would have been really difficult without Shopify. From the launch your online shop stage to the first real life store stage, all the way to did we just hit 1 million orders stage, Shopify is there to help you grow at every stage of your business. That's exactly why we love Shopify, because even though we were selling limited editions of Grandpa Mango's work, Shopify was with us through all of it. For Grandpa Mango, we were able to sell more artwork like posters, prints, originals with less effort, just like millions of brands, because Shopify powers 10% of all e-commerce in the US, and they are the global force behind Allbirds, Rothy's, Brooklinen, and millions of other entrepreneurs of every size across 175 countries. Because Shopify helps you sell everywhere, turning browsers into buyers with the internet's best converting checkout, 36% better on average compared to other leading e-commerce platforms. From their all-in-one e-commerce platform to their in-person POS system, wherever and whatever you're selling, Shopify and their new AI-powered all-star Shopify magic have got you covered. Their award-winning help is here to support your success every step of the way, because businesses that grow with Shopify. Sign up for a $1 per month trial period at shopify.com/rotten, all lowercase. Go to shopify.com/rotten now to grow your business no matter what stage you're in. Shopify.com/rotten. There are a lot of conspiracies surrounding the Diddy case, though. The 4 main ones, well, I want to say like the 3 main ones circulating being Diddy has been cloned. There are tunnels under Diddy's LA mansion that lead to the Playboy mansion. And 3, that Diddy openly blackmailed the people on the so-called Diddy list by reading out their names on Instagram. So let's break down each of the conspiracies really quick. 1, the clone conspiracy. This is similar to the conspiracy theory that Epstein was replaced in prison and the real Epstein is not dead. He's somewhere out there. People on social media have been analyzing Diddy's face pre-arrest. The main point of contention being he has this mole on his cheek, and they are comparing those photos to a supposed mugshot and noticing that his facial features are different. Mainly in this supposed mugshot, his mole is gone. The mole is gone, and they're like, how does the mole disappear, right? Now, the problem here is the mugshot that's been circulating is not Diddy's actual mugshot. There were some issues. The first mugshot circulating of him was a real mugshot, but it was from the 90s. So obviously he's going to look a little bit different. He's going to look definitely more aged now. That was when he was previously arrested. The second mugshot of him circulating is not his mugshot. His mugshot from his 2024 arrest has yet to be released.
Are you saying it's an AI photo?
I don't know if it's AI. I don't know if it's photoshopped.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, that is not, I'm sure you already know exactly what mugshot I'm talking about.
Yeah, I've seen it, but that's not a real photo. Wow.
No, yeah, which generally mugshots are public record. So this is where people are like, it has to be his mugshot, because why isn't his mugshot out there? Authorities in certain jurisdictions are becoming a bit more cautious about releasing mugshots due to the privacy concern about potential reputational harm prior to a trial. So to make the conspiracy even deeper, Diddy's private jet has been reported to be operating and flying around the world, making various stops in places like New Zealand. So you have a group of people who believe this is his mugshot and they think he looks nothing like the mugshot, so it must be a clone or a lookalike. And then another group of people who understand that's likely not his mugshot, but it's weird. Why did they not release his mugshot? They quote, in all seriousness, where is his mugshot? If not a mugshot, a video of the bail hearing? Anything showing that he's actually in jail? The hotel arrest video is not enough for me. I want to see some evidence. Which, side note, like I said, there's no cameras in the court hearings or trial hearings or anything in federal court. So the fact that there's no footage of him is par for the course, but people think it's weird. And as for the private jet, I will say, it is not unusual for wealthy individuals to charter their jets when they're not using it, especially in Diddy's case where he might even be looking to sell the aircraft according to his attorneys. He's in jail, he's not using it. His daughter's passports were given to his attorneys. I'm not sure if his sons are flying around or if it's family friends, unclear, or if it's being chartered or if it's being flown around to be propositioned for a sale. So again, it's not the most alarming. The second theory, though, the conspiracy, is that there are tunnels under Diddy's mansion that lead to the Playboy Mansion. Following the raids of Diddy's homes, there were these social media posts, screenshots of a supposed CNN broadcast that suggested authorities had found underground tunnels inside of Diddy's house, which everyone thought was weird, strange. And then later, he's indicted for trafficking. Everyone is wondering, what are those supposed tunnels being used for then? Sex trafficking tunnels? I mean, that makes sense, but those tunnels have to lead somewhere. And where would they be leading to that would make sense? Interestingly enough, the Playboy Mansion, which there are trafficking theories around the Playboy Mansion and the Playboy magazine and all of that, is only a few houses down. It's not on the same street, but it's a few houses down, they say. These are the rumors and conversations circulating. And for years, there have actually been rumors that there are Playboy hidden tunnels under the Playboy Mansion. Mm-hmm. And now Diddy's house allegedly has tunnels? Mm-hmm. According to a Playboy magazine article, it's since been deleted, but one of the Playboy editors had been pulling photos for a project they were working on when they found what looked like these archived Polaroids of what looks like someone taking pictures behind the Playboy Mansion, but all the dirt is dug up. It looks like an excavation is taking place. Some sort of large-scale project is being done on the mansion. They ask their managers about the Polaroids they found. Why are they digging so much? What's going on? He just tells them nonchalantly, oh, it's probably from when they built the tunnels in the 70s. The what? The editor starts looking for more things. Wait, what tunnels? Like, what do you mean tunnels? I haven't seen tunnels. Sure enough, they claim that they found blueprints of tunnels that connect the Playboy Mansion to other wealthy homes in the area, in the very wealthy billionaires' row of Los Angeles. But how come the editors didn't know about the tunnels? One colleague tells them, oh yeah, I heard they were closed up sometime in the 80s. So like maybe 10 years after they were built. Now the whole tunnel thing has been shut down by Playboy.com and Hugh Hefner himself, which take that as you will. The article they posted was published on April 1st. Does that mean it's an April Fool's prank? Or are they just in hindsight saying, never mind, that was an April Fool's joke? That's up for debate. But how does this connect to Diddy? It said that the houses, like I said, are a few houses down, and maybe the tunnels are connected. But it seems like largely there are not hidden tunnels under the Playboy Mansion. And in addition, that CNN screenshot that was circulating that showed authorities discovering underground tunnels in Diddy's mansion, they're not real. It's a fake screenshot.
So no evidence. It's
No.
just rumors right now.
Yeah, it's been largely debunked. I don't want to say it's not true because what do I know? I've never been down there to investigate, but it just doesn't seem... It doesn't seem like it exists. The only place it seems that there is a statement of some sort of tunnel in Diddy's home is on his real estate listing for his now on the market mansion, stating that it has a, quote, lagoon-style swimming pool with a grotto connected by an underwater swimming tunnel. And these are, like, small, typically. And they're fun pools.
I see.
So as for right now, it seems like this conspiracy is not verified and or true and is likely false. Now, third, the conspiracy is Diddy was blackmailing people, A-list celebrities, out in the open from his Diddy's list. There is this odd video, perhaps he's threatening them. He's sitting in front of the massive metal Kim Porter bust of his LA mansion with this young boy in his lap, and he starts listing names from a paper, and the little boy starts yelling those names out. Drake. Jennifer Lopez, A-Rod, Will Smith, Alicia Keys, Justin Bieber, Kevin Hart, Mark Wahlberg, Snoop, DJ Khaled, Chris Brown, Naomi Campbell, Jessica Alba, Usher, Demi Lovato, Diplo, Cara Delevingne. The conspiracy being, these are all people on the Diddy's list that he is now blackmailing out in the open. He's telling them, hey, stay in line. But it has been debunked. This is the list of all the people that were going to be part of his online dance-a-thon during COVID to raise money for charity, which did in fact happen.
Online what?
Dance-a-thon.
What's that?
They dance on live stream for charity.
Oh.
And they all got on camera and danced on live stream with Diddy. So they were like live streaming with him. So they didn't go to his house or anything.
Right, okay.
Yeah, so because quarantine. Regardless, people are heavily spreading and side-eyeing this video and the list of names. Now, I do want to mention before we head into the so-called Diddy's list, even the term Diddy's list has been penned by social media users. There is no official list, at least none that we know of and that authorities have released. Some people have taken to creating their own versions of lists on social media, and some of them just about include everyone in Hollywood that has ever been to any single party or function that Diddy was at, which is quite a lot of functions. I think Diddy was an unavoidable connection in the industry. People wanted to be around him. They wanted to party with him. But if he was a serial abuser like the claims allege, it's still very unlikely that all of Hollywood knew about it. I think that a lot of people probably did. To what degree, I don't know. I mean, I think to the degree that he was violent with women, maybe more likely than the freak-offs or these alleged other incidents. But it doesn't seem like he was abusing everyone he could get his hands on and trying to victimize every celebrity or rope them into things, or that everybody that was friends with Diddy knew what he was allegedly doing. This is not a defense of Hollywood, by the way. I think Hollywood has so many problems, right? But I just don't think every single person in Hollywood knew, was complicit, and participated. The authorities have not stated that they are looking into anyone else. None of these people, at least to our knowledge, have been questioned, investigated, or charged. I think we're heading into somewhat dangerous territory where we're just running with rumors without significant evidence, and it could be detrimental to many people's lives. So I'm gonna run down the list of names that have popped up in most of the research in association with Diddy and the Diddy's list, and explain to you why some netizens believe that they are either perpetrators alongside Diddy or are victims of Diddy. But again, none of these people have been investigated, charged, or convicted of anything related to Diddy. Even Diddy himself is innocent till proven guilty for the current charges that he faces. So this is just me recapping online discourse that you can find online. I'm not taking one side or the other. I'm just trying to present all the sides. The first being on the list, Ashton Kutcher. There are a few pieces of media and backstory on why people think Ashton Kutcher is connected to Diddy. He was pictured at many of Diddy's white parties, going as far to host one with Diddy. He has a long-standing friendship with Diddy. I will say Ashton Kutcher, the pieces of media that are being dug up and found and reposted, it's definitely weird. Yeah. I mean, that's all I can say. It's weird. At the 2003 MTV Movie Awards, Ashton and Diddy are presenting the award for the best villain. Davy Chase, who played the little girl in the Ring movie, She was 13 years old, I believe, at the time of this award. She wins the award, comes onto stage where Ashton Kutcher hugs her, Diddy's kissing her cheek, which a lot of netizens don't like how they constantly feel the need to physically be in contact with this little girl that is not like a family member. It's just kind of weird. People are stating, right? But you get to make your own decision on that. Later, though, this is the weird part. Backstage, Diddy asks this little girl if she's coming to the after party. But the way that netizens believe that he is looking at her is very bizarre. So he's not even trying to play into the, oh, you're 13 in Hollywood. It's not like, are you going to come to the after party? Parents need to come with you. It's not even like that. It's like he's sipping his drink and peering over his sunglasses at her. People thought it was very predatory looking. She just nods her head and he says, yeah, about her coming to the after party.
Coming to the after party tonight?
Yeah! Which right now there is a lawsuit against Diddy that he allegedly essayed a 13-year-old girl at an awards after party, which, just to clarify, this is not Jane Doe in the lawsuit. The timeline and ages don't match, so I'm not even insinuating that. But netizens believe this clip now feels very sinister given the new lawsuit. In 2008, the two of them, Ashton Kutcher and Diddy, were on the Late Late Show with James Corden, where Ashton said,
by the way, if you're a single man, like there's probably no greater human being in the world. This is 20 years.
If you're a single man, there's no greater person
in the world than Diddy to hang out with. Yeah.
Whoa.
In a Hot Ones interview in 2019, he's asked about Diddy's party stories by the amazing host, to which he responds, yeah, wow, okay, I've got a lot I can't tell. This is Ashton Kutcher. He looks like he starts thinking about them, what happened at the parties, and he says, I'm like cycling through them right now. We became fast friends, we used to hang out, watch football together. It's just kind of an odd clip. Then there are the allegations swirling that Ashton and Mila Kunis were breaking up, divorcing recently. To which one alleged source states, Ashton has no involvement in any of this. He doesn't even belong in this conversation with Diddy, because people are saying, if they're going to break up, why would they be breaking up right now? They have children together. Is it because Diddy was arrested? Is it because of all this Diddy stuff that's going on? So does that mean he's involved with Diddy? Because why else would she break up with him? So the source says Ashton has only seen Diddy in a handful of social and business events, all of which have been documented by the media. But some netizens disagree. Some netizens even link Brittany Murphy's death to Kim Porter and Diddy. So if you recall in part 2, Diddy's longtime girlfriend and mother to his 4 children, Kim Porter, died of pneumonia. Many netizens and even some family members have been hinting that they should have a second investigation into Kim Porter's death. But netizens also pointed out that pneumonia is not the most fatal condition. I'm not saying it's not fatal, but netizens are saying as long as you have access to high quality healthcare, you don't have a compromised immune system, and you are otherwise young and healthy, which by all accounts it seems Kim Porter was. The way she passed was just weird to netizens. Side note, Brittany Murphy is Ashton Kutcher's ex-girlfriend. They were dating a while. Ashton was publicly seen often with Diddy and with Brittany Murphy. So they all clearly had some sort of working relationship or friendship, it seems. Brittany Murphy passed away from pneumonia as well. After she and Ashton break up. She's remarried at this point. Interestingly enough, her husband passes away from pneumonia a few months later. There's a lot more to their deaths. Her husband was allegedly friends with a personal trainer that was friends with Diddy. There's some other connections there. There's a lot. The part that people are focusing on right now is Brittany Murphy was connected to Ashton Kutcher, Kim Porter was connected to Diddy, and both women died suspiciously, in some people's opinions, at a relatively young age from pneumonia. And the coroner who did their reports after their deaths are the same person. To be fair, they were both in LA County, so it makes sense. But some people think it's very strange. The theory goes a step further. Netizens have stated that if you look up baby oil, and if it's harmful to you by ingestion, it's usually minimally toxic. So it's minimally toxic if you ingest baby oil. But if you accidentally breathe baby oil, you could get serious complications called aspiration pneumonia. I don't know if this is a solid link. I will say the theory goes really, really deep. There's a lot more that netizens have been pointing out, but I think that would warrant a whole new episode into Brittany Murphy's death and the death of her husband, because there's just a lot. I will say Ashton Kutcher being on this so-called social media penned Diddy's list is less of, because some of the other celebrities, it's like they posted pictures together. They said, we're besties, right? And it's kind of like, okay, well, we don't really know. Ashton Kutcher, I will say, does have a shady history. He has made very bizarre comments about waiting for young celebrities to turn 18. He said Hilary Duff is in the Lizzie McGuire movie.
And she's one of the girls that we're all waiting for to turn 18.
She was 15 years old when he said that. Then him and his now wife, Mila Kunis, did an interview where they talked about their time on the 70s show, where Ashton was 19 at the time, had a $10 bet with another co-star to go and make out with Mila Kunis. He's 19, she was 14. Yeah. Mila says about the incident, you made a bet with Danny about my first kiss. I had never kissed a guy. I was a 14-year-old girl. I was scared for my life. Which, side note, Danny that they're referring to is a man named Danny Masterson. He was an actor that was accused and convicted of raping 2 women in his Hollywood Hills home. He was sentenced to 30 years to life in prison. It's stated that he drugged and violently essayed his victims, which the part that's alarming is Ashton and Mila Kunis wrote character letters supporting him prior to the sentencing. They wrote to the judge. They stated that Ashton viewed Danny as a role model and knows him as a, quote, an extraordinarily honest and intentional human being. Which, yeah, essay is pretty intentional, so. He states that he trusts Danny with his own children. Mila Kunis described Danny Masterson as having, quote, exceptional character and, quote, innate goodness, which, what? The worst part of all of this is that Ashton ran Thorn, an anti-child abuse organization that he co-founded with his ex-wife Demi Moore. He has since stepped down, but people are even side-eyeing this formation of the organization, wondering if he's overcompensating for something. Allegedly, again, not alleging that he did anything, just stating it's weird. Like, how can you have this organization and have so many shady friends? Speaking of Demi Moore, his ex-wife, she also wrote in her book that Ashton cheated on her multiple times. She was insecure about being older than him. And she describes in her book that she was pressured into having threesomes with Ashton. And that was ultimately one of the reasons why their relationship and marriage fell apart. And if people are following with the Diddy case, there's a lot of group activities that are being alleged. So that's just another somewhat of an association connection that people are drawing together. Whether it's by fact or not, I can't tell you. He's also had some other small controversies, like a football coach was fired for allegedly essaying a minor. Ashton tweeted, how do you fire Joe Pa? Hashtag insult. Hashtag no class. As a Hawkeye fan, I find it in poor taste. Which he later claims he didn't know the reason of the coach's termination and he fully recants the tweet. But people just think it's a lot of similarly related controversies that he's been embroiled in. And similar, same arena as some of the controversies and allegations against Diddy. After Diddy's arrest and netizens linking them to Diddy, there are brief rumors that Ashton and Mila are on the brink of splitting up, but like I said, it was shut down as absolutely false and ridiculous by a close source to the couple. But there are rumors now going around that Ashton and Mila are, quote, done with Hollywood and have considered moving to Europe. It's claimed that they took the kids to Europe over the summer and they felt it was so much more normal than Hollywood. A source told In Touch, Ashton's so exasperated that once again, he is being dragged through the mud because of his past associations. First, it was Danny Masterson, and now it's Diddy, and it's got him convinced that there's way better places out there to live than Hollywood. In his view, this town is just a cesspool at this point. Which, side note, this move is not confirmed, and I do want to clarify, it does not appear like they're running or hiding from authorities. There's no open investigation into them. The feds don't seem interested in them at all, at least as of right now. It just seems like they're, quote, over Hollywood. However, netizens are having a field day with that statement, writing, they make it sound like Hollywood set them up. They chose to write letters defending and supporting a rapist. One comment reads, had it with Hollywood? More like, had it with the consequences of Hollywood. Babes, you are the problem that you speak of. You brought every ounce of this on your own heads. Kutcher's monstrous friends tell you all you need to know about him as a person. He seems so involved in these circles. Another comment just reads, dude is consistent. Another reads, Danny Masterson and now Sean Combs. Ashton definitely knows something. That's why he's moving to Europe. His work with an organization to combat child trafficking seems incredibly suspect as well now. Again, this is a random internet comment, but it shows you some of the sentiments out there. Another one also reads, isn't he supposed to be fighting trafficking? I'm not gonna lie, it makes my skin crawl thinking of how perfect of a cover that is. Some netizens wish to remain neutral till more information comes out, and they comment, you'll find pics and videos of Diddy with practically anyone. He was the embodiment of the celebrity party for decades. I don't think everyone deserves to be guilty by association, but I think a lot of people's skeletons will be let out of the closet now. Then you have Leonardo DiCaprio. The main piece of information circulating online, putting Leo into the Diddy's list, the so-called Diddy's list, is a 73 questions interview Diddy did with Vogue, where he's asked, top guest at white parties?
Leonardo DiCaprio.
And with Leonardo DiCaprio's penchant for only dating young women, some social media netizens did not appear surprised by the association. Now, just a reminder, there are a lot of pictures of lots of celebrities at white parties, including Leonardo DiCaprio, but it does not mean that they knew something that we didn't know. Then there are rumors that Leonardo DiCaprio was fleeing the country since Diddy's news emerged, but that has turned out to be false. One source close to Leo states, Leonardo DiCaprio has nothing to do with any of this. He attended a few of his parties back in the early 2000s, but literally everybody did. They were not freak-offs, they were big house parties. Leo was at the start of his career at the time and has moved way past his partying days. He has nothing to do with any of that world. So for anyone to assume that he will get roped into this based on a few grainy photos that are more than 20 years old is ridiculous. To which many netizens agree, though some are still not fans of his dating tendencies. They write, I'm all for tracking down criminals, but getting a photo taken at a party in broad daylight is hardly evidence of wrongdoing. Some are still skeptical of Leo, stating, says he hasn't seen Diddy in 20 years, but there's a photo of him at Diddy's party in 2019, which was his 50th massive birthday party, which like all of Hollywood was invited to be fair. It appears Leonardo DiCaprio's connection to Diddy is at least public facing, much thinner. Feels like a few photos, and then maybe people are like, well, he also dates a lot of young girls. I think it's more so people's sentiment about Leonardo DiCaprio.
Right.
I could see the connection is how netizens feel. But I couldn't find a lot of concrete, pieces of media connecting them. Then there's Kevin Hart. There are videos of Kevin Hart hosting parties for Diddy. One viral clip, there's a girl in a bathtub and she's clothed, like she has a bikini. And in the bathtub, her hair catches on fire on one of the nearby candles, which I think people were upset about. Because regardless of Kevin Hart's supposed friendship with Diddy, they write, notice how a woman's hair is literally on fire and instead of helping her, Kevin Hart moves away and asks if the camera caught that. What a moment to show blatant disregard for the lives and safety of individuals there.
Wait. This is, what kind of context is the video?
Oh, he's just like, oh my God, we're at this crazy party at this house. And then her hair catches on fire on one of the candles and he gets up and everyone just like runs away from her, does not help her. And he asks the camera if you caught that, her hair catching on fire. So this is
crazy.
This was brought up because of the association between Kevin Hart and Diddy. But then now the further conversation, the deeper conversation netizens are having is, look at the blatant disregard for a woman's safety. On top of the association with Diddy, a lot of netizens don't like it. They're not accusing him. They just don't like it. And we cannot like stuff. In another clip of a party, Diddy is standing there with Usher and Kevin Hart. This clip has gone viral. Diddy has his arm around Usher and talks about, quote, back in the day when he was like 10 and I was a little bit older, when Usher was like 10 and I was a little bit older, I was his older brother, we used to fight over the Frosted Flakes. We used to actually wrestle for the Frosted Flakes.
Yo, what the f*** did Puff just say? Nobody's going to acknowledge this with me. And we're streaming live. That was stupid.
Diddy is talking about this.
Yeah, and Kevin Hart is seen laughing and runs up to the camera and says, what the f*** did Puff just say? Which this clip has gone viral for anything Diddy has said that is weird. What the f*** did Puff just say? That was stupid. What the f*** did he just say? Kevin Hart was tracked by paparazzi after the allegations have started coming to light against Diddy. He was asked if he saw baby oil at Diddy's parties when he hosted them, and he responds to the paparazzi, when I hosted for Diddy? You asking the wrong person the wrong question, man. That's not a good question. They continue to ask, do you think he's safe in jail? He responds again, wrong person, wrong question. One comment reads, first time Kevin hasn't actually said anything. Usually he's so talkative. Another comment reads, why the f would he be talkative now though? Like, use your brain. What the f do you want him to say? Y'all are weird. So some are defending him, some think it's weird. Then there's Paris Hilton. She was spotted at many a Diddy parties, and with the lawsuits alleging that Marriott was named in one of the lawsuits, there are some people drawing this connection between Paris Hilton, the Hilton hotels, to Diddy and trafficking, because of course hotels are always at the center of trafficking claims. To be fair with this association, I do think Paris Hilton, I don't know about the Hilton hotel business. I don't know what they have been accused of wrongdoing in the past or not. To be fair, I think Paris Hilton was at all the parties back then. I think it would be harder to find an A-list star-studded party in which she was not in attendance. Many netizens' comments read, "Not everyone who attended his parties attended his freak-offs." Another reads, "I think there's levels to this. There are people who knew about everything going on at these parties, and there are people that would just show up to the parties. It was probably just a wild party back then. And so in these interviews, when you see people being like, oh, Diddy throws the wildest parties, they're probably not referring to freak-offs. They're probably just saying, oh, there was like synchronized swimmers." Then there's Naomi Campbell, who was rumored to be on the Epstein flight logs as well. She was rumored to have potentially been dating Diddy in 2001. They did a photo shoot together, but she shut it down, stating they're more like family. In 2018, Naomi has said about Diddy, "I love his company, I love his demeanor, I love his love towards me, and I love our friendship. He's very private, but people who know him know he's loyal. He's been loyal to me for so many years. We've known each other for 20-something years and have been consistently the same. We really do have a brother-sister relationship, and I adore him." She actually threw him a big birthday party for his 54th birthday just 1 week before Cassie filed her lawsuit. And after Cassie filed her lawsuit, she deleted all posts of her and Diddy and has remained silent on the issue since then. Some netizens write, "She's an iconic model, but she's always been a horrible person." This is an opinion. She has multiple assault charges over the years for attacking her staff, which there does seem to be a whole thing with that. And another writes, "She's beautiful, but she's always been a huge red flag. She stole from a poverty relief foundation by spending it on luxury hotel rooms and spa treatments. Just how low can one go?" Which she has denied that she intentionally stole from a charity or used charity funds, but she has been barred from being on any sort of charity board or organization for a number of years in the United Kingdom, because it is said that some of the charity, only 8% of the charity was being used for charity work. And a lot of the donations were somehow traced back to luxury hotel spa treatments. So people are saying, I'm not surprised, because I personally, not me, Stephanie, but netizen, think she's not a good person. Which many netizens have supported their opinions by drawing connections, whether, again, it's rooted in fact or not, I wouldn't know, but her alleged close relationship with Jeffrey Epstein as well. Naomi Campbell has since denied that association. She said she has never even been alone with Jeffrey Epstein. She only knew him through her then boyfriend at the time. But people are very, very skeptical. Others have come to her defense. Some comments read, "Are we seriously going to indict everyone who's photographed with him and all of his friends?" Then there's Prince William and Prince Harry. Diddy has stated multiple times that he's wanted to invite them to parties. Some sources have alleged that he had this weird fascination with wanting to be close with them. His former publicist alleges that Diddy saw himself as a king, so he wanted to have the princes in his entourage, like little playthings on his side. He wanted to get close to the royals. Some netizens think, what better blackmail than blackmail on royals? So that's probably his train of thought, is what netizens think, is a theory. Regardless, the two brothers never accepted a party invitation from Diddy. That was what was said until the internet dug up these photos of them. Now, it made them look guilty, but they're not actually partying with Diddy. These were taken from a 2007 concert for Diana, where the princes invited a ton of artists to perform in honor for their late mother. Diddy performed I'll Be Missing You as part of the tribute. So it's not like they went to Diddy's white parties, and it's alleged that Diddy constantly invited them. But again, he even allegedly offered to pay for their travel, stay, security expenses for the princes to come hang out with them, and they have consistently declined the invitations. One netizen comments, "No way all of them knew. You guys are all too simplistic. You see them in a video together and you're ready to sentence people to death." Then there's Mary J. Blige, the queen of R&B. The two of them have known each other since the 90s. She was signed at Uptown Records when Diddy started working there before starting Bad Boy Records. She cryptically took to Instagram to write, "This is after Diddy's homes were arrested. Unfortunately, a lot of you all met me when I lacked boundaries and I was a people pleaser. Let me reintroduce myself. I burn bridges as needed." Which felt like a statement against Diddy, but I don't know. But she has been spotted at many of his parties, and some netizens believe that she appears to be under the influence of substances at these parties.
She said, "I burn bridges as needed?"
Yes.
What does that mean?
I don't know. Some netizens have taken it as far to say she's working with the feds because she's known him for so long. But that is a crazy allegation to make that I'm not making, but I'm just saying. Then Ellen DeGeneres, who is, like I said, very flawed, very controversial in her own right. But in this case, netizens allege she was way too close with Diddy. She had tweeted previously, "Happy birthday, P. Diddy, Puff Daddy, Sean Combs," or as I call him, Cuddle McSnuggle stuff. And you really don't need to know why. Which people are now saying, what did you mean by that? Some point to a fake relationship. They point to when Diddy was on Ellen's show and she asked, "So tell me about your birthday party. Am I invited?" He responds, "Yes, you're definitely invited. I invite you to all my parties. You just haven't seemed to show up to them." But others point out the rest of the interview, she starts asking him around what time the party starts. And Ellen states she expects them to start around midnight, to which he responds ominously, "No, that's a different type of party. And we'll have the top 2 floors of the hotel where it will carry on."
And then it will carry on there?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I mean the after party.
No, I know about them.
Some netizens believe she might know about the parties, though she does not attend them personally. Which parties is she referencing? Then we have Meek Mill. Meek Mill has been named in the so-called Diddy list. Social media has focused on these few points. 1, Meek Mill has always seemingly been close friends with Diddy. And Gina, Diddy's ex-girlfriend, remember in the podcast, she stated that she was beaten by Diddy after a Meek Mill birthday party because she reached over and shook Meek Mill's hand.
Yes.
So it does seem like they are close friends. That's not me saying that Meek Mill had seen the violent behavior. She never alleged that, but I'm just saying. Now, it does seem like they are close friends. And 2, there are photos of them in matching outfits at a party. Could be a coincidence, could be besties. 3, there is a video of Meek Mill floating around in Diddy's pool sunbathing, and Diddy is recording him saying, "Damn, you doing it, man. You deserve it, daddy. You putting in that work. Proud of you. I love you."
Man, you doing it, man. You deserve it, daddy. You putting in that work. Proud of you. I love you.
Wait, what's going on? Meek Mill is swimming?
Yeah, and Diddy's all like, "Proud of you, daddy." And he's
Recording him?
Yeah, and so I guess with the questions of Diddy's sexuality and Diddy calling Meek Mill daddy, and they have that close friendship, people think perhaps there's more. And lastly, there is a rumored audio clip going around claiming to be Meek Mill and Diddy engaging in sexual activities. It does not appear to actually be them in the clip. There are many allegations that it is AI manipulated to sound more like them. But it did make a lot of rounds on Twitter. Oh, and he was maybe listed in a lawsuit. Lil Rod, the producer, in his lawsuit against Diddy, alleges that Diddy had a physical relationship with, quote, a Philadelphia rapper who dated Nicki Minaj. And there's really only, I can't think of anyone other than Meek Mill. Meek Mill has since responded to the allegations, well, I guess the rumors, and he says, "I want to hire an investigative team, $100K cash to find out every specific detail involving Meek Mill name to Diddy case. I also want them to look at who is powering the media involving Meek, anything to do with this guy. Something's not right." He continues on Twitter, "The streets know what's up with me. That's not the case. We talking about the business side. Somebody powering these bad campaigns with Meek Mill. Again, I got $100K for a thorough investigation of who's powering and how exactly my name is connected to this." He also states about how much he loves women, which felt a little bit odd to people. He takes to X, Twitter, and says, "When I got a girl around me, I'm f***ing her twice a day. Ask some of your favorites. Pussy don't control me, but it's like a high. One love to the gay people, but that juicy pussy do it for me, smiley face. I ran red lights to get that feeling. Y'all weird on here. Like devils, LOL." One netizen comment reads, "I too write long rambling screeds about how much I love women." Another reads, "My man doth protest too much," saying, "It's just the way he's so excitedly trying to give away money. It feels like you're overdoing it to the point where people, netizens feel like, okay, now I'm actually curious." Another reads, "This response has, I have a girlfriend, but she lives in Canada," kind of energy. Another netizen comments, "Bro, all you have to say is, quote, no, I did not have sex with Diddy. You look guilty AF." Which I think if he's not comfortable sharing his sexuality, which I'm not saying that's the case here, but if he's not, then I think this shouldn't even be a conversation. But it seems like a lot of people are suspicious about him potentially being listed in Lil Rod's lawsuit. That's why. Because Lil Rod's lawsuit is basically, it could be inferred that perhaps he was a potential viewer, witness to other things. Then we have Young Miami of City Girls. She and her cousin were listed in Lil Rod's lawsuit against Diddy. Young Miami was in a relationship with Diddy prior to his arrest. They attended the 2023 Met Gala together. Gene Deal, the former bodyguard, has stated the 3-star witnesses for the feds that he thinks will be the 3-star witnesses are going to be Cassie, Gina, the ex-girlfriend that I told you about in part 1, and Young Miami. Those 3.
Like they know the most?
That's kind of what he's inferring with that. Or at least that's what many people think. Some netizens think that Young Miami is also a victim of Diddy and has not come to the realization yet. Others think that she was complicit in what he was doing. Others think that she had no idea what was happening behind the scenes. In a very emotional podcast, Young Miami says, I can't speak on these allegations because I wasn't around at that time. I don't know that person, and that wasn't my experience. So she's saying, like, a lot of people were telling her, say something about Diddy when all the allegations came forward, but she didn't have that experience, and so she felt wrong to speak up and say something. But some people point to some controversial tweets that she's made against Gina. So her and Gina were also in a feud about Diddy, and she was saying things along the lines of, if Diddy wanted you to eat my private parts, you would be on your knees, which some people say sound like freak-offs.
I see.
So it's just very messy. Young Miami was leaving a club in Atlanta when someone came up to her asking her to sign a baby oil bottle, which I think is very inappropriate and unhinged behavior. Because, I mean, at this point, we don't know if she was involved, if she was a victim herself. We don't know anything. And I think even if she had nothing to do with anything that Diddy is alleged of, it's still very disrespectful, I think, to the victims. It's just bizarre. Jay-Z and Beyonce. There are a lot of conspiracy theories surrounding Jay-Z and Beyonce. It seems primarily stemming from the fact that netizens feel like they were too close to Diddy to not know what was going on. One of the most vocal figures against the couple has been a woman named Jaguar Wright, but her segment from the Piers Morgan show where she claims that the couple are, quote, nasty and compare Jay-Z to Jeffrey Epstein amongst a whole list of other things. I mean, these are very massive allegations to the point where Piers Morgan had to remove the segment from the show and apologize to Jay-Z and Beyonce. So for now, we're just going to leave that part there. Usher has become a big part of the discourse, mainly because he wiped his whole Twitter feed, which everyone thought had to do with Diddy, and his response was a little strange. He says, account got hacked and damn, y'all ran with it. See you tonight at Intuit Dome. So I guess he was having a concert. People are not believing Usher, not even a little bit. They commented, you got hacked and the hackers decided to delete all your tweets instead of tweeting random stuff, which then had people going down the rabbit hole. Now, one of the main reasons Usher's name comes up in the conversation is from an interview he did talking about Puffy Flavor Camp. When Usher was 13 years old, his parents sent him to live and work with Diddy, who was 8 years older at the time, so 21. Usher told Rolling Stone about Puffy Flavor Camp that Diddy introduced him to a different set of experiences, saying, quote, specifically, there were always girls around and you would open a door and see somebody doing it or several people in a room having an orgy. You never knew what was going to happen. Later on in an episode of Howard Stern asked him, was it filled with like chicks and orgying like nonstop? No, not really, but hey, I was curious. I got a chance to see some things. I went there to see the lifestyle and I saw it, but I don't know if I could indulge and understand what I was even looking at. It was pretty wild. It was crazy. Howard Stern then asks, would you ever send your kids to Puffy Camp? Without hesitation, Usher responds, hell no.
You're a dad now. Would you ever send your kid to Puffy Camp?
Hell no.
Many netizens have just pointed out, how is it even possible and okay or even remotely acceptable for a 13-year-old boy to be sent to live in an environment like that? Another netizen comment reads, I don't think people need to speculate on any famous person's experience with Puffy without facts, evidence, and comments from said celebrity, but it does seem like a lot of people feel sympathetic for 13-year-old Usher. That is where it connects to Justin Bieber. Usher has maintained a close, I don't know if it's friendship, I don't know if it's a working relationship where it's just professional with Diddy for years now. Now, I do want to say that these celebrities, sometimes they have the business advantage to make their friendship appear stronger on camera. Because people always love celebrity friends. They love celebrity relationships and friends. But truly, there have been moments where you might see, even like in the influencer world, oh, we're best friends. And then off camera, you're like, I don't even think these two people know each other like that. It's very strange, right? They could have been just playing into it. I don't know. Now, Usher seems to be the link between Diddy and Justin Bieber. Young Justin Bieber signed with Diddy's longtime friend Usher, and that's how he met Diddy. I think that for one, it's pretty clear that Justin Bieber was victimized in the industry in one way, shape, or form. He was forcibly kissed on the neck on stage in front of everyone when he was just, I believe, 18 years old at the time. Jenny McCarthy, the one who grabbed his butt and kissed him, was 40. He was 18, and he stated on stage that he felt violated. People laughed it off like it was a joke. He was 15, being interviewed and asked if he's already had the sex talk, to which he stated, I feel really uncomfortable right now. Why do you want to know if a 15-year-old had the sex talk? Like, why do you want to have a sex talk with a 15-year-old boy? He also stated in regards to Billie Eilish that he just wants to protect her. He doesn't want her to go through what he went through in the industry. He wouldn't wish that upon anybody.
If she ever needs me, I'm gonna be here for her, but I just want to protect her, you know? I don't want her to go through anything I went through. I don't wish that upon anybody.
But he has never spoken up about who or exactly what has happened. And perhaps I'm biased, but he's just been in the public eye for so long. I think he deserves to be in peace with his family and newborn child right now. For the sake of being thorough, I will go briefly through the things coming up on social media discourse, because some of them are not exactly as they seem on face value, just to show you what's happening out there. So one, the main piece of evidence that people are bringing up is 15-year-old Justin Bieber posted a video called, this was posted 14 years ago. It was called 48 Hours with Diddy. In the video, Diddy states, they're having the time of our lives, where we hang out, what we're doing, we can't really disclose. But it's definitely a 15-year-old's dream. He's signed to Usher. I had legal guardianship of Usher when he did his first album. I don't really have legal guardianship over him, aka Justin Bieber. But for the next 48 hours, he's with me and we're going crazy.
Let's just go get some girls. Let's go hang out with some girls.
A man after my heart. That's what I'm talking about.
The video does exist. However, it has just been stated that Justin never spent more than a few hours that day with Diddy while he was there. That the whole clip was just like a skit, if you will. That he was at a Levi's event right after this. He had a fully booked schedule that night. Even Gene, the former bodyguard, said, oh yeah, he was just there for like a few hours. Also, his stylist was there, so it wasn't unsupervised. Because people have taken that and ran with it. Like, what happened in that 48 hours? He definitely victimized Justin Bieber in that 48 hours. This was probably his first instance of a freak off. Like, there's so many crazy comments out there about this video. Now, I'm not saying, like, this is not me excusing anything Diddy ever said or did, or saying the allegations against him aren't true. It just seems like this one is kind of taken out of context. One comment reads, you guys need to stop claiming Justin is a victim of Diddy with no solid proof at all. There are real life victims who have come forward. Tweet about their story for awareness and stop using Justin's name for likes and no proof of what you're saying. 2, there's a clip of Diddy and Justin on Jimmy Kimmel Live where they talk about hanging out, where Diddy warns Justin. Now, Justin knows better than to be talking about the things that he does with Big Brother Puff on national television. Everything ain't for everybody. I will say it is a weird statement. 3, in a video, Diddy is asking why Justin Bieber hasn't been in contact after he's selling out arenas, to which Justin responds that he knows Diddy has been trying to get in contact and offers to give Diddy his number and gives him the number 555-555-5555. Beyond the creepiness of Diddy in the clip, it has been pointed out by Justin's fans that it indicates that Justin hasn't been in contact with Diddy, which again, I'm not here to say that Justin was or was not victimized by Diddy, but a lot of Justin's fans are saying the conspiracies pertaining to him and Diddy has spiraled out of control. Like, things are just getting weird. And then people are pointing to the fact that Justin Bieber was seen at Diddy parties, but again, all of Hollywood was at these parties. 4, there's another clip where netizens have said it appears that Diddy is feeling to see if Justin Bieber is wearing a wire. He's tapping his chest, which is typically where a wire would be if the feds are trying to listen to you. But again, these are people's speculations and intentions and feelings in a video we don't know. But some fans of Justin Bieber's have pointed out that they're bowing their heads and they're whispering to each other. A lot of netizens have taken that and said, oh, I audio amplified it. And Diddy said something like along the lines of, I own your ass, or all these crazy things. But allegedly, Justin Bieber had posted this video himself with a caption about religion and stated that they were praying. And 5, a big conversation is set around the Yummy music video that was released in 2020. According to many sources, Justin Bieber's potential self-promotion of the song Yummy was notably aggressive and extensive compared to his other songs that he's released, and in conjunction with some of the music video elements, they think it's very strange. He released several videos of Yummy, including animated versions, fan reactions, which he actually reposted promotionals on how to guides on how to stream the song, how to fall asleep while playing it in the background via Spotify. A lot of people at the time thought it was weird because he's already rich. It's not like his career is dying off. He's Justin Bieber. What's with this bizarre, aggressive marketing approach? It just felt strange. But probably the most notable part of the promotion of the song Yummy was he posted on Instagram a collage of babies and just wrote #Yummy as a caption, which everybody has a strong response to 5 years ago. The nicer comments read, looks like he's trying to promote his new song Yummy in an odd way, probably not realizing how the song title would look under pictures of babies. Others said he and his marketing team probably knows how it looks, which is why they did it, so people would start talking about it. Others commented at the time, he's posting pics of random babies and hashtagging it #Yummy. It's gross. Am I too sensitive? That's gross, right? The song is literally about sex. Which, side note, when the song came out, a lot of these news publications have stated that it was written about his wife, Hailey Bieber, and allegedly Justin Bieber stated that himself. When the music video was first released, from what I can tell and remember, there were a small group of people, Justin's fans, primarily who believed there was a way deeper message in the video, even in 2020 when it came out. So for a few reasons, the video premise they thought was odd. It did not feel like an ode to his wife. And two, there were clips of Justin Bieber breaking down on the set of filming Yummy. He was allegedly having anxiety attacks during the filming of it. He stated that he was, quote, in his head a lot during the filming and was just having an off day, which then led to people pulling it apart. They believe there's Easter eggs in the video. And I'm not saying these are not Easter eggs that mean something deeper. I'm not saying they are. I'm telling you this is the internet discourse. I will say all the other stuff with Justin Bieber, I don't think it's the best time or place to associate with him with Diddy when he himself has not spoken out against it and said anything related to the case. And there are other victims who have stated, I am a victim of Diddy and this is what happened to me. And to not let them have that space to be heard and to feel safe online is kind of interesting that people are doing that. But this music video, there are very interesting elements and aspects. So this is the main part I think a lot of netizens are pulling to. I've compiled to include a few of the details. So there are a lot of, quote, Easter eggs to break down in the song, whether it's just creative expression that Justin Bieber had nothing to do with, or he was the one that worked on it. We will not know until he says so. But these are the elements. The music video concept for Yummy appears to be a party for older, wealthy people, just based on their attire, based on their age, according to the video. Justin arrives in a pink hoodie. He finds himself walking through the kitchen to get to this large banquet hall where it looks like some sort of colorful wedding. You know, there's large tables of well-dressed individuals sitting around being posh. They're almost dressed over the top to seem very glamorous. There's a full orchestra up front playing cellos, violins. Some netizens have stated that they feel that even him walking through the kitchen is symbolism. He's not walking in through the front door. He is like a dish being served from the kitchen. Right when he enters the party, to his right is a young girl wearing a red bodysuit. Netizens have said this feels very significant. Just keep in mind, this red bodysuit is going to come up again, but there is a young girl who appears to be a minor wearing a red sparkly bodysuit playing the violin. Justin sits down at a table, and netizens have pointed out that everyone nearby is much older than him. They appear middle-aged. Everybody's already eating. He gets served this very interesting dish, which people have really dissected. It's a few pieces of bread with a cherry on top, and then another bread propped up against the other slices, so it looks almost like a shield for the cherry. For the first bit, it appears Justin Bieber is, to a degree, enjoying himself. Other netizens have pointed out there seems to be a point made with he keeps doing cheers and lifting up a tall glass of water with a lemon wedge in there. Like when he has that pile of bread in front of him, he toasts with the glass of water, and netizens state that the whole party atmosphere shifts when the food gets served, and it's all this unappetizing food. It's really gross looking food. You know those weird Jell-O cakes with vegetables? Looks like Jell-O mounds with just peas, green peas inside. There's rings of uncooked, like barely cooked, unseasoned shrimps around it, uncooked anchovy shrimps on top. It's nothing you would enjoy eating. But everyone at the table is served this disgusting food, and the only thing sitting in front of Justin Bieber now is not the food, is just a glass of pink liquid. So now people are connecting the drugging that was done at parties, or the alleged drugging that was done at parties, to this music video. Again, I don't know if this is a warranted connection. I'm just telling you, these are what netizens are pointing out. The others on the table have different glasses of martinis. So all these middle-aged people that are enjoying this unappetizing food, they have martini glasses, wine glasses. But another young man, also dressed in pink, does not appear to be a minor, but young, seems to be miserable as well, and there he has a glass of pink liquid next to the food that he's picking at. Now, side note, there's peas everywhere. There's a strong presence of green peas in the video. A lot of people think it could either mean P for pedophiles or P for P. Diddy. I don't know. I'm just telling you what's out there. Justin's sandwich is turned around to expose the cherry now, but people say it appears to be rotten now. The women, eventually, in the middle of the music video, women start coming out from under the table, and they're all younger women now, and they're all dressed in elements of white, which people have pointed out. The music video then switches the lighting from the overhead lighting, if you will, to the black light. So it almost feels like the party is starting. And what goes from regular lighting, everybody's wearing these bright colors, black light turns on, and the white becomes sharper, and people think it looks like a white party because everything looked kind of white in black light. Also, some netizens have pointed out that the girls that come out from under the table, they're like the only young ones. There's a lot of older women in the area, and then there's like the young girls performing with the musical instruments, and then these young girls come out later. Then abruptly, the party is over, and it's just Justin and a few people left to clean up the mess or deal with the after effects, is what some netizens say. He's alone at his table now. There is a red sparkly suit draped over the chair next to him, and that was the outfit the young girl in the beginning had likely been wearing. And it appears that she was a minor, so, you know, the connotation, if this is what the creative aspect is. At the end, there is an empty plate. The plate has a picture of younger Justin on there with the word yummy written underneath. A lot of netizens have said, quote, also if you sing it a certain way, it sounds like he's saying young me instead of yummy, and the lyrics make so much more sense. Some netizens have stated using pictures of himself when he was younger is a full circle moment to point back to the true meaning of the song. Some comment under the video, he is such a genius, the way he wrote it all, the symbolism, and his whole attitude while filming seems to have some sarcastic, angry tone to it. I hope he finds healing. Others have commented, I think people are overanalyzing. Another comment reads, it's not that deep, guys. There are 100 other meanings it could have been than what everyone is insinuating. Or you guys are really reaching. Or it's entirely possible that Justin was a victim, but not by some secret high-level pedo group in the entertainment industry or whatever. To which netizens have very intense reactions stating, what do you think this song is about then? Being served bad food at a party? I try to reserve personal opinions, right? I don't know if it's associated with Diddy. It could be nothing. It could be just a general overview on the entertainment industry. In general, we don't know. I'm just trying to reserve personal opinions because, I mean, who am I and what do I know, right? These are the main points that I've seen people bring up, but there are a lot of other people that are just doing some really unhinged things. And I think this is where it becomes really damaging and unproductive. There are people generating AI pictures of Justin Bieber and Diddy in compromising positions for shock value. There are people memeing the situation. So when I was on Twitter and I was researching just to get netizen sentiment of even just a yummy music video, when you have people that are trying, I think in good faith, trying to depict the music video and see if there's something there that actually means something. I don't think that they do this with intent to harm anyone's feelings, but under them, in the comments, there's like these very memes of Justin Bieber and Diddy. They are alleging that Justin's talking to the feds because he's in the tapes, which is a crazy accusation. Just so many conspiracies that I just don't think are productive. I think Justin can be a victim of the industry in some way, shape, or form. I think Diddy could have been a predator in the industry in some way, shape, or form, but it does not mean that Justin was a victim of Diddy's. And if he was, it's up to him to say that he was or not. If he wasn't, then the focus has gone from the actual alleged victims of Diddy to celebrity gossip. Regardless, in this situation, I think the conspiracy theories are doing just way more harm than good. Like, for example, there was a song circulating which sounds very similar to Justin Bieber in the musical style of Justin's previous songs. But the voice singing it says, lost myself at a Diddy party. Didn't know that's how it go. I was in it for a new Ferrari, but it cost me way more than my soul. Wasn't worth all the fortune and fame. It was circulating around social media with clips of Justin Bieber and Diddy as almost, see, he's been telling us The comments under a YouTube video posting of that song read, "That explains why he's been struggling mentally for all these years. This explains everything." It's AI. Like, more than likely AI. CBS News ran the song through multiple AI audio detection tools. Several results indicate that the audio, or at least parts of it, are AI generated.
Wow.
Then there's the massive amount of AI generated thumbnails that I came across during the research. AI generated pictures on Twitter, TikTok, YouTube showing Justin Bieber and Diddy in weird positions. It's just really a lot. I don't think I've seen as many AI generated media circulating a case since this. One think piece about the conspiracies about Diddy's case says, the discourse has lost the plot. The AI parodies and the tenuously evidence theories only make it harder for people to know what to believe when victims need moral clarity and support. There have been some other conspiracies that have been swirling, which I'm going to go over super briefly. Just to clarify, this is not me stating that this is true or false. All I can state is I don't know if this is the best time or place to have these conversations without authorities verifying anything when there are actual alleged victims that are coming forward with stories that they feel need to be shared.
I think like even when you just, whatever you said so far, at least for me, now I kind of know what's conspiracy and what's AI. Like otherwise I would never know this.
And
you know,
even when I was researching, the amount of anxiety because people just be posting whatever saying it's fact. And I'm like, okay, I had to cross-reference, try to fact-check as much as I could, but certain things, like I could only fact-check through like Justin Bieber's fan accounts that have been around for a decade, because it's like the mainstream media isn't writing about this a decade ago because it wasn't news back then, right? So it's very hard to try and find what is real, what is not, and it is kind of scary about the whole AI aspect. But there are some conspiracies online. Like I said, I think it's just not the most productive right now that Diddy might be connected to more deaths in Hollywood. One conspiracy theory alleges that Diddy had something to do with Aaron Carter's death. A viral tweet alleges that Aaron Carter was among Diddy's list of victims, and that in 2022, Aaron Carter allegedly had plans to speak up about Diddy and his parties, soon after he passed away. For those unfamiliar, Aaron Carter was a child star on Nickelodeon. His first debut album for music was released when he was 9. He passed in 2022. He was found in his bathtub. The cause of death was the effects of drugs found in his system, which led to him drowning in the tub. The theory is that Aaron Carter, quote, this is a comment, Aaron Carter was killed right before he was about to expose what happened at P. Diddy's trafficking parties, where he was a childhood victim of drug abuse and Aaron Carter released albums under Sony Music Group Entertainment, which is a parent company for Diddy's Bad Boy Records. Some netizens have pointed to Aaron Carter's last tweet saying, "Yo, Kanye, let's talk man to man." But others state, well, Aaron Carter has publicly criticized Kanye West about his public behavior and the family drama that has been happening with Kanye West and his family. One netizen comment reads, "There's a lot of conspiracy bullshit on X and TikTok. Don't believe everything you hear. Aaron had his own demons. I don't think he was ever part of the Diddy clique, but people seemingly now want to include every celebrity that ever took a picture with Diddy, which is just dumb." And then there's, of course, other allegations that he was involved in other celebrities, passings, recent, past, present. It's a lot. I think that some netizens feel very frustrated because it feels like the victims who have actually, the alleged victims, that have actually filed lawsuits against Diddy. And these lawsuits, many of them are publicly available online. It feels like their stories don't deserve to be heard and don't deserve attention because these celebrity conspiracies are more interesting. We have covered most of those lawsuits throughout the span of these 4 episodes. So now let's cover the artists that do not like working with Diddy, allegedly. Dawn Richards, who is also suing Diddy, she's more part of the work aspect. A lot of her lawsuit is detailing the work relationship that they had and the alleged unpaid wages, unfair treatment. So let's cover all of those next because I think a lot of the actual allegations have been covered. Drake is somebody that has a long history with Diddy. Drake posted a scene from a movie, The Big Short, where Ryan Gosling's character says, "I never hung out with these idiots after work. Ever. I had fashion friends." Many netizens believe that's him saying that Maybe he hung out with Diddy at work, but he never hung out with him after work. Because technically they have bumped into each other a lot at the same events, rubbing shoulders, but it does not appear that they are close. Which, interestingly enough, it seems like Diddy and Drake actually never liked each other. In 2018, they allegedly got into a fight outside of the Live nightclub in Miami Beach. Apparently, the two were having conversations about getting on a song together, but allegedly Drake bought the rights, released the song without Diddy's quote-unquote permission, which angered him, allegedly. The song is 0 to 100. Diddy felt like that was his song. I don't know. Sources allege that Diddy went up to Drake at DJ Khaled's birthday party in Miami, said, "You will never disrespect me." And some sources describe it as physical altercation. Some sources say Diddy punched Drake. Some sources say Diddy slapped Drake. Diddy denies all allegations of the physical altercation, but either way, I don't think the two like each other. Diddy also allegedly does not like Kendrick Lamar or J. Cole because Kendrick Lamar said that he was the king of New York. And Diddy took offense to that, allegedly, and got into a huge fight with J. Cole because J. Cole was trying to stand up. It was a whole thing.
Wow.
So there are artists that don't like him, and especially from Diddy's own artists that were previously signed with Bad Boy Records. It seems like majority of them don't like him, from what I can tell on just the internet. Former Bad Boy artists claim that he would either force himself as a producer or songwriter on songs that he didn't even work on, just muscle his way into getting into those credits so he could get streaming rights, royalties, or force himself to get a few lines in each song so that he could charge his own artists a massive special guest appearance fee for himself, allegedly. Wow. Mark Curry, a former artist, claims the guy is just weird in general. He shares a story of how insecure Diddy is. These are his stories. Again, I can't vouch if they're true or not, but he claims that Diddy hated when girls didn't like him and preferred the artist on his label.
Prefer the artist?
Yeah, like when girls, because, you know, Mark Curry was stating that he doesn't have as much money as Diddy. He doesn't have power like Diddy. He's not a household name like Diddy, you know?
Yeah.
But sometimes girls just like him more than they like Diddy.
Diddy said, "How dare you?"
He alleged that Diddy seemed to be the type of person that felt like he's the one that has the money. He's the one that worked hard. He's the one with the fancy suits, the fast cars. These artists are up and coming. They don't have it like he does, and the girls still like them. It feels like an insecurity complex if this is true. I don't know. He allegedly hated it to the point where he almost spat on a girl. Allegedly, a girl liked Mark Curry over him, to which the girl allegedly responded, wait, Diddy, calm down. I have a twin sister. But honestly, she won't like you either.
Whoa.
And Mark Curry said that is when he got really, really mad, and he thought something was going to go down. So he took that girl out of the situation, was like, we got to go, let's go. Again, I don't know if this is true, but it's very, very weird. Diddy even responded to the artists who hate him on The Breakfast Club. He says, "There has been negative propaganda put out about me. It's just really strained and tried to stain my legacy. My name is Diddy Sean Combs. I never took nothing from nobody a day in my life. All I've ever given is opportunity and more money than a person was making." One netizen comment reads, "When every artist on the Bad Boy label is left broke or owing money while the label made millions, it's hard to believe that they're all lying on Diddy." Diddy was on the Graham Norton show a few days before Cassie's lawsuit dropped in 2023, and he's going on this whole spiel about his name change. Netizens think the interview is fascinating in hindsight. Graham Norton asks him if they should call him Love then, to which he responds, "This is the ultimate goal. I have become Love."
And it's love versus hate. And I choose love. That's my new name, and love wins. Love wins. Let's go, y'all.
Netizens write about the interview. The amount of affirmation he gets when he looks around at them and they all give him exaggerated head nods, it just shows how much power he feels when he walks into every room every single day. Nothing but yes men all around him.
He's just so corny.
Yeah, another netizen comments, "There's a lot of toxicity in the world right now." The nerve to say that. Another one reads, "Love wins. The judge." Are you sure about that? Diddy says in another podcast interview about his decision to give artists their publishing rights back. He says, because he said all the Bad Boy artists are going to get their publishing rights back. He said it was more of me just evolving as a businessman, you know, a person that really wants to change in the world. Once you start asking for change in this world, you have to look within and be part of that change. It was evolving as a businessman and just changing. It's the right thing to do. It's the love frequency. He continues, "If you have a chance to do the right thing, Why wouldn't you want to do the right thing? I want to be that change that I want. I have to be responsible and accountable for myself. I'm just moving in God's purpose. You get to a point in your life where you pick purpose over profit. Mark Curry, a former artist of Diddy, said about the whole publishing rights thing, what's it even worth now? You ever had somebody owe you $50? When you needed it back, they didn't pay you. Then by the time that they do pay you, that $50 doesn't mean the same as it did when you needed it. That's how I feel. I wanted it when it was making money, not after all it's gone. What am I going to do with that? In fact, it's an insult. It's like getting a Nissan. Like, you are owed a Nissan 15 years ago when it's brand new. It has value. But now he wants to give you the Nissan 15 years later after he already drove it around, took the value. Like, that's, what do you mean? Some artists said getting their publishing rights back, that would be like $300 a month. And it's not even free, if you will. Diddy was going to allegedly make all the artists sign an NDA to never speak about him, his mother, or like any of his family members ever. Mark Curry says, there are different ways you can kill a person. I've noticed Diddy kill a lot of people's spirits. Another former artist under Diddy went off on an Instagram video. It's been a while since he's worked with Diddy. In fact, he's 52 years old now, but he says, like, this guy Puffy is the main motherfucking reason I fucking hate life, dog. People don't even understand. Like, I don't even give a I've never been to a point where I thought of self-exit my whole life. Never. I mean, I'm a gangster. I don't know how I started thinking like that. I'd done it all and fell to the bottom. Like, how do you come back from that when you're battling a giant? It has nothing to do with your skill no more, because your skill is 90% better than any other guy that's out there right now, and the world knows it, but it ain't your skill. The world is built on relationships. Another person said, oh yeah, why haven't the artists spoken up now? Or like, why are they now speaking up and why didn't they say something before? Have you ever went up against a billionaire? Which, side note, Diddy actually responded to these Instagram posts in 2022 by posting on his Instagram story a black screen with white words. Stop all your crying and moaning, hustle harder or get the f out of our way. The producer Rodney Jones, the one that is suing Diddy, says, he is a monster. Nothing has changed. This guy has no soul, no duty to anyone, not even his own kids. Mace, another artist that was formerly under Bad Boy, he was actually one of the biggest stars on Diddy's label in the 90s. He said, your past business practices knowingly has continued purposefully starving your artists and have been extremely unfair to the very same artists that helped you obtain that Icon Award. He also points to the irony that Diddy is publicly calling out the Grammys for not showing enough deserved appreciation for black artists, which very, very valid, right? But at the same time, Mace, a black artist himself, is saying, you're also screwing over black artists, Diddy. He's saying about Diddy's business practices, that is not black excellence at all. Mark Curry says it's also pretty obvious that Diddy is what he's trying to do here, like the timing of it right before Cassie's lawsuit. He says, quote, because I think he had some kind of idea that this was coming down the pipeline, tried to cover up his tracks real quick, and it didn't work. Because he publicly announces that he's giving back publishing rights September 2023. Cassie's lawsuit filed November 2023, just a few months later. And yeah, these former employees are not happy. One former employee said, working with Diddy is you have to be ready to catch a brick. And everyone's like, a what? They said it's like if you're walking down the street and someone randomly throws a brick at your head out of nowhere, out of the blue. If he was unhappy with something, you might not have done it, but he thought you did it, you're gonna get a brick to the head. Figuratively, metaphorically, right? One time I was surrounded by security guards. He's 6 inches from my face, screaming at me, telling me I f***ed up. That's what I learned what a brick is. I caught my first brick. It was my only brick. One source describes to Rolling Stone, Diddy is, quote, a complicated man with opposing personas. Outwardly, he's this tastemaker who's unapologetically driven, generous, and jovial, even silly at times. He can be the same privately, but if you get close enough, you discover something a lot darker. It's like he has this insatiable need. He's desperate to be accepted and admired, but that desperation can be violent. He publicly declares devotion, makes big donations publicly, and tells everyone to call him Brother Love, which seems to be his attempt at hiding his alleged abuse and violence. Another said, working with Diddy was like working on Game of Thrones. Not the set, but the actual fantasy world. Everyone is walking on eggshells with a unhinged leader, throwing each other under the bus to get closer to the one on the throne. Dawn Richards, a former Danity Kane member, has filed a lawsuit against Diddy. This was a girl group that Diddy was managing. Some of the allegations from the lawsuit read, Mr. Combs has arranged for dozens of young women and girls, some of whom appear to be underage, to be transported to the party. The women arrived wearing little to no clothing and were given drugs and alcohol. Many of them appeared lethargic or passed out while Mr. Combs and his guests performed sexual acts on them. Mr. Combs repeatedly said things like, quote, "This is a buffet. Enjoy yourselves. This is what we do. This is how we party." Further in the lawsuit, it states, in a state of panic and terror, Ms. Richards fled to the bedroom Mr. Combs had insisted she stay in and barricaded the door shut with furniture. She also states Mr. Combs criticized Ms. Richards for being too skinny, yet declined her request for food and demanded that she only drink peanut butter shakes. Mr. Combs had full meals prepared by a chef and ate them in front of Ms. Richards, never offering her food. Dawn also alleges that at the auditions, he just went around calling young women, allegedly, fat, ugly bitches and hoes. Aubrey O'Day, another artist signed under Diddy, who also was on Danity Kane working there, she said about working with him, "We were scared to death with what would just happen with Puff each day. There was just no room for error. Diddy was one of the most intense people you could ever work with. I experienced everything from race remarks to sexism, and a lot of it was scary." She says about being fired, which, side note, she was fired from the band that she was part of on national television. Danity Kane is the girl group that was formed through Diddy's reality TV show called Making the Band 4 in 2008 on MTV. She gets fired on camera. She says, "I was so young and so many things were put on me. I was fired on national TV for being overly raunchy and promiscuous." That's actually like wrongful termination. That's a lawsuit against a lot of people. She states, I have such a love-hate with it all because I don't think that I would have been able to be so successful in so many other areas had I not been trained under Diddy. He was the hardest person you can work for. It was torture, and not the work part of it, but the other stuff, mind games. There was a lot of betrayal. There was a lot of lies. Diddy would be like, "You're not hot anymore. Like, what happened? You don't have any curves. I can't get people to think you're this really good-looking person." Back then, there was no Me Too. You signed 1 million NDAs and 1 million contracts that took away your rights. The answer to what happens if you don't want to do what the executive wants, I'm the full-blown story of that. She says Diddy plays one of the dirtiest games there is around. She also alleges on another podcast that Diddy would say about people, presumably in a professional setting, "Oh, you're not f***able. You look like I could f*** you right now. You look like I can't f*** you." Like, it's just very, how can you say that in a workplace setting? And then about getting the publishing rights back, yeah. Aubrey O'Day states she did not agree to it because she was allegedly required to sign a crazy non-disclosure agreement in exchange, that she would never disparage Diddy or the Bad Boy label. Which, one thing to note, like I've said repeatedly through these episodes, all these are allegations and other people's stories. In the eyes of the law, everybody is innocent until proven guilty. But I will say, with all the stories coming out against Diddy, I don't know how it's going to play out in the court of law, but maybe he's not the best person to be around. Diddy has since applied for bail to be able to prepare for the trial in the comfort of his own $50 million mansion. In the letter to the judge, the defense attorneys write, "The first thing the court should know is that when it became apparent to the counsel that Mr. Combs would at some point soon be formally charged, he did something extraordinary. He left his home in Miami and traveled to New York, the very location of the prosecutors and agents investigating him."
What?
I love how extraordinary feels like the bare minimum. Like turning yourself in or not running from the law versus, I don't know, what would be ordinary. Regardless, the defense proposes a $50 million bail package. It would be secured by his $48 million Miami mansion that he has fully paid off, as well as his mother's mansion in Miami. He is willing to be on house arrest, home detention, if you will. He's willing to wear a GPS monitor, have no contact with women, submit a weekly drug test, and restrict his travel just between Miami and New York City to attend court, meet with his counsel, and attend medical appointments. The passports, it is said on many a media that the passports for all his family members have been surrendered to his attorneys, which interestingly enough does not include his sons. So I just think it's weird.
Really?
Yeah, according to what was filed with the judge, it's Diddy's passport, his mom's, and his 4 daughters.
That is crazy.
Again, I think it's weird. Because Justin Combs and Christian Combs were actually listed in other lawsuits. The girls are, like, one of them just turned 18. The girls are minors.
Yeah.
Like, they're largely, like, the biggest, one of the bigger victims that have direct ties to Diddy, you know?
Yeah.
It's just very bizarre. A lot of mainstream media is just like, the children's passports have been taken. But
wow.
They also state that Diddy is making efforts to sell his private plane and that he will hire his own private security detail to guard him, which I don't know what that even means when they're also alleging that maybe the guns, the defaced AR-15s, were private security that left it at his house. He will not have access to the phone or the internet and will only be visited by a pre-approved list of guests. There are paragraphs that go on to list all of Diddy's charitable contributions in the past, which, sure, yes, great, but also he's facing a sex trafficking charge. He's not facing a greedy billionaire charge. You know, the attorneys also later state there's 30 million reasons for this to be depicted as a one-sided thing, one for each dollar that he's being sued. The bail proposal is aggressive, and it likely has to do with Diddy's conditions in jail. A supposed insider for the jail stated, "There's no doubt Diddy will be like Ghislaine. He's going to be a target inside. His lawyers will be doing all they can to get him out. It's a monumental fall from grace." Also because, you know, if you listen to episode 3, there's a lot of the long-standing, passionate opinions about Tupac and Biggie's death, which there might be people that are associated with said groups of gangs in LA that might have found themselves in federal prison in New York. Yeah. One day he's living like a millionaire, and now he's in hell on earth, is what people say. Allegedly, Diddy once said that he never wears the same clothes twice, which would be very difficult to do in prison. Diddy's attorneys have stated that the food is inedible, from what I've been told. It's violent. Someone like Mr. Combs might be a target for certain things, and we can't let that happen. One comment reads, "That's not even the worst part. The worst part is this dude is dealing with all this stuff while suddenly going cold turkey from every upper and downer and pink and purple and white pill and powder you can think of. Not only that, he's suddenly going cold turkey on whatever he smoked and whatever he drank. Can you imagine?"
Oh my goodness, that's crazy.
It's going to be a very sobering moment for him, which many netizens agree that he most likely deserves every ounce of suffering for that hotel beating video alone. We're not saying that he's guilty of all the other allegations. We're just saying, yeah, well, that video told us all we need to know about sympathy or no sympathy of him being in prison. Side note, in a Vogue segment when Diddy was getting ready for the 2023 Met Gala, he said he has one of the most extensive male beauty routines in the world. First, he gets in the sauna for an hour, then he gets into an ice bath, and they have this new ice cupping therapy, and then he takes a sip of De Leon tequila, and then he hits the red carpet, and he's ready to shine and spread love. One inmate says, "Yeah, no, you're not getting any of that. In fact, there might be mold in food. The food's gonna be cold. People are gonna try to tamper with your food. There might be mold." The prosecutors don't care. They essentially said womp womp. They state in their letter to the judge that Diddy should not be released on bail. They also reference the Epstein case, R. Kelly's case, Keith Raniere's case, the NXIVM cult leader, as well as Lawrence Ray, the college cult leader that we did 2 episodes on. As reference, they quote, "Sex trafficking defendants, regardless of the age of their victims, are routinely detained pre-trial, especially when they have engaged in repeated obstructive conduct. Additionally, they questioned the fact that Diddy should be able to use his wealth to set up a proposed bail package." Because all of this is just because he's a billionaire. Well, was a billionaire. Because if he was Joe from down the block, he would not be able to propose a bail package like this for the trafficking charge. Moreover, they state, simply put, he's a serial abuser and a serial obstructor. They also state that shortly after another lawsuit was filed against him in November of 2023, this is before his arrest, according to prosecutors, Diddy reached out to a victim of alleged SA, to try and ask for her, quote, support and friendship. The prosecutors state, in those calls, he attempts to convince the victim that she willingly engaged in acts constituting sexual abuse. Allegedly, days after Cassie filed her lawsuit, Diddy allegedly called an unnamed victim that he was financially supporting. And that woman texted Diddy back later, allegedly stating that reading Cassie's lawsuit felt, quote, "I was reading my own sexual trauma. It makes me sick how 3 solid pages, word for word, is exactly my experiences and my anguish."
Wow.
But according to prosecutors, Diddy continued to allegedly gaslight the woman, trying to convince her that she remembers incorrectly, and she in fact did want those things to happen, that she essentially consented to it all. The court papers claim that Diddy told the victim, if she continues to be on his side and provide support and friendship, that she doesn't have to worry about anything else, which is a thinly veiled reference to continuing that financial support. Diddy and his attorneys have denied. Diddy's attorneys state that the phone calls were not to intimidate anyone. It was just he was calling potential witnesses to let them know that his attorneys wanted to speak with them. They also state that this behavior was, quote, the furthest thing from witness obstruction I can think of. I don't know if that would ring true for me. Ultimately, the judge has denied the request for bail twice, 2 separate judges. The judge said, "My concern is that this is a crime that happens behind closed doors. I don't know that you can control yourself. There are simply no conditions that would ensure that the defendant's efforts to obstruct and tamper with witnesses will stop. In sum, the defendant's long history of violent conduct makes clear that even the most stringent bail conditions will not suffice to ensure the safety of the community." He will likely have to stay in prison or jail until his trial. And as for the dozens of lawsuits filed against him, it's likely that Diddy will not face those civil lawsuits before his criminal trial is concluded. For example, Bill Cosby, Harvey Weinstein, Danny Masterson, they all filed motions to delay their civil litigation by their accusers while they're being tried in the criminal court system. Which, of course, if he's convicted in the criminal case, that would obviously be very helpful to the plaintiffs. According to one lawyer who repped Cosby victims, he said, "You want a convicted felon sitting at the defense table across from you." But many say, even from behind bars, the man is terrifying. One insider source told media outlets, "He's so powerful, everyone was afraid to cross him. Even though he's behind bars now, he's still powerful. He's incredibly smart, he knows a lot of people, and he's helped a lot of people. So a lot of people owe him, and he knows that. He's capable of a lot, much more than people think even now." Another ex-employee says, "He's someone you don't want to make an enemy of. When people do go against him, that person gets ostracized." It is stated that Diddy's attorneys are planning to file a new petition for pretrial release. They state there is, quote, "new information that has come to light," but they don't specify. One of the attorneys representing a victim said, "They're not going to get scared because, quote, courage is contagious." Diddy's mom finally made a statement. It reads, "I come to you today as a mother that is devastated and profoundly saddened by the allegations made against my son, Sean Combs. It's heartbreaking to see my son judged not for truth, but for a narrative created out of lies, to bear witness what seems to be like a public lynching of my son before he has had the opportunity to prove his innocence is a pain too unbearable to put into words. Like every human being, my son deserves to have his day in court, to finally share his side and to prove his innocence." Which is kind of a hard statement to digest when you consider there is video footage of him being incredibly violent with Cassie, to which his mom states, "I am not here to portray my son as perfect, because he is not. He has made mistakes in his past, as we all have. My son may not have been entirely truthful about certain things, such as denying that he has ever gotten violent with an ex-girlfriend when the hotel surveillance showed otherwise. Sometimes the truth and a lie become so closely intertwined that it becomes terrifying to admit one part of the story, especially when it's outside the norm or too complicated to be believed. This is why I believe my son's civil legal team opted to settle the ex-girlfriend's lawsuit instead of contesting it until the end, resulting in a ricochet effect as the federal government used this decision against my son, interpreting it as an admission of guilt. It is important to recognize that none of us, regardless of our status, are immune to fear or mistakes. Not being entirely straightforward about one issue does not mean my son is guilty of the repulsive allegations and the grave charges against him. These lies thrown at him are motivated by those seeking a financial gain and not justice. These individuals saw how quickly my son's civil legal team settled his ex-girlfriend's lawsuit, so they believed that they could receive a quick payday by falsely accusing my son." Say my son one more time. "To make matters worse, the federal government is now using these lies to prosecute my son. The injustice has been unbearable for our family. The worst part of this ordeal is watching my beloved son be stripped of his dignity, not for what he did, but for what people choose to believe about him." She says, "Watching the world make jokes and laugh at my son's life crumbling before our eyes is something I can never forget." Then don't forget it. She continues, "It is truly agonizing to watch the world turn against my son so quickly and easily over lies and misconceptions without ever hearing his side or affording him the opportunity to present his side. I ask his supporters, fans, colleagues, friends, and the public to not judge him before you've had the chance to hear his side. I beg you to think about those who have been wrongfully persecuted and to remember that not everyone who has made mistakes in life deserves to have their entire existence judged by a single action or a few mistakes."
This is the worst thing ever.
Yeah, I mean, I think it would have sufficed as this is a private matter versus my son, my son, my son, my poor baby, my son. To which someone comments, she sounds like she is part of the reason that he turned out this way.
Oh, yeah.
Another reads, she failed as a mother. She should be ashamed. Typical mom response, nothing to see or read here. Yeah, says every mother in history. I hope someone shows her the tapes. One netizen writes, monsters often come from monsters. Which, side note, while Diddy's mom was on her way to court, someone heckled her outside screaming, Janice, your son is a predator. Your son is a predator and deserves to be locked up. Which I don't know if that's appropriate, but it does seem like it stems from her very public, bizarrely written statement of her son. And this so-called public lynching, I mean, thankfully, I don't think the children were heckled, especially his minor children. The kids have released their first joint statement. I do want to mention, there are a lot of people saying we should not be calling them the children, the kids, right? Because they're pretty old. So Justin is like 30, or they're nearing 30, Justin and Christian, and they have been named in lawsuits. Again, I'm not saying that they've committed anything wrongdoing. I'm just saying we don't know. But as for the girls, there's a lot of sympathy, like I said. They released a joint statement in regards to conspiracy theories and the calling of the reinvestigation into Kim Porter's death, but they also released a secondary joint statement that reads, this past month has devastated our family. Many have judged both him and us based on accusations, conspiracy theories, and false narratives that have spiraled into absurdity on social media. We stand united, supporting you every step of the way. We hold on to the truth, knowing it will prevail and nothing will break the strength of our family. We miss you and love you, Dad. To which a lot of netizens feel sympathy for the kids. They say, as gross as Diddy is, I understand his children defending him. Or, that's still their father, but I definitely wouldn't be speaking to the public at all. Others actually think Diddy is really messed up for allowing his kids to make a statement. Many parents say, as a parent, I would never allow my children to make a public statement because just go through it alone. Don't get your kids involved. They're already going through it. Mm-hmm. You don't need them to make a public statement for media to pick apart, for comments to say, oh, because you want his money. Like, you don't need that. Why did you do that? It only helps Diddy. It doesn't help his kids. Others write, telling the kids not to defend their father when he hasn't been convicted is wild. Their silence would have been just as loud. Corinne, who wrote the book about her alleged time around rappers, the one that said that she was enamored by Diddy and he said that she'll have you on video with fingers in your butt. She says, the problem is not just Diddy and it's not just music or hip hop. The problem is men who have a deep down hatred for women. And side note, when her book came out in 2005, everyone hated it, called her a liar, which again, I'm not verifying the statements made in her book, but with Diddy being arrested, it seems like people are now more open to her credibility, perhaps. She says, I said everything I needed to say 10, 20, 15 years ago, and you guys all call me a crazy liar. You call me crazy, bipolar, a whore, and a bitter bitch. And now everyone's calling me to do interviews. Wendy Williams states, You know how I feel about that? His arrest, it's about time. But now you have to think, how many more times, how many more people, how many more women? It's just horrible. What is really weird is that I have been told by many people, Wendy, you called it, including some people of my own family who have said the same. Aubrey O'Day of Danity Kang has stated that she does not feel vindicated because she was one of the first ones to be vocal about Diddy and her negative experience with him. She says, there's no vindication when you're a victim of someone. Anyone being exposed or any truths being told don't change the reality of what you experienced. She says about the video of Diddy beating Cassie in the hotel, Diddy did not apologize to Cassie. He apologized to the world for seeing what he did. But she seems hopeful of his arrest. She took to Twitter to say, the purpose of justice is to provide an ending and allow us the space to create a new chapter. Women never get this. I feel validated. Today is a win for women all over the world, not just me. Things are finally changing. When it was released that Diddy's homes were getting raided, 50 Cent posted pictures along with the caption, now it's not Diddy do it, it's Diddy done. They don't come like that unless they got a case. Later, when CNN leaked the hotel footage, 50 Cent said, first they denied that it even happened. Then the tape comes out, so that means everything that man says is a lie. When someone watches that, if they have a daughter and they can imagine her being under those circumstances, that shit is crazy. Like, they let him get away with it. 50 Cent said in a podcast that he did not participate in freak-offs. He said, I also didn't go to those parties, so the celebrity culture that you don't hear saying anything is because they participated to a degree. I'm just not with all that freaky shit. Like, all that shit he's doing, I'm just not into that type of stuff. I'm just a little more, maybe you could say basic or normal. Kesha has her hit song TikTok, which there used to be a line that reads, first line, wake up in the morning feeling like P. Diddy. But now she has changed it to say, wake up in the morning feeling like fuck P. Diddy.
Wow.
I don't think she's re-recorded it to reflect in the streaming platforms, but a few months back, she had a surprise appearance at Coachella where she performed the song with the new lyrics. But there are some bad takes out there. Bow Wow has come out to, you know, the Bow Wow challenge. He said he was on a private jet, but he wasn't on a private jet.
Right.
He has come out to state, I never thought I would see it like this. It's like a whole, you know, it's like a hole in the industry. He was such a gatekeeper for the liquor and the clubs. He was everything hip hop. It just didn't feel right because there was no motion. There were no parties after Diddy's gone.
There's a hole?
Yeah.
Wow.
Another rapper, Boozy Badass, said Diddy's in jail for basically doing what every other famous entertainer has done. Flew out for threesomes. He just freakier. So we actually are going to call women sex workers who fly in willingly to be with their partners for sex. If that's the case, if you've been flued out and had sex, you should be labeled as a sex worker. If that's the case, that's 80% of the women reading this. You're a celebrity. You got to fly pussy in. How else are you going to get the pussy but facing, quote, life in prison for doing basically what so many other entertainers have done? Hashtag I disagree.
That is crazy.
He also continues, I'm starting to feel like this trafficking charge is literally just for flying in for threesomes. And it's being used as a tool to take down hip hop artists and celebrities. Just think about it. Be careful who you fly in. Netizens have responded to the rapper saying, you're talking like you're on them tapes. So you saw trafficking and said, yeah, that's totally me. Hey, Boozy, shut up sometimes, is another comment. Another comment reads, take your balls out of Diddy's mouth. He's not coming back home. Which a lot of people say they're not surprised considering that he admitted on live stream that he hired workers for his son and cousin nephews when they turned 12 and 13.
No.
Yeah, he said on Instagram Live, I'm training these boys right. Ask my nephews, ask any of them. When they was 12 and 13, they got head, you know? Yeah, that's how it's supposed to be. Hell yeah, I got my fucking sons. Yeah, I'm fucking right. Yes, a grown woman, grown, super grown, checked his ass out. She's grown. She checked me out too. I know what the she did to them because I'm getting them prepared, man. So he's bragging about allegedly orchestrating essay on his own family members. One of Diddy's alleged victims have also stated she was one of the first to file a lawsuit. She says, this is not about money. It's about making sure that the world sees this man who rose to the level of an icon, but he's actually sick and has left so many victims in the wake of his unpunished, disgusting behavior for years. Another victim who filed a lawsuit but remains anonymous said, I hope the lawsuit will not just hold Sean Combs, but also all of those who acted with him stood silent and actively covered up his behavior. She said that her nightmare is not an isolated incident. Liza Gardner, who named Aaron Hall, the R&B singer, in her lawsuit, her attorney states, it's about damn time. Sometimes justice delayed is not justice denied, so long as justice ultimately arrives. One netizen comment reads, I assume these are just the ones that have enough evidence that a lawyer thinks it can go to trial. The number could be well into the thousands if you consider this span of 3 decades. Also, statute of limitations varies by state by state. This disgusting case is just getting worse and worse the more you dig. Another comment reads, I don't even think I know 120 people. Another reads, and how many f***ing people knew about it for decades and decades? Another comment reads, when you think you're untouchable, God has a way of putting his hands on you. The devil really came back and collected. Diddy is currently facing 15 years to life behind bars if convicted, meaning if he is convicted and somehow given the minimum sentence, he will be 69 at the time of his release. In a segment with Vanity Fair, Diddy states, I'm free as a motherfucker.
I live an extravagant life and I make no apologies for it. I'm free as a mother.
Ironically, he is wearing a t-shirt that says free on there, which as of recording this video does not hold up to be true. And that is the end of our 4-part Diddy series. There's actually so much more that I haven't included.
I feel like when the trials start happening next year, there's going to be more than 4 more parts is what I'm saying. Like,
yeah. And, you know, I think there were a lot of questions of people saying, why wasn't Epstein's case talked about as much? Which I do think Epstein's case is heavily talked about, right? Mm-hmm. But I think one aspect that people are forgetting in this that I see a lot of discourse on is Diddy and his friends are all famous. So there's a lot of discourse and information pertaining to their past because a lot of it is more public versus a lot of these heads of companies, they can get away with a lot of stuff because they're not public figures. And that is also another conversation for another day because people think that there's a lot of executives in the music industry that either knew about what Diddy was doing, was complicit, let it happen, maybe took part in it.
Yeah.
But I guess nobody really cares about them because it's like, do you really care about John in a suit?
Right.
When you have Ashton Kutcher, you know? So I don't know. What are your thoughts? Let me know and stay safe. I will see you guys in the next one.
Bada bing, bada boo.
It's the middle of the day in South Korea. South Koreans are busy. They're rushing to their next place. They're heading to work. They're grabbing lunch. They're picking up the kids from school. Everybody's minding their own business, except there's this one man, an American guy named Ramsey. He's looking side to side. Maybe it's hindsight. It just appears that he's up to no good. He's live streaming on his phone, and eventually when he puts his backpack, he puts his phone down and props it up, the live stream viewers can see this female figure in front of Ramsey. And he pulls out his portable speaker and he just starts blasting a song in the middle of a public street in broad daylight. The lyrics of the song go, "Last night, I couldn't even get an answer. I tried to call, but my pride wouldn't let me dial." It's a song titled Last Night by Diddy, P. Diddy, Puff Daddy, whatever you want to call him. The American man, Ramsey, he starts slowly walking up to the figure of that woman and he starts stripping off his shirt until he's shirtless in the middle of the street, grabbing a bottle of baby oil. And he just starts smearing it all over his chest in broad daylight in the middle of Seoul. A whole crowd of Koreans form, passerbys. He's trying to rub his butt up against the female figure. He's trying to dance all up on this female figure, rubbing baby oil onto her. And the Koreans are screaming at him in Korean. And he's screaming back in English. He doesn't stop dancing. He just screams back. And it seems like he's screaming more towards his live streaming audience. I think these people are about to call the police on me. But for what? For what? What did I do wrong? I'm just trying to show her love. Because of what? I'm trying to show my love to her.
Like what Diddy always says? Like,
Yeah.
Show some love?
Yeah, well, I think KVD said that mainly, but yes.
Oh, okay.
Yes. So eventually the crowd becomes very angry that he stops dancing with the figure of the woman. He puts his shirt back on and he sits down. This is all live streamed, and all of it would go viral in South Korea, making it to the news, making it to a congressional hearing, making him the #1 target for all South Koreans. Because the figure that he's rubbing baby oil on whilst playing Diddy's songs, I mean, the implication being very clear there, the woman that he's doing this to is a bronze statue. She is there to memorialize the hundreds of thousands of girls and women that were essayed and tortured during the war. Girls and women that were essayed 40 to 60 times per day for years for the quote-unquote comfort of soldiers. This video will go viral and Ramsey will be hunted on the streets of South Korea. By day 35 in South Korea, Ramsey will have been beaten on the streets multiple times with busted eyebrows, busted lips. And the very interesting part is, he's not free to leave South Korea. The authorities have confiscated his passport. They're opening an investigation into him. He's stuck in South Korea, in a nation where he is being hunted for sport. This is the story of Ramsey Khalid Ismail, otherwise known as Johnny Somali, the most hated American guy in South Korea. We would like to thank today's sponsors who have made it possible for Rotten Mango to support Palestine Children's Relief Fund. They are a volunteer-based group that provides free medical care and humanitarian aid to thousands of injured, abused, and abandoned children. This episode's partnerships have also made it possible to support Rotten Mango's growing team. And we'd also like to thank you guys, our listeners, for your continued support as we work on our mission to be worthy advocates. As always, full show notes are available at rottenmangopodcast.com. Some quick disclaimers for today's case. There's mentions of SA, trafficking, slavery, and if that's too heavy, please take care, stay safe. And for general disclaimers, I want to be very clear that any discussions about specific countries, their history, or mentions of wrongdoings is not an effort to degrade their people nor their culture, just like how Americans do not want to be identified by our politicians' decisions or our government's decisions, much of which we strongly oppose. The same goes for every other country, nor is it meant to single out any specific region, because historically, I think every single region and country has a past that they are not proud of and should not be proud of. And one last brief note, the American streamer goes by the name Johnny Somali. His Wikipedia page states that he's half Somali, but he has done a video where he states that he's half Ethiopian and Yemeni. It does not appear that he's Somali, and regardless, if he's Somali or not, many Somalis are frustrated that he's putting Somali as his username because it's making them look bad. And it's not even just like a small group of TikTokers being like, hee, look at this guy. It's becoming an international issue. So for the purpose of this video, he's Johnny Salami, if we're talking about his username.
Salami?
Like the meat. Because he's not Johnny Somali. I don't think that we should keep using his username. Additionally, I will be referring to him as his real government name, which is Ramzi Khalid Ishmael. His name is Ramzi, and he is an American national. Perhaps he immigrated when he was younger. Honestly, I can't be too certain, but he does hold a US passport. He's a US citizen, and he's an American. We will be calling him by his real name, Ramzi Khalid Ishmael. So with that being said, let's get started. Do you know the game Where's Waldo? You look for a certain figure in a busy crowd, and when you find him, you win the game. It's like a big game of hide and seek. This is taking place in real life right now in South Korea. But instead of looking for Waldo in the red and white striped shirt, South Koreans are looking for this American streamer named Ramzi. One netizen comment reads, Ramzi's biggest mistake was that he let South Koreans turn their anger into a game of Ramzi catch. When anger and gaming skills are combined, there is no country in the world that can beat South Korea. And Ramzi's trying to be discreet, or at least he's thinking he is. He's wearing all black, which during the colder months, most Koreans do love an all black look. It's sleek, it's subtle, it goes with everything, it doesn't make you stand out. Ramzi's gone ahead and he's paired it with a black beanie. He's in a quiet part of Seoul, near a bunch of alleyways with his two friends, but that doesn't stop him from being hunted.
Two friends, are they American too, or they're Koreans?
One of them is an American, the other one is, I believe, a Korean national that got deported from America and was arrested in America for firearms violations. But he's ethnically Korean. The other one is American.
But they're all from America, so they traveled here together, right?
I think the Korean now lives there because he's been deported.
Wow, okay. Now,
every single day that Ramzi is staying in South Korea, there is a bounty out for him. Albeit it's a rather small bounty, $770 for his whereabouts, but perhaps that's more insulting than anything. He's walking down an alleyway when he hears them. They're coming for him, the Koreans. He starts running for his life because the streets are relatively empty. Nobody's out. There's nobody that he can scream to save him. And even if he did at this point, who's to say that they're not just going to jump in and start beating him too? Honestly, maybe he's thinking that. Maybe it's radio silence up here while he's running away. I'm not sure. But there's this big Korean man that's chasing after him, just running down the alleyway after him. And once he reaches Ramzi, the Korean man grabs the back of Ramzi's jacket and slams him over his shoulder, smack onto the cold street pavement, and kicks him square in the chest and face. The whole thing is being recorded, and once it's uploaded, I've never seen a whole nation of people so united in asking, why not more? Do it some more. What is happening right now? Why is violence being condoned? What is happening to the American Ramzi in South Korea right now? I mean, South Korea has a notorious bullying problem, and one netizen comments, finally, Korean bullying problem pointed in the right direction. The whole nation is pretty much unanimously angry at Ramzi. He is the nation's punching bag. There's clips of Ramzi and his friend Gino, another American streamer, and they're walking down this other alleyway. They're both in real life streamers, IRL streamers.
Are they streaming on like Twitch or what's going on?
They got banned on Twitch. Then they went on Kick, or at least Ramzi went on Kick. He got banned on Kick. He got banned from YouTube. He's on Rumble now, I believe. He just keeps getting banned. But they're both IRL streamers, meaning they like to go around and explore new towns or countries while streaming on their phones using, I think, Starlink to get cell reception. And they just like walk around different towns. I mean, most of them just have these long selfie sticks in their phones streaming in real time on the street. It's interesting because they're both streaming together. So you get two perspectives of the same incident. They're standing on the side of the street in South Korea and it's nighttime, but it's still fairly early. So there's people everywhere. When out of nowhere, Ramsey's stream takes a tumble. It's like he dropped his phone and it goes black for a moment. What the hell just happened? Just mid-sentence, he's gonna cut out his stream? But you can see it on his friend's perspective, Gino's stream. Ramsey did not just randomly decide to drop his phone. He was standing on the side of the street when a man walks up to him, a Korean man, and just punches him, decks Ramsey in the face before walking away. Not even running away. He is walking away in the most calm manner, hands in his pockets, like nothing just occurred. Given zero context at all, if you don't know what's going on, you could say, if we live in a contextless, nuanceless world, just judging by this clip, this was an unprompted, unprovoked attack. You could say that, but the comments would read otherwise. Top comments read, Captain Korea. That's the guy's name now. We love him. Someone buy the guy a beer. Perfect landing, good execution of punch. Now do it again. Translated comments by South Korean netizens read, because of patriots like that, the dignity of the country shall be maintained. Others read, he should have hit more. He should be honored with the Brave Citizen Award, actually. So what the hell did Ramsey do that would warrant all of this? Is it just because he danced with a statue? What's going on? Prior to coming to South Korea, Ramsey had gone on this world tour of sorts, just making Americans look bad. That is his whole thing. But his antics really start in Japan. He live streams himself out in Japan, harassing citizens, doing the most obnoxious, racist things. And because the world is depressing, he actually gains so much attention doing that. Versus when he's just out vlogging and showing off what he's eating, nobody cares. And
when was Japan?
End of 2023.
Was this the one that we saw? Was
on the
guy
subway station?
Went to like an all-female subway and then.
Oh, that's a different man.
Okay.
No, some of these IRL streamers are ruining Japan.
That is crazy. So there's like this is a trend that people do.
And there are Japanese citizens protesting tourists. They're like, we actually despise you. Please never come.
Wow.
Yeah. It's so bad. It's so bad. I mean, obviously tourism is great in any country, but not this type of tourism. Ramsey would go onto the subways in Japan and say that everybody is shooting him dirty ass looks on the subway. He's insinuating that all the Japanese people are aggressively mean and are racist, but it's because you're live streaming and waving a camera around, which by the way, he keeps saying everyone's shooting me dirty looks as if they're all the problem, but they're not. Eventually, he straight up tells his own viewers that he's not trying to give the foreigners a good image in Japan. He's out here trying to give foreigners a bad image. He says, I'm not a role model. He also proceeds to call everyone in Japan an NPC. He will literally walk around live streaming saying, crazy, these are all just NPCs out here. They're all NPCs, bro, all NPCs. Which, side note, NPC stands for non-playable character in games, like the ones that stand on the side offering you a side quest. When there were women that refused to be on his live stream, he made fun of them, saying that they didn't want to be on camera because they use too much filters, so now they can't show their real faces. Just being straight up racist and misogynistic. One could potentially argue that Ramsey himself is the one that could benefit from overusage of filters, but it does not stop him from just being blatantly rude and disregarding another country's culture and norms. He will live stream himself walking into restaurants where everything is in Japanese, because he's in Japan. And he starts aggressively shaking menus, pointing at the menu, saying everything is in this Mulan language.
Oh.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
He would walk around getting drunk, screaming on the streets, we're here to destroy Japanese society. Drop a nuke emoji in the chat. Chat, drop a nuke emoji. But by far, the most viral for all the wrong reasons clip of Ramsey is him sitting inside a subway car in Japan. There's a Japanese man sitting next to him, minding his own business, when Ramsey looks to him and says, Hiroshima.
Hiroshima.
The guy looks confused because why are you just telling me a random city in Japan? That's like me walking up to someone and being like, Philadelphia. It's so random. He takes off his earbuds and he looks confused, and Ramsey double downs. You know Hiroshima? Yeah. Nagasaki? Okay, now the man looks uncomfortable because yes, both of those places are cities, but also the two cities that the US bombed during World War II, killing over 250,000 people, most of whom were civilians. And now you have an American. I mean, obviously the Japanese man at this point wouldn't know his nationality, but you can presume that he's an American, just sitting there asking him if he knows about these two cities. Johnny continues, why you do this? Pearl Harbor. Then he starts screaming on the train, Hiroshima, Nagasaki, you know why we do this to you, right? Because you don't know how to behave. I swear to God, you do again, we do again. Do you understand? Hiroshima, Nagasaki, we do again.
You know Hiroshima, Nagasaki? We're gonna do again. What? Hiroshima, Nagasaki.
Which none of the Japanese people on the train do anything because for one, maybe they just don't want to give him the time of day, or two, I would honestly be kind of scared. Is he saying he has something on the train? Is he saying he's gonna do it again on the train? It's a bit scary to even react. But one American walks up to him, a Korean American. Why don't you leave this guy alone? Just leave him alone, man. What do you mean? The Korean American asks him, where are you from, man? I'm from America. You're from America? So am I. Yeah, you're being obnoxious, dude. You know what we do to you? The Korean American man is confused. What do you do? Because they're both American. We will do it again. Do what? Hiroshima, Nagasaki. Which is just racist on top of racist at this point. But Ramsey keeps questioning him that he's from America until the Korean American man says, I'm from Texas, buddy. But Ramsey continues asking him what his ethnicity is. I'm Korean. Then sit down, brother. Why don't you sit your ass down? Okay, then Korean War, you know what happened to you.
That's freaking crazy.
The Korean American man just tries to tell him, come on, you're being obnoxious. Leave the guy alone. Speaking about the Japanese guy. Korean War, North Korean War, you know what we did to you.
Korean War, North Korean War, you know what we did to you.
This is one of the first clips of Ramsey's to go viral, and once he realizes that everyone hates him, he starts live streaming angrily in the streets of Japan again. So prior to this, he's not getting much attention. This is the clip that blows up. Everyone on X is talking about him, and he's upset. He's live streaming. Everybody's mad at me. I don't give a shit. Don't take shit too seriously. More haters is more views is more money. More haters is the more eyes watching. More eyes watching is more money. You know what I mean?
Just keep screaming and get rich and get super rich and just, that's gonna piss everybody off. That's how you fucking win over these normies.
Haters are my motivators, you know? The more haters, the better. And I can just tell you, as someone who also posts on the internet, when you hear someone say that, that means they are very bothered. He says, the more haters, the better. The more viewers, the better. I love every single one of my haters, bro. You know what I mean? We don't know what you mean. Which is good, I guess, because Johnny will meet many of his haters. After that video clip of him screaming Hiroshima, Nagasaki, screaming at employees, calling the Japanese language Mulan language goes viral, he's still in Japan live streaming. Naturally, he starts getting confronted. A middle-aged man flicks him off and starts ramming his bike into Ramsey. Another time he gets confronted in an alleyway, completely alone at night, by a man on a motorcycle. Suddenly, big, bad, tough Johnny Salami on the subway, he's gone.
Hey, chill out, chill out.
He's straight live streaming?
Yes, he's like, chill, chill, chill. I didn't even say anything. I was just saying what the chat told me to say. You know, I'm trying to make money. I'm just trying to make money. I'm just trying to make a living. The guy gets off his motorcycle and starts stalking him, walking behind him in the alleyway. He takes off his helmet. He wants to understand, why would you say that? Why?
Somebody give me money and they said, say it. No. So I said it on the train.
Somebody gave me money to say it. They gave me money, okay, to say it. Understand? I understand, but it's not good, the Japanese man says in English. Johnny then proceeds to tell the police, because he calls the police on him, that the man threatened him because he's a member of the Yakuza, which is, again, just so bizarre. There's another incident where he runs into a Japanese streamer, Miyako, and he is so aggressive with her, just popping up, trying to interact with her. She's taken aback. She's streaming in real time on Twitch. And he warns her, oh, you just showed me on your stream? You know, on Twitch, if you even show the face of a banned Twitch streamer, you're gonna get banned. Because you're platforming somebody that's banned. This is her livelihood. Mm-hmm. So later in the stream, she breaks down crying, which I was thinking about too. It's not even just he is threatening her livelihood and making her scared, but imagine being a Japanese streamer, and I think she lives in Belgium, but besides the point, she's Japanese, right? You run into this notorious streamer. Now, for all the wrong reasons, who has attacked Japan. And it's a feeling of, I should have said something or done something or told him it's not okay, condemn his actions while everybody's watching because I'm Japanese, this is what I stand for, but also how terrifying is it? You're taken aback because you weren't prepared to run into him and now you're scared and now you could lose your livelihood, or everybody could be mad at you for not saying anything, but in that moment you were so scared to say anything, and the pressure of it all is just coming down on her. Later, she tweets thanking her viewers for being kind, and she said, "We worked quickly with Twitch staff to avoid having our account banned. I burst into tears because there was just so much going on, but I hope he leaves Japan soon. I felt helpless as I couldn't do anything even though he was right in front of my face. Thank you everyone for your concern." Which, side note, Ramsey has apologized before in Japan multiple times. There is one clip of him bowing down, like a full proper bow, but I will say any apology he gives is pretty much fake. He apologizes twice in Japan, but he's not sorry. He only apologizes when he's about to get beaten. He only apologizes when he thinks he's about to get arrested. And after he leaves Japan, he starts talking very negatively about Japan after his apologies. To give you context, one of his more known apologies in Japan came after he was choked out on the street by a stranger. So clearly, he's not actually sorry. But immediately after that, after his apology, he goes to Disneyland Japan and starts IRL streaming, which is, first of all, not allowed on any Disneyland properties. But he wore his speaker on his shirt so that his followers can donate. So at certain platforms, when you have IRL streaming, you can have viewers donate in real time. If they donate a certain amount, they can have automated text, or they can have some sort of sound, song, or something play on his speaker.
Okay.
Now, a lot of streamers won't do that because you're inviting people to donate just so they can say very explicit things that you have to now witness and listen and everybody has to see you react to. It's just, it's not the best thing to do, I would say.
I see.
Unless you have a really good community of people, which clearly he does not. But he wears this speaker on his shirt. His followers are donating and they're typing whatever they want it to say and play out loud. And of course, naturally, the smooth-brained crowd of people, they keep playing things like Sucky Sucky, Atomic Bomb, and actually as explicit noises in Japan at the Disneyland. He would also go around moaning, quote, anime sounds, like stereotypical anime, really explicit type of noises, I guess.
He's making that noise himself out of his own mouth?
Yes, just aggressively making those noises in public while stalking high schoolers in Japan. He does ultimately get confronted by a group of Japanese streamers who find out where he's staying. He half apologizes, not really. He just states that he has autism, which I don't think he does, but also crazy. And because of the language barrier, they believe that he's apologized and they walk off. There's another incident where he's dancing on a crosswalk and a man, a stranger, just walks up to him and slaps him so hard across his face that his hat gets knocked off his head. And he's always traveling with this little minion of his named Gino IRL, a fellow American streamer. He is Ramsey 2.0. He's probably most well known for his stunts in Thailand. He actually tries the whole deplorable foreigner traveling in other people's countries and doing things that they wouldn't dare in their home country type of act in Thailand. There's this whole bit where Gino tries it in Thailand, which is very, I don't know if you can call it satisfying per se, but it's a very interesting clip of Gino. He's with Ramsey. Later that day, they separate and he's walking around. He's walking down this busy street in Thailand and there's these rows of restaurants and tons of civilians eating dinner on the side of the road. He's live streaming while walking. He says, I don't care what it is. I just want to and he says, gut your ass alive. He swings to the side as he's saying this, out of view from the live stream, but he likely either pushed something or someone or pushed a chair, or perhaps he got into a stranger's face that's just casually eating dinner at a restaurant. It's unclear. But Gino walks away after that because he just loves acting like he's so big, bad, and tough. The belief here is either the Thai people, the people of this country, will not understand what he said in English, or perhaps they are just generally too busy to care for a speck of dust like him. I'm not sure what he thought was going to happen. I've only known my Thai friends to be very patient and tolerant, but not until you disrespect them, which I find this very disrespectful. He keeps walking, thinking he's this big bad boy, and when you see a glimpse from the screen, it's like the whole restaurant came out and they're following him now. What? There's like 20 people walking out after him.
So they fully understood what he said.
I mean, I don't know if they, I think so. I mean, most of them were speaking English, but also you just don't do that. Even if you said something very nice, I just want to love you. It's the body language, the tone. It was bad. It's like you want to fight.
So he's walking away knowing that there's a bunch of people following him.
He doesn't know until he finally looks at his screen, sees a bunch of them just following him, zoned in, zeroed in, staring at the back of his head. And he turns around and he starts.
Yeah, I didn't mean to destroy property.
We don't do like
I know. I'm sorry.
We don't need money. You don't do like this in here.
I'm sorry.
Gino then starts apologizing. They give him a lecture and they let him go because they're good people. This is his little sidekick. This is his minion. The two of them, they travel from country to country together, IRL streaming. And now Ramsey and Gino are walking down the street when they're confronted by this woman. This is in Japan now. And she's asking him to answer for his racist comments. Ramsey and Gino, they turn around and they start calling the woman racist, accusing them of being racist on their stream and on the middle of the street. Eventually, they start walking away from the woman, and you see another foreigner who's standing there. He looks like maybe European, I'm not sure. He's standing there witnessing all of this, smoking a cigarette. He kind of side-eyes Ramsey and Gino, and then out of nowhere, he just decks Gino in the face, decks him out so hard that immediately Gino gets a donation from a sub.
What?
Yeah, so, okay.
Wait, what?
I don't know what they did in their settings, but every time Gino and Ramsey get a donation, they play a Mario sound where Mario gets a coin or something. Like the ding sound. And right when he gets decked in the face, someone subs. So it's like you punch Mario and you got a coin.
Oh my god.
Is the implication.
Whoa.
I thought for the longest time it was a post-edit. That other people were editing that noise in while re-uploading them getting decked in the face, but it actually happened in real time.
So it just matched perfectly.
Yes.
And it sounds like he got punched.
Yes.
For a go coin. Got it.
And Johnny is completely still processing what just happened. He doesn't try to run. He doesn't try to fight back. He doesn't help his friend Gino. Instead, Ramsey then gets knocked in the face. Yeah. I'm so sorry. Johnny and Ramsey are the same person. It's just very confusing because all the research I did is like Johnny, but I'm trying to use his government name Ramsey because I feel like it's better for him to be shamed. And then he comes and decks Ramsey in the face. Ramsey, by the way, was not even trying to hide, was not trying to run, was not trying to help his friend Gino, was not trying to fight back. Ramsey just waits to get punched in the face. Ramsey then drops his phone and you hear someone donate to the live stream as well. But people start donating and they decide to do the text-to-speech donation. So instead of the Mario coin sound effect, you get an automated voice saying, Hiroshima, Nagasaki, Hiroshima, Nagasaki, Hiroshima, Nagasaki, while he's out cold.
Anonymous sent $3 Hiroshima, Nagasaki, Hiroshima, Nagasaki, Hiroshima, Nagasaki.
And then you just hear the claps of people nearby. They're clapping that these two were just punched in the face. Netizens have since commented on this video stating, dude, God bless that guy. Hit him so hard Mario got a coin. Another comment reads, as a Japanese person, I cannot describe how grateful I am to this guy. Violence is bad, but there is always an exception. I feel great. Another comment reads, the fact that some native Japanese people clapped when these guys got decked says a lot, if you know, considering how public situations are usually treated here. But what do you expect from this guy? This is the same guy where there is a video of Ramsey hitting on minors. He promptly titled this video, Johnny Salami becomes P. Diddy. Yes. And it's him live streaming on the street, hitting on girls. Finally, they ask the girls how old they are. They are 16 and 17. He lies to them that he's 19, but he's actually 23. And he says it's fine because the age of consent in that area is 16. He straight up tells these girls he doesn't care how old they are because he's ready to go to jail. He doesn't give a f. He tells the girls, I'm going to groom you. He literally says, I will groom you.
I go to jail. I got wife number 1 and wife number 2. I don't give a f.
Do they fully understand what he's saying?
Yes, and they're getting freaked out. He's kissing their hands. He starts trying to get their numbers and says, hey, call me Johnny 16, call me Johnny 17. I don't give a f. I'm like P. Diddy, I'm like Epstein, I'm like R. Kelly. I don't care. Age is just but a number. You need an older man with some money. I'm not from here, so I'll take the chick and leave like Diddy. I'll get on a plane and leave like Diddy, and I'm out.
I take a plane, I leave like Diddy. Like Diddy, like Diddy.
Side note, he has also said about women before in the past that they are, quote, they are lower life forms only to be used for breeding. Shouldn't vote, shouldn't speak. Regardless, by the end of 2023, Ramsey is arrested in Japan. When he is finally released, he is deported from Japan and has a travel ban so that he cannot travel to Japan for the next 5 years. Eventually, he ends up in South Korea, where some would say that there are certain things that you just don't poke fun at. There are certain boundaries that just cannot be crossed. And for each country, those boundaries are different. For Korea, that is the plight of comfort woman. Side note, I know that comfort woman itself is a very strange term to those that are unfamiliar, but it is the most recognized term in South Korea for what happened to these women. There are comfort woman victims and survivors in places like China, Philippines, Taiwan, Malaysia, Indonesia, just pretty much all over Asia. There are victims and survivors from all those countries, and many of them have decided that they don't like to be referred to euphemistically as comfort women. They like to be labeled as slave victims or survivors. In South Korea, many of the comfort women have spoken up and said that they kind of prefer the softness of this term. And many of Koreans know this terminology better, so to change the terminology in Korea, it would just cause more confusion rather than anything. But they are literal victims of repeated torture and essay. This term is not used to make light of what happened, obviously. The comfort woman refers to the hundreds of thousands of girls and women who were forced into slavery by the Japanese military during World War II. It's stated by many sources, like I said, that many of the victims were Korean, Chinese, Filipino, Indonesian, Malaysian, Taiwanese, Thai, Vietnamese, amongst other places. It is probably one of the most painful parts of South Korean history, but it's also one of the most controversial because somehow it becomes politically divisive. Certain leaders of Japan have tried to rewrite history with one big excuse being, where is the evidence? It's pretty well acknowledged by many that Japan destroyed many documents, including ones regarding the comfort woman station, so that's not really the best argument to make by these politicians. If you destroy the evidence, then you ask where's the evidence, it's not going to go over well. It's just not. It's also hard when 90% of the comfort women were killed so that they could not live to tell their tale.
And most of them are very, 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 very old now.
Yes, most of them have passed.
Yeah.
There's only like a handful of them throughout Asia, and they're in their 90s. The UN's Global Tribunal on Violation of Women's Human Rights estimated that by the end of World War II, 90% of the, quote, comfort women have passed during the war. We're talking hundreds of thousands of women enslaved, taken to remote foreign territories under brutal conditions, forced to be essayed with as many as 40 soldiers per day. If the women survived, they were shamed to not talk about what happened. They were terrified. And many passed away from complications from the violent abuse that they endured, from the STIs that were left untreated. Others self-exited. One of the survivors, Lee, she was running an errand for her parents when out of nowhere, a car pulls up on the street, stops, every door flings open, a group of uniformed men drag her into the car. She's 14 years old. She is then taken to a, quote, comfort station in the Japanese-occupied China, where she's forced to, quote, serve Japanese soldiers. Another Korean survivor, Kim, she was 15 when she was forced into a, quote, comfort station. She states that she was taken to a station in China for Japanese soldiers. So side note, a little bit of history, because during World War II, Japan occupied a significant portion of China as well as most of South Korea. She gets to the station. She's asked for her age. She states she's 15. They don't care. Army medics come to examine all the girls that are brought there, and they thought they were coming here to work to create uniforms for soldiers. Not that they had a choice even then. Japan is occupying Korea. During the war, they were forcing Korean men, just pulling kids, male kids, students out of schools to fight for the Japanese Imperial Army. They were pulling girls out of their homes to work in factories. Many of them were not taken to factories. They were taken to comfort stations, and even then, they had no choice. There was no such thing as no. They would strip the family of everything and exile them from Korea. Where would they go? They have no belongings, no money, no resources. Where do they go? The world is in a war. Nobody wants to take anybody. After the examination by the army medics, she tries to fight back, but they beat her. They essay her. There was blood everywhere because she was so young. She and a few other girls huddled together that night and thought, we can't live like this. Wouldn't it be better to not live? They tried to gather all the money that their parents had given them to buy one bottle of liquor, somehow smuggle it in, and they tried to self-exit. One of them was left unconscious for days, but they ended up surviving, and they thought, If we survived, that is a sign that we need to live and we need to tell someone what happened to us. She says every day they were essayed, sometimes from 8 in the morning till 6 p.m., noon till 6 p.m. There would be a line of soldiers outside. She says, quote, if there was a delay in one of the essays, the guy next in line would start banging on the door. It was continuous. It happened so many times a day that I lost count. By 5 p.m., I couldn't even get up. I could not walk properly. My entire lower body was in pain. At the end of the night, the medics would come and treat us where they felt we needed to be treated, and they would inject us with random shots. This was their lives for 8 years. When she was finally reunited with her family, she said, how could I have told them about my experience? I mean, Korea was in shambles after World War II. As a woman, I had things done to me that were unfathomable, so I couldn't say anything to anybody. They all thought I had worked at a factory. But eventually, because I didn't want to get married, my mother wanted to find out, why don't you want to get married? She pushed me to be honest with her. And the survivor devastatingly states, I confess that given all the abuse done to my body, I had a rotten body, and I didn't want to screw up another man's life being a rotten body next to him. It should just be my problem alone. Eventually, her mother suffered a heart attack and passed away because there was nobody that she could tell either. I mean, you're talking about this is right after the war. I feel like we barely care about women's rights now. I mean, think about back then and right after a war when everybody's in shambles, there was nothing she could do. Many of them have scars all over their bodies. One victim was beaten with a hot spatula on her chest. Many of them have severe damage and complications to their private areas. Feet that were permanently injured because they were constantly bound by tight ropes to be tied up so that they could not try to run. One Japanese military document that exists states some Japanese soldiers actually referred to comfort stations, which is already such a crazy way to refer to the war crime buildings as comfort stations, but they referred to them as public toilets. Some of the girls taken were so young that they didn't even have their menstrual cycles yet. One girl taken from the East Timor area says, I was still a child and did not have my periods yet. She was forced to be essayed by 4 to 8 soldiers a night, and during the day she was forced to build a road. So she was used for labor and for abuse. She gave birth to a baby girl at this station, but the military took the child away. She says she felt ashamed her entire life and is still waiting an apology from the Japanese government. One Chinese survivor saw her parents get murdered in front of her. She was gang essayed right there by more than a dozen soldiers on the spot beside her parents' lifeless bodies. She was 16 years old. After that, she was dragged away to this comfort station to be essayed every single day. It is estimated that many of the victims were essayed 40 to 60 times per day. One Filipino survivor states, there was no rest. They essayed me every minute. Another survivor states, I was in a different room every night. They flayed us with a horse's whip. She said sometimes she would be essayed until she lost consciousness. She was 12. Another Filipino survivor states, we cried, we pleaded for compassion. Their bestial hearts only craved satisfaction. At the age of 14, I was poisoned. If I could prevent the sun from setting, I would have, because whenever night fell, they would start raping us. Everything is still so clear to me, ingrained in my brain, even if my body is now weak. Another victim states, even with the passage of 75 years, the question of women in the war is not solved at all. After all the suffering that I have been through, I have to stand my ground until I get the justice that I deserve. Side note, Japan did acknowledge the atrocities in 1993, but it gets very complicated later on because South Korea and many other countries did not feel like their apology was adequate, considering the gravity of the war crimes committed, but Japan condemned the request for more apologies. They're like, we apologize. What more do you want? You're also not a perfect person. There's a lot of whataboutism that they bring up. Like, what about what South Korea did to blah, 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 and so and so. Additionally, the two countries are already quite in contentious predicaments over territory, amongst other things. But Japan states that they believe that the comfort woman issue was, quote, finally and irreversibly settled. But South Korea believes that's already not good enough. And additionally, because it was settled does not mean anything. It does not erase what happened. South Korea refuses to stop acknowledging it and never wants it to be forgotten because you can ask for forgiveness, but that doesn't mean that South Korea has to accept your apology, especially if it doesn't feel sincere, nor does it mean that they're going to forget what happened. which has resulted in many statues to be installed all over the world, including in front of many Japanese consulates and embassies, which Osaka, the Japanese city, and San Francisco in America are known as sister cities, which is largely ceremonial, but still. Japan cut those ties as sister cities after a comfort woman statue was installed in San Francisco. They have a heavy Asian population, and Japan stated that the comfort woman monument destroyed the two sides' relationship of trust. The statue depicts 3 young women from Korea, China, and the Philippines, the areas most affected, standing in a circle and holding hands. The inscription reads on the side of the statue, "The monument bears witness to the suffering of hundreds of thousands of women and girls, euphemistically called comfort women, who were actually enslaved by the Japanese Imperial Armed Forces in 13 Asian Pacific countries from 1931 to 1945. A Japanese official wrote a 10-page letter stating that inscription, quote, presents uncertain and one-sided claims as historical facts.
Wow.
Side note, I do want to mention from what I can see online, even in Japan, it appears to be a divisive topic. Many younger Japanese netizens have stated they didn't even know that the Imperial Army did this because it's been wiped from their textbooks. They don't teach this in school, or they kind of make it seem like, yeah, women were tortured during war, but like all war, every country does it, you know, of course. It's just what happens. It's the nature of war. But many of them did not realize how bad it was. The older generations, they're pretty split. I would say most of the older generations think that it's bad and think that it should be resolved, but there are still other contentious arguments between certain countries that also need different types of handling. But a big group of Japanese right-wing politicians and their supporters believe that South Korea and the world needs to get over it. They deny Japan's role in it, and when that doesn't work, they just list all the things South Korea has done wrong. They also dispute what happened in Nanjing, China. Yeah, which we have a whole episode on. So I would say it's definitely a small group of Japanese netizens who know everything and still deny it. And then I would say like the younger people in Japan probably haven't even heard of it, really. One survivor states, I want a formal apology. They should say what we did was completely wrong and we will correct our history textbooks and say to us we sincerely apologize. If they wrote that kind of formal apology, then we can forgive them. This is not about money. I mean, first of all, they're like 90 years old. This is not about money. They keep trying to make the issue go away, and we are the ones that are constantly fighting so that doesn't happen. It's history. She says, because Japan's government keeps dragging it out, I have to keep talking about it over and over again, and each time I'm heartbroken beyond belief. This age in my 90s, I'm supposed to be in peace.
This is a comment from a comfort woman?
Yes, and she's in her 90s. And she just wanted a formal apology, and she didn't get one. And in 2019, she passed away at 92 years old.
다른 건 없어요. 일부서 사죄 받는 것밖에 다른 도리가 없어.
One Chinese survivor states, the longer I live, the worse it gets. And she is also in her 80s. Decades later, the survivors have still not received justice. But here is Ramsey, an American visiting South Korea. He's on a live stream when he shows a picture on his phone. He says, that's my next target. Where can I find this one? The picture on his phone is of a comfort woman's statue. The statue shows a young girl in traditional hanbok sitting on a chair because most of the victims were taken in their teenage years. The statue is very detailed. Even her bare feet, her heels are lifted because it's a symbol of unrest. You don't feel grounded. You don't feel settled. Your heels are raised. It instills anxiety. Under her is a mosaic of an older woman, which represents comfort women now, growing older, and it's shattered with all this trauma, no way to cope, no way to find peace. There's a small bird on the girl's shoulder, which represents her fight for freedom. And next to her is an empty chair. It's supposed to represent the deceased victims. But it's also a place to invite viewers to sit and reflect and have a moment of silence for what has happened and how we can all be better people, and also to ponder, how do people have the strength to fight this long for so many decades? That's what the creator of the statue said. Her hands are clenched. She said she works so hard on the little girl's face because she doesn't want to seem depressed, sad, or angry. She wants to look dignified and determined because this statue is going to be staring right at the Japanese embassy in South Korea. Just to give you an idea of what this statue means to Koreans, during winter months, you'll commonly see people place scarves around the little girl's neck. And on super rainy seasons, usually people will place umbrellas over her. They'll place it over her shoulders so that she won't get wet. Well, one day, an American live streamer, Ramsey, decides to go live stream the Comfort Woman statue. One of them, I mean, there's many of them, but he decides to go live stream one of them. He's already been kicked out of Japan and he's come to Korea. He finds the Comfort Woman statue and he states this on his live stream. So this indicates to us he knows exactly what this statue means. He says, Japan hates this thing. Japan hates this statue. There was a lot of discourse. Anytime a statue pops up in front of a Japanese embassy, they'll pull the ambassadors from that location. And there's a whole fight that happens. Sometimes they come back, there's protests, there's people guarding the statue to make sure it doesn't get pulled down. It's a very big deal, yeah. A lot of activists say it works in their favor because every time Japan makes such a big deal, it draws attention to the Comfort Woman statues.
Right.
The little minion, Gino, that he's with asks him, oh, tell them why, tell them why.
Tell him why. Let me sit down with it. Hold it.
Like the story behind the statue is so hee ha ha, so cute, so funny. Ramsey hands the camera to Gino so he can hold it in place for his live stream. He then sits down on the empty chair next to the little girl and he says, I stand with the Korean people. I love Korea and everything I did in Japan was for the Korean and Chinese people. Then he proceeds to blow a kiss at the camera. Then he turns his cheek to the side and he kisses the little girl on the cheek, which really angers a lot of South Koreans and really everyone because think about the symbolism of what this statue means. This is not the statue of a little girl who's just having a good time. It's just a cute little, he knows what this statue means. Yeah. And to kiss her on the cheek, it gets worse because he's gonna go again. He sees that people have reacted to this. It starts getting a little bit of traction in South Korea. People are saying, why would he kiss her cheek? This is so disgusting. But they're not angry to the point of like, we gotta do something about it. It's just, this is really disrespectful. Do you think he meant it as disrespect? Or it's just, he's so dumb and so culturally insensitive? Because what he's saying is, he stands for Korean people, and I guess maybe he's trying to say he stands for Comfort Woman. The whole thing is weird. People are confused about it, but he sees the reaction and he tells his stream. So I got a plan for today. I'm gonna go to the Japanese embassy because I saw that the Koreans were getting mad about that Comfort Woman statue shit. And if I'm leaving soon, might as well. I think the main Comfort Woman statue is in front of the Japanese embassy, so that's where we're going right now. And I'm gonna go into the embassy to see if they know who the I am, and I'm gonna ask them if they're gonna let me come back to Japan, but I'm gonna go to the Comfort Woman statue first. He finally gets to the embassy. He shows the Comfort Woman statue, the same one, and this time he starts playing ETA by New Jeans and starts twerking on the statue. In front of the statue, on her lap, as well as going around the back of the little girl to put her head in his shirt. Then he looks straight into the camera while twerking. He licks his fingers and puts his hands under her skirt and repeats the motion of taking it in and out, which you know exactly what this motion could be.
He puts his hand into her skirt?
Yeah, after licking his fingers.
That is beyond.
This clip then goes viral. And he's still not done. Later, he tries to go back to the statue, but by this point, Koreans have seen the videos. They're enraged. They have set up blockades so that he cannot get to the statue. He finds another one of a Comfort Woman standing up. That is the incident where he rubs baby oil all over himself whilst playing a Diddy song and dancing up on the statue. This is where the hunt for Ramsey begins. Even before what happened with the Comfort Woman statues, Ramsey and Gino have been behaving as if there are no social norms in South Korea, no consequences, and even then people were accommodating enough, very politely, civilly telling them they cannot do these things that they are doing. So for example, he goes onto a bus, live streams loud music, he's playing loud music in public, he's live streaming. Gino is twerking on the public bus while Ramsey is slapping Gino's butt. This is very out of the norm in South Korea. You do not do this type of stuff. Honestly, I don't think you should do this type of stuff anywhere on public transit. You just don't do that.
Yeah, they know it's gonna cause a reaction. Yes. That's why they do it. So it's not that they didn't know.
So South Koreans, and I believe the same could be said for Japan, even to speak on the phone on public transit is considered very rude.
Yeah, or
Like,
you have to keep the volume low.
Very low.
Try not to disturb
Yes.
others.
The police stop the bus and tell him to stop, cut it out, cut it out. And they're very nice about it, to which Johnny says, I can't dance. You cannot dance. The police tell him, you cannot dance. He responds, this is American culture. Which, side note, he does say this is Black American culture, but like, you know it's not, and we know it's not, and we know what you're trying to do here. Every Black netizen is just side-eyeing him right now. And on that point, many Black netizens have voiced so much frustration because there's a lot of discourse of how difficult it already is to travel to very homogenous places like South Korea because of racism that does indeed exist. Johnny could potentially be making it even more difficult for other netizens who just genuinely want to travel the world and enjoy other cultures. And might I add that he also makes a mockery of major issues in America. He's American, but on a subway train in South Korea, he screams because people are side-eyeing him and it seems like they're about to call the police. He gets very worried. He's like, oh, I think they're about to call the police. So he starts screaming, Black Lives Matter, George Floyd, I can't breathe. In this mocking tone.
George Floyd, I can't breathe, I can't breathe.
Like just walking down the subway saying, Black Lives Matter, George Floyd, I can't breathe. So truly, nobody wants him. Japan doesn't want him. Korea doesn't want him. Americans don't want him. But he continues, I'm a dancer in America, American culture. And the police are like, we don't care. You're a dancer? We don't care. This is Korea. He says, this is a free concert. Get off the bus. And they escort him off the bus. Other instances include, as no shock to any of us, that these are the types of guys that get upset when girls don't find them attractive, which naturally makes them hate every woman alive, because I personally can't fathom how anyone could find them more than a clump of cells and flesh that take up space. There is no brain operating there. The elevator does not go all the way up. Lights are on, but nobody's home. They proceed to just harass women on the streets, live streaming it. At one point, they run into foreigners also visiting and living in Korea. They're regular foreigners who are abiding by cultural norms. And out of nowhere, Gino, the minion, starts just calling one of the girls, just standing there, minding her own business. Move along, dirty bitch. Dirty emo bitch. Get the out of here with your stank ass. Your looks like roast beef, stank ass sashimi bitch. Get the out of here. Suck my dick. You better move along. I bet your smells like fish. It stinks. Oh, I'm so sick of bitches. It's always the foreign nasty white bitches. Oh, I hate them. I can't stand them. I can't stand these bitches.
What if he does that in America?
Oh, he would get wrecked. Yeah, it doesn't. I don't care what city you go into America, you're gonna get wrecked. You could be in a rural area, you're gonna get wrecked. You could be in New York City, you're gonna get wrecked. You could be anywhere, you're gonna get wrecked.
So they are ballsy in South Korea because everyone's more reserved. Nobody's used to these type of behavior.
Yes, and I do think that certain cultures, everybody has, and it could be for bad reasons too. South Korea definitely, it has its ups and downs, but it's a bit of a mind your own business type of culture. So if someone's saying or like screaming racial slurs in South Korea, a lot of times people will try to mind their own business. Versus in America, people would be like, that's not okay. Why would you say that? That's unacceptable. So he also thinks that a lot of East Asians are docile, submissive, polite, weak, meek, scared.
So that's why he's doing this.
Yes.
But he wouldn't dare to do 1% of that in America, because he's the moment that someone step up, he instantly go back.
And they know because they tried it in Thailand and it didn't work, so they stopped.
Right.
And it's not like, because a lot of netizens are saying, why don't you try this in Brazil? Why don't you come to Mexico? We want you. So a lot of netizens from those countries are actually asking Ramsey and Gino to come to their country just to see what happens. But he specifically targets countries for that reason.
Some of my favorite wholesome videos to watch online are the ones where people who speak multiple languages but don't look like it will randomly break out into full sentences, surprising everyone around them. And almost always the unsuspecting native speakers in the videos are shocked, but also happy, elated even, because learning a language is so much more than just communicating. It shows that there's a deep interest in the person's culture and heritage. I've been learning Chinese from my husband's side of the family, and actually I was talking with a friend and suggested, totally unprompted, that they should surprise their grandma for the holidays by learning her native language using Rosetta Stone. She just started practicing and is hoping to surprise her Nana by holding a full conversation in French by Christmas time. With Rosetta Stone, this is a fun little holiday gift that you can give as well. Whether you're surprising a loved one with your own abilities or gifting a membership, brushing up on a past language, or even starting from scratch, Rosetta Stone is the most trusted language learning program available on desktop or as an app. It truly immerses you in the language that you want to learn, but most importantly, Rosetta Stone encourages fast language learning through an intuitive process designed for long-term retention. The built-in True Accent feature gives you feedback on your pronunciation, which is basically a personal trainer for your accent. Because for 30 years, Rosetta Stone has been the most trusted language learning platform with millions of users worldwide. And don't worry, if French is not your thing, they have 25 different languages to choose from, such as Korean, Spanish, Japanese, Chinese, Arabic. Not that you have to choose though, because with Rosetta Stone's lifetime membership, you get access to all 25 language courses for the rest of your life. A lifetime supply of unlimited access to 25 languages for any future trips or language needs in life. Don't put off learning that language. There's no better time than right now to get started. Rotten Mango listeners can get Rosetta Stone's lifetime membership for 50% off. Visit rosettastone.com/rotten. That's 50% off unlimited access to 25 language courses for the rest of your life. Redeem for 50% off at rosettastone.com/rotten today.
In another instance, he walks up to a Korean woman minding her own business. This is Gino the minion, and asks if he can eat her private part.
Can I eat your
She does not understand what he's saying, but then he proceeds to stick his tongue out and try to crudely show how he would do it, which is just straight up harassing women on the street. They also seemingly stalk minors around. Stalk could be subjective here, but Ramsey follows a girl who appears to be a minor into a store, asking her why she's scared of him. Because she avoids him by going into a store. And he's like, why are you scared? Why are you scared of me? Why are you scared? Which you're chasing her into a store, shoving a camera in her face. I would say that would induce some level of fear. The employee tries to help the girl, and Ramsey starts screaming, don't touch me, don't touch me. He laughs maniacally before going out onto the street and running up to a group of older ladies. Like, I would say they're my mom's age, screaming, ah, into the camera, and just pointing the camera at their faces, like blocking their way of traffic on the street and screaming, ah, maniacally into his camera. The lady stares at him for a minute, then stares at the screen. Listen, if this were my mother, bless her heart, she would have cried all the way home. But this woman just screams, ah, right back and gives him the side eye to the point where he just tells her, Ajuma, relax, Ajuma, relax. What do you mean, Ajuma, relax? Johnny also walks around asking girls if they want to be on his stream, and one group of foreigners informs him, no thank you, but also could you delete the video since like you caught me on your video when you were asking. And at this point, he shoves the camera preemptively into their face. So then Ramsey continues recording them asking, and if I don't, what are you gonna do about it, ho? Exactly, so shut the up. In another clip, he spots a cute little band performing outside on stage, which, by the way, this whole performance is cute because it's small and it's intimate in real life, but it's being televised on national television. He proceeds to jump onto the stage, disrupts the entire show. He thinks it's hilarious, basically saying, look at me jumping up on here. They're not even doing nothing about it. What do you want them to do about it? Tackle you to the ground and beat you up? One of the more viral and annoying things that Ramsey does in Korea, aside from obviously everything else, is there's a clip of him at 7-Eleven. In Korea, you can eat at the 7-Eleven. There's booths and tables there. There are microwaves to heat up cup noodles. Everything is self-serve though, and even the trash is very well organized into recyclables, food waste, regular waste. I've never walked into a 7-Eleven and felt like someone left a mess behind. Everybody is very respectful. It's the cultural norm. Except here is Johnny sitting there with his big speaker next to him so that anyone that donates can say whatever dumb middle school run-of-the-mill sexist misogynistic remarks out loud, and it'll play those really loudly. He also uses the speaker to play Gangnam Style. He's obnoxiously dancing inside of a business, disturbing the customers, mentally disturbing them, disturbing their peace. He also tries to dance with a male customer who clearly does not want to be anywhere near this guy. He purchases a few ramen and a soju with one of those empty ice cups. He's on camera sitting there pouring soju into the ice cup. You're not allowed to drink the soju inside the 7-Eleven. You can purchase alcohol inside the 7-Eleven. You cannot drink it inside because then
Soju is like Korean liquor.
yes, like you can, the ice cups are meant for coffee, teas, other beverages. The older lady that works there walks over and tells him very nicely that he can't drink the alcohol here in the store, to which he aggressively tells her, I'm black, I'm not gonna do nothing. And again, you know my, yes. And she basically tells him to also shh, because he's playing like loud noises. Also, his followers love playing monkey noises, which also feels very racist. Like everything feels so racist to everybody. And he's like, yeah, I'll shut up. I'll eat the ramen. I'll shut up. I'll eat the ramen. But as she's walking away, he starts lunging after her like he's about to punch her or like pull her hair or something. He has a cup ramen in front of him, and later he just starts pouring out the broth of the cup ramen onto the table.
He's
Pouring.
spilling the
On
broth
purpose, pouring it out.
onto a table.
Onto a
So
table.
it's like all wet, running down.
Oh yeah. Then he grabs handfuls of noodles and starts throwing it all over the convenience store. Throwing it at the entry door where people are walking in, just throwing it at the windows, everywhere. Another woman, a customer, walks in, spots the soju that he's presumably drinking. He did not drink it, but I mean, it's sitting right there. He's a foreigner. He's acting drunk. He's behaving drunk, throwing a tantrum. So she tells him, you can't drink in the store. You can't drink in the store. To which he responds, shut up, bitch. She threatens to call the police on him, to which he responds, call the police, stupid ass. Stupid ass. I didn't even drink here. Are you dumb? You stupid ass, bald ass bitch. And she's on the way out. He screams at her, I did not drink it, you stupid bitch. You Chinese ass bitch. Which, if you know Korean culture, there is a strong respect for elders. Like you just don't do that on a human level. But this is extra hard to watch because of cultural norms there. Another notable incident includes when he asks a Korean elderly man who, this elderly man clearly is without a home, and he's asking for some spare change for food, and he's motioning like food. Ramsey says, give me a little dance first. Give me a little dancey dance first. And he goes, you very hungry? Give me a little dance like this. Come on, dance. He went around the city with a bag of fish that he bought out of the market, just letting it rot in the heat, letting the bag rip open and leak onto the bus, just waving it around in front of people's faces.
Cooking Korean barbecue.
He goes to university campuses to show college students the Rising Sun flag, which is the flag that Japan occupied Korea under. To give you an idea, that would be, and I'm not saying this is equivalent, but just to give you some context, because I know Asian history can feel very foreign, it's like going around showing Confederate flags. Like historically speaking, what Japan did to Korea in the past is a very tough subject. Like so many people died. There was a suppression of Korean culture. It was like a complete cutoff of culture and identity. Koreans were not allowed to be Korean. They were not even second-class citizens during that time where their country was occupied. Korean language and history was banned in an attempt to erase Korean cultural heritage. Korean farmers were forced off their lands. They were forced to work in mines, factories for the Japanese military. It was horrendous. He would go through the subways with the sound in Korean. Korea belongs to Japan. You are all comfort women. Playing on his phone.
It is crazy that he's walking free, doing
Yes.
all of these things for so long.
Yeah, so like just replace
Even just
it.
one of those actions
Yeah,
is beyond, like, and he's doing this constantly.
yeah. It just, again, replace it with American history. Just think about how that would play out and what kind of disrespect that is. Another one playing the words, I hate Korean people. I wish Koreans would get a nuclear weapon from Kim Jong-un. Which, I mean, Korean people, that doesn't even make sense. But he would continue playing speeches from the North Korean dictator, which when people tell him to stop, he will call them racist. And if that doesn't work, he will say, I have autism, and then walk away. He also threatened to slap a BTS member.
What do you mean?
He was just like, I'm going to slap a BTS member.
That's his quote?
Yeah, it's something along those lines. That's a paraphrase.
He didn't name who. He's
No.
like just a BTS member.
Yeah. Even when he's doing all of this, probably every Korean person wants to slap him, but they show great restraint. But I believe there are some lines that you just do not cross. Side note, he does have another sidekick in Korea, a guy named Hank Yu. Honestly, I don't know this man. I just know that in the depths of Twitter, there's a video of him saying that he only essays men. He also calls himself the Texas Asian Nazi. There's pictures of him that he took dressed up next to anti-Semitic signage and holding rifles. He was sentenced to a few years in prison in the US for firearm-related charges. I believe he was deported after his sentence back to Korea, which we know not much about this guy, but we know so much based off of that alone.
That's crazy that they found each other.
Yes. I mean, they must be lurking in the same weird forums. Probably one of the more heinous things he does in Korea, if you can believe it, it gets worse aside from everything, is Ramsey, somehow this also never gets talked about, at least not in depth, but Ramsey goes to Lotte World, which is the Disney World of South Korea, filled primarily with children. He has this stupid speaker on him, so again, if anyone donates, they can have whatever play, and the speaker would play things like in Korean, the translation being, Ramsey Ishmael is the most popular upskirt streamer in Korea. Ladies, be careful. There are children around, and the words that are being used in Korean, children are understanding all of it. On repeat, or sounds of people screaming in pain. It sounds like war torture sounds. Or, I would like to have with children in Korean.
How is he not kicked out immediately?
He eventually gets kicked out. Yeah.
But the damage is done. He was like doing this for a while.
Yeah, and like you can see on the live stream, there's children around him. The automated voice would play it loudly in Korean, or, my name is Ramsey Ishmael Khalid, which, side note, it uses Johnny Somali Salami, whatever, but I'm changing it to his real name. My name is Ramsey Ishmael Khalid. My name is Ramsey Ishmael Khalid, and I'm here to impregnate a cute little Korean girl. Again, there's children everywhere. To which, if people look at him, he just screams, autism, 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 I have autism.
I have autism, I have autism, I have autism.
And when someone calls him out on his bullshit further, he points at them and accuses them of being racist, screaming, racism, this is racism, Black Lives Matter, George Floyd, I'm scared for my life. Again, making a mockery. To another security guard, he says, you can't see my phone, you can't see nothing, you're racist, you can't talk to me, you're racist, I don't talk to racists. Again, mocking very real issues in the world. As one netizen comment points out though, making an ass out of yourself in a country where all adult men are required. But Ramsey either doesn't know or knows and doesn't care, but he says in a live stream, people come up to me, why are you being racist to people in other countries? For money, for clout. I said it many times, I don't give a put this in your next YouTube documentary, because people are making YouTube videos about him. I don't give a we're here tonight and we're not scared. His friend Gino starts jumping in. I was waiting, bro. I was waiting for that guy to swing on you. I swear, swing on us. Basically saying, swing or shut up. I think he verbatim says that at one point, Ramsey, is like, swing or walk away. In a separate live stream, he keeps taunting the public. He says that he has a video, a message for the Korean public, to the Korean people after what he did to the Comfort Woman statues. He says, I love Korea. And try to find me. I dare you. You never will, so good luck. That's all I want to say to you guys. And I need to address the Korean media. I want to address JTBC News for defamation against me. Today, JTBC News said that I was guilty of 2 different assault cases. This is not true. He keeps putting up like hand heart symbols. I love the Korean police. I respect the Korean police. They have always treated me greatly. I am compliant. We are working with the Korean police with whatever investigations they have. I am not guilty of assault. He then proceeds to pull up a picture of South Korean President Yoon, which, I mean, I personally don't know many Koreans who are fond of him, but go off, I guess. He continues, President Yoon, I love you. I love you. He kisses the picture of President Yoon on his phone. I love you. You guys only saw me dancing with this statue, and honestly, if I could take it back, I won't. How about that? I'm not sorry. If you want me to apologize and bow down on my knees and apologize, I refuse. I won't. So what are you going to do about it? You're going to kill me? You're going to kill me for dancing with a metal bronze statue? Get over it. That's what I need to say. You think I'm gonna sit here and a fake apology? You think I'm gonna sit here and like cry about it? I'm not sorry. I'm not. He goes on to say, don't let the media fool you. This is the real Comfort Woman. He pulls up a picture of a woman leaning up against a car, a clear stereotype of a worker, someone who, consents. And he says, this is what the real Korean Comfort Women were. Korean Comfort Women were dudes. Sorry, I debated there if I wanted to say that word. I don't use that word, but just to give you the gravity of what he's saying. He continues, they were used by the American soldiers. They were used by, they were illegally paid. I think the Japanese soldiers were paid 7 yen a month, and the Korean Comfort Women were paid 300, 400 yen a month. If we go back in time, that's enough to buy a house. So these were rich. These were some of the richest Korea, if we're being honest. This is entirely false. But he's trying to insinuate that the women that were taken, tortured, and essayed repeatedly, as well as beaten on a daily basis, and then ultimately killed, were exploiting the military men to make a profit. He then welcomes people to come hunt for him. He says, "I'm out for Halloween. Come catch me. I'm outside." Many netizens have stated, he asked and he found out. This lands him getting punched in the face by Captain Korea in the middle of the street that we were talking about earlier. That both Ramsey and Gino IRL are outside at night on the street when a man walks up to Ramsey and just decks him in the face. Gino catches the bulk of it on his live stream. The Korean man promptly walks off like nothing happened, hands in his pockets. This is the first assault. He's not running away. The Korean man is not running away. He's just steadily walking away. It feels like an action movie, honestly. Gino, the minion, starts screaming after the Korean man. "What the f is your problem? What the f is your problem?" The man who just punched Ramsey calmly turns around and says, "F you guys." Gino, the minion, starts following him, interestingly, at a laughingly slow speed. He's not even trying to catch up with the Korean man. The Korean man is not even fast walking out of there. He's not even pacing out of there. It's almost like he's timing the steps. As the Korean man takes one step, he takes one step. The Korean man takes one step, he takes one step. His actions, his speed, very incongruent with his words. He's screaming, "Oh, hell no, why are you walking away?" Side note, even the Korean news have played the clip in which the broadcaster states they continue to follow the man who is now walking away, asking him why he is walking away while maintaining a safe distance. He keeps screaming at him, "Bring your ass back here." The man indeed does do that. He comes back, snatches Gino's phone, one of them, straight from his hand, and then proceeds to just calmly walk away. Quite slowly, might I add.
He's holding Gino's phone?
He snatches Gino's phone. So now we're getting it from Ramsey's live stream because he's back up and live streaming after the punch. He takes Gino's phone and he just proceeds to calmly walk away. They continue to follow him, all walking, not even at a brisk walk, but a slow walk. "Ass, give me my phone back." To which the Korean man then turns around and throws the phone onto the ground, leaving Gino to go run after it. I mean, the whole thing is quite goofy, but Ramsey keeps following the Korean man, screaming, "Why are you walking away? Why are you walking away? Why are you walking away?" Which the lesson here being, be very careful what you wish for, because he stops walking away. He turns around, faces Ramsey. Ramsey instantly flinches and changes his tune. "I swear to God, man, try it. Yeah, you better walk away. You better walk away. Walk away, I swear to God. Go." Then what's up? Walking away.
"Why are you walking away?" And then goes, "Go, walk away, walk away."
Yeah, because he turns back around and he almost does like a little punching movement, and Ramsey flinches, and now he's like, "Walk away, huh? What's up? Walking away. What's up? What's up? Come back. What's up? Come back. You tried, and what's up?" I do not think that the man is scared of him, which is why he stops punching him. I think that one punch is okay. Perhaps some people could see it as justified considering what Ramsey did. But seeing Ramsey flinch like that and appear scared, it would just be straight up bullying if he were to swing again and again. It wouldn't even be a fair fight, even though it's 2-1. Later, Ramsey goes on to rant, "Hitting and running away? What a bitch." Which, Ramsey, come on now, let's be real. He did not run away. But he continues, "Since when is hitting and running gangster? Roll up and square up. Where you at, bro? Come on, bro. That's not gangster." To which I honestly thought there might have been mixed comments because ultimately violence is never justified. But the comments read, "It was not enough. 2v1 and they didn't dare do shit. These little mother kept provoking him. But when the guy turned around, he starts ducking back like a little LMAO. Just take the L, bro." Ramsey ends up with a bandage on his right eyebrow after this altercation. The next hunt finds a handful of Korean live streamers finding Ramsey at night in a relatively empty alleyway. They're screaming at him, and one Korean man in particular is screaming, "You touch my girlfriend?" So they're all getting into a fight. It's a whole mess. There are multiple clips with multiple angles of a fight going viral all over X, showing Ramsey, Gino, and their Korean friend Hank Yu getting beaten up by one Korean man. The Korean man starts with Ramsey first, runs after him, tackles him to the ground, shoulder flips him onto the cold pavement, and then kicks him in the chest. He's quiet now. Ramsey is not talking back. Ramsey has zipped it up. He's quiet. The other Korean live streamers are calling the Korean guy a legend, a legend. Now, one thing to note is that Koreans are very into 1v1 fights. Ramsey is on the ground, vulnerable. They do not all come in and attack him and jump him. In fact, the Korean man's girlfriend steps in and pulls him off of Ramsey. Then the Korean man goes for Gino, the friend, slams him onto the ground. But it appears while he's going after Gino, Hank Yu, the disgraced Korean, is trying to grab at him. So now it's Gino and Hank versus the Korean man, to which the rest of the Korean live streamers break it up and they're screaming, "You can do one-on-one, you stupid asshole." Because they're saying, like...
Yeah, because they have so many people, they could have jumped the three of them. So they are still being civil. Yeah.
Yes, it's not about jumping someone, it's about karma, is what I think they think. It's not what I'm condoning. You know, it's assault, it's a fight, but I guess they want a fair fight, a fair assault. That's what netizens are indicating. South Korean netizen comments translates to read, "The person who kicked that guy should be awarded a Good Citizen Award." Another reads, "Who cares what the police do? Citizens are punishing well. Don't even get the police involved." Another South Korean netizen comments, "Ban them from leaving the country and just release them on the road. God takes care of it." Another comment ominously reads, "It's going to get worse. They need to deport him to save his life." Ramzi Khalid Ismail could have been a very smart guy. Before he becomes one of the most hated people in East Asia, and I want to say Asia and perhaps America, everywhere. He's just a 23-year-old guy. From what I can tell, there's very sparse information online, but he's a very normal guy from Scottsdale, Arizona. Allegedly, he graduates from Arizona State University with a finance degree. Side note, there's a whole video of him talking about school, and he says before his career online, he was just a bot. And he calls all the students bots, someone who is stuck in a hamster wheel of life. Which is so dumb. We are all hamsters stuck in the wheel of life. You're just a racist hamster that's still stuck in the wheel of life, but you're also getting punched in the face every now and then. Back to his monologue, he states, "When I went to school those first 4 years, I did really well in finance, but I was depressed. I did not like where my life was going. Like, where does that leave you? You go to school for 4 years, you go to work for 4 years, you end up in a cubicle with a suit on and a tie. Where's the mobility in life? I'd rather take a risk, you know, and live a different life, you know what I mean? Live in a different country, meet different people." Which he's meeting people outright. Even with his right eyebrow busted, he is live streaming saying things like, "If you want to run up, run up. I don't care. Come get me. I'm not scared." And run up they do indeed. There is a YouTuber in South Korea that is also a former UDT member. The UDT in South Korea is the equivalent of a Navy SEAL in America. He has joined the hunt for Ramsey. He finds him. Ramsey's eyebrow is already busted. He's walking out of a building and the UDT man is waiting outside for him, taunting him. "어디가, Ramsey? 어디가?" "어디가" means, "Where you going? Where you going?" And he's like, "Where you going?" And of course, Ramsey doesn't know what to say. He's alone. His little minions aren't with him. He's alone. He's afraid. So he just tries to act like he's big, bad, and tough. "어디가? 어디가? 어디가? What the f*** is 어디가?" And all of a sudden, the UDT man just shoves him onto the ground. It's a light shove, but he goes flying.
Huh.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then there's like a few little kicks that happen, and the police eventually get called. And I will say the police are very quick to separate the two of them, but Ramsey does seem very shaken up, disoriented when he gets back up. And it's clear to see that he got off very lucky with this interaction. When the former UDT specialist, he's being held back by cops, the way he is eyeing Ramsey up and down, it's like he's ready for another round. He's taunting him. "Good night, Salami. Good night. Good night."
He's saying that in English?
Yeah.
야, 굿나잇, 소말리. 굿나잇. 어?
The UDT man is ultimately arrested. Before he gets arrested,
He's arrested.
yes, but he gets released
Okay.
pretty quickly. Before he gets arrested, though, which this part feels like a sitcom, he's halfway into the back of a cop car. The police are standing right next to him, but they're letting him speak to another guy who's live streaming, and he's telling the live stream. He tells the live stream a very important message. "In South Korea, we handle kids like Ramsey, so don't come to Korea and around." To which netizens were enraged at him being detained. Though it was only for a moment, really, they comment, "Let him free, he did nothing wrong." There was brief outrage in South Korea over the incident. Well, for two things. For one, in Japan, Ramsey apologized multiple times. Once he even got down on his knees. Was he actually sorry? No, because the minute he gets deported and leaves Japan, he's already talking badly about Japan. But some South Koreans felt offended by the fact that he does far worse in South Korea and does not even offer up a fake apology. It feels extra disrespectful. For example, it would be like the equivalent of making 9/11 jokes in the New York City train loudly, aggressively, nonstop, then getting on your knees to fake apologize, versus rubbing baby oil and completely disrespecting the 9/11 memorial in New York City and going, I don't give a come find me. Does that make sense? It just feels, yes, both are bad.
Yeah, he's ramping up. He's getting worse and more aggressive. Yeah.
Yes. Okay, the comparison alone is pretty insane, but I'm just trying to give you context of what it would be like in it. Yes, okay.
It helps, yeah.
Yes, so the South Koreans are very upset. I see some Americans commenting things like, why do you even want an apology? Even if he gives one, he doesn't mean it. It almost feels though like he cares more or is scared more of the Japanese government and does far worse and gets away with it in South Korea. So a lot of Koreans are like, we just want the same, at least give us a fake apology and we'll see what we do with it. We're going to get into it. He does give a fake apology later. But this was one big point of contention. The second being the cops kept showing up in every altercation and almost shielding Ramsey from the Korean citizens. Which, side note, I can see why the police have to do that per se. I get it. But it's honestly infuriating for Koreans to see. Yeah. I get the Korean netizen perspective. And Ramsey keeps taunting Korea with it. There's a clip of him saying that he's a VIP in South Korea. That's why the police protect him. He's like a VIP. He also says America made South Korea. He's American, so he owns this place, which is not how it works. Yeah.
I just don't understand how he can get away with this.
Yeah. And he said that the cops told him he's a VIP, which I think is highly doubtful. And if they did, they probably meant vile idiot particle that happens to have limbs. But Ramsey taunts Koreans, and there's a clip of him saying in the back of a cop car, Americans have way more freedom here, protecting us. We in the back of a police car, come and get us, come and get us. The UDT man was released after being detained. It is stated that he was set up with a 5-star hotel afterwards, and he donated $1,000 to the pizza place that led him to discovering Ramsey's location and treated everybody to pizza. He also read out a public statement, a public apology for his act of violence. In it, he states, quote, without me even realizing, my fist just left. Basically saying, okay, I'm not laughing because violence is not laughable.
But he's like, I'm sorry that my hand just did something.
Yes.
Okay.
And many Korean netizens received it as a very admirable apology. They have accepted his apology as sincere and genuine. Other netizens point to how at one point a group of Korean men surrounded Ramsey and his minion Gino and keeps yelling at them. Gino, the minion, keeps yelling at them. I will sue the of you. I will sue the of you. Which feels, I mean, sure, okay, but netizens point out it's not what someone big, bad, and tough like Gino should be saying in that moment. Isn't this the same guy that will gut your ass out alive, that's doing all these things, and he's now just saying, my daddy's gonna call a lawyer? It's just people point out the weird juxtaposition. In regards to those finding and beating Ramsey, one netizen comments, where can I donate to this great cause? Vigilante justice is the future. The world needs Batman. Others find it hilarious. Some have commented, bro became the ultimate Asian Pokemon. Bro's not living long doing crap like that. Or many, again, point out the interesting aspect of Korean culture that people forget about, which is Ramsey doesn't understand the uniqueness of South Korea amongst other Asian countries. Almost all adult Korean men, from college students to the elderly, are military veterans. They also point out the fact that he believes that East Asians are docile, submissive creatures, and yet here's a picture of him on day 5 of his South Korea trip looking like very normal. Here's a picture of him day 35 of his South Korea trip. He's got a busted eyebrow, he's bleeding from the lip, a busted lip. He looks like he's went through it. Another comment reads, just ban him from leaving the country and pretend not to notice every time he gets beaten. The strangest part in all of this is he's not even really making money. I mean, I'm sure he's making some money, but he's not making much to ruin his life over. He's getting banned from countries. He's facing potential legal and criminal trouble. His entire reputation as both his online persona of Johnny Salami, but also as Ramsey Khalid Ishmael of Arizona, is completely tarnished. Sure, he may or may not have a finance degree, but who would even hire him now? He's not even really controversial. Controversial would imply that he has some sort of fan base that supports him and is willing to fight for him. He's just generally a hated person. Nobody likes him. He doesn't even have a strong fan base. The only reason that people are donating is, in my belief, they're just donating because they get to see real life reactions and consequences on Ramsey in real time. You pay a few dollars and watch someone get beat up in real time. It's like a game. If anything, his fans are excited at him getting punched, which would mean that they're not really his fans. Can you really call them supporters at this point? He also has a few streamer friends whom, again, just want to associate with him because he's getting some attention right now. But I highly doubt they will still be around later when it dies down. One tries to defend Ramsey, stating, Koreans want to assault Ramsey because he dared to twerk on a World War II statue. The same streamer also posts Korean thugs chimping out and attacking Johnny because they have zero emotional regulation. Who cares that he twerked on a statue? That's not an excuse to lose control of your anger and kick someone in the head. Yeah.
Wow. Okay.
Ramsey has been banned from Twitch, suspended from YouTube, to which he says